Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. The rain came down in sheets, pounding against the dense canopy above, a constant rhythm that barely allowed any light to penetrate the thick foliage. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its every breath a shuddering whisper in the cold, wet night. The path was slick, mud-thick beneath their boots, and the distant sound of thunder rumbled ominously overhead, a warning that could be ignored but never dismissed. The tall trees stretched upward, dark silhouettes against the thick mist that hung in the air, draped like a heavy veil over everything. A group of 4 huddled together, pulling their jackets tighter around them as they trudged along the barely visible trail. Each of them felt the weight of the forest pressing in, a suffocating presence that seemed to watch them, even though they couldn't see anything beyond the twisted trunks and flickering shadows. "We must be close," Sarah said, her voice barely audible over the rain. She glanced at the others, her eyes wide with a mix of excitement and anxiety. "I mean, the lodge should be just ahead, right?" "It's got to be," Daniel replied, his tone skeptical but not entirely convinced. He wiped the rain from his brow, his eyes narrowing as he glanced around. "Something feels off, though. Have you noticed the silence?" The others looked around, realizing he was right. The usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of distant insects, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, were all absent. It was as if the forest itself had paused, holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. A sharp gust of wind blew through the trees, causing Sarah to flinch. Her heart pounded in her chest as she pulled the hood of her raincoat tighter over her head. The unsettling feeling only grew stronger with every step. It wasn't just the eerie quiet, but something deeper. The forest felt raw, like a place that had been waiting for them. "Maybe it's just the weather," Mia suggested, though her voice wavered as she spoke. She too felt the odd tension in the air, a sense that something was watching them. Something far older than any of them could comprehend. "Once we get to the lodge, we can dry off and everything will feel better." The others nodded, but even they didn't fully believe her. The wind howled louder now, the sound of it twisting through the branches overhead almost like a low, mournful wail. But still they pressed on. After what felt like an eternity, the thick trees began to part, and ahead, barely visible through the mist, the outline of the lodge emerged. It was large, more imposing than any of them had imagined. The structure seemed to rise up from the very earth itself, as if it were part of the forest, grown from the roots and stones beneath. It was a dark, weathered building, with windows that reflected nothing but the pitch blackness of the night. The porch was sagging in places, and the roof looked like it had seen better days, but it was a shelter. And in this forest, that was all they needed. Daniel let out a breath of relief as he stepped up onto the porch, his boots creaking on the old wood. The others followed, and for a moment they all stood there, silent, looking up at the looming building. The rain continued to pour down around them, the storm now raging in full force. But here at least they were sheltered from it. "Should we knock?" Mia asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The door to the lodge creaked open before anyone had a chance to answer, revealing an older man standing in the doorway. His appearance was just as weathered as the lodge itself, his face lined with years of exposure to the elements, his eyes dark and unreadable. "Come in," he said, his voice gravelly as though he hadn't spoken in days. "You're expected." None of them had made a reservation. They had simply followed the trail, guided by the strange feeling that led them here. Yet somehow the old man knew they were coming. The air inside the lodge was warm and smelled of damp wood and something else, something faintly bitter. The fire in the hearth crackled, its flames flickering low, casting strange shadows on the walls. There was no sign of anyone else inside, no other guests to be seen. The silence inside was almost as thick as the rain outside, pressing in around them. "Welcome," the man said again, his eyes scanning each of them as they stepped inside, one by one. "You'll be safe here. For now." The door slammed shut behind them with an unsettling force, as if the storm outside had decided to force its way in. The man didn't seem to notice. He simply turned and walked further into the lodge, gesturing for them to follow. The floor creaked beneath their feet as they followed him through the dimly lit corridors. The walls were lined with old, dusty portraits, their faces painted with an unsettling stillness. There was no sound except for the crackling fire, the faint rustle of the wind outside, and the soft shuffle of their footsteps on the floor. The man stopped at the end of the hall, pushing open a heavy wooden door that led into a spacious room. A large fireplace dominated the far wall, the flames casting long, flickering shadows across the room. A large, worn table sat in the center, surrounded by mismatched chairs, some of them looking like they hadn't been sat in for years. "Make yourselves comfortable," the man said, his voice low. "The storm will pass in the morning. Until then, you're safe here." He turned and left them standing in the center of the room, the door closing softly behind him. For a moment, no one spoke. They were all too aware of the unsettling atmosphere around them, the eerie quiet, the strange feeling that pressed in from all sides. And in the distance, the thunder rumbled again, the storm outside growing fiercer. As they sat down around the table, none of them noticed the faintest glimmer of something just beyond the firelight, something watching them from the shadows. Something that had always been here in the lodge, waiting. The warmth of the fire in the hearth was a welcome relief from the cold, damp chill of the forest. The flames danced and flickered, casting erratic shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. It was an almost hypnotic sight, yet it did little to ease the growing unease that had settled in their chests. Each of them sat in silence, the weight of the lodge's oppressive atmosphere pressing down on them. The air was thick with the smell of burning wood, mingling with something earthy, like wet stone or old soil, and the silence seemed too thick, too palpable, as if the walls themselves were listening. "So," Sarah broke the silence, her voice trembling slightly, "what's the deal with the place? The man who let us in, he didn't exactly tell us much." "I don't know," Daniel replied, his gaze flicking nervously to the door the old man had exited through. "Something about this place doesn't sit right. It's like it was expecting us." Mia shivered. "What do you mean by that? We didn't book anything." "I know," Daniel said, his voice low, "but we've been led here, haven't we? We followed the trail and there was no one else on it. It's like the forest itself drew us in." The fire crackled, sending a burst of embers into the air. There was a distant rumble of thunder as if to emphasize his words, and the windows rattled from the force of the storm outside. "It's probably just the weather messing with your head," Mia said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "I mean, it's not like we're the first people to end up here." But her words felt hollow even to her. The air felt too heavy, the silence too deep, as if the lodge had always been here, waiting for someone to arrive. A soft creak from somewhere deep in the house interrupted the conversation. It was faint but unmistakable, a heavy door opening, followed by the faintest shuffle of footsteps. The group fell silent again, exchanging uneasy glances. "Did you hear that?" Sarah asked. "Yeah," Daniel's voice trailed off. He stood abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the wooden floor, and moved toward the door the old man had disappeared through. "Where are you going?" Mia asked, but her voice held no authority. "I'm going to check it out," he said, though his voice was hesitant, as if even he didn't entirely believe it was a good idea. "I wouldn't," Mia said quickly, her eyes wide. She glanced toward the windows, where the storm howled and the wind pressed against the old building like a living thing. "It's probably just the wind, right?" Sarah, who had been sitting still for some time, suddenly stood up as well, her voice shaky. "We're not supposed to be here. None of this feels right. I mean, did you see the man? Did you hear what he said?" She paused, her breath hitching as she remembered his parting words. "You're safe here. For now." "For now," Daniel repeated, glancing back at them. He couldn't suppress the chill running down his spine. "Yeah, that's the part that's really getting to me." He moved toward the hallway, the floorboards creaking with each step. The others followed hesitantly, a silent agreement forming between them. They couldn't stay locked in this room, waiting for something to happen. They had to know more. The hall was darker now, the shadows deeper, more alive, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The only light came from the small sconces mounted along the walls, casting weak pools of yellow around the room, and from the flickering fire in the next room. As they approached the door the old man had gone through, they paused, a sense of foreboding hanging thick in the air. The creaking sound had stopped. The house was once again silent, save for the soft rumbling of thunder and the unrelenting downpour outside. Daniel reached out and turned the door handle slowly, his hand trembling. The door opened with an eerie quietness, the hinges groaning in protest, as if reluctant to reveal what lay beyond. They stepped into a narrow, dimly lit hallway, the wood beneath their feet old and worn, the smell of damp earth and mildew thick in the air. The air felt colder here, and the walls seemed to press in closer as if the house itself were alive, watching them, waiting. They moved deeper into the hall, the low light barely enough to see by. There were no signs of the old man, no sound of footsteps or movement, only the faint, unsettling smell that seemed to pervade every inch of the house. The hallway opened into a large room. The air in here was heavy, thick with the scent of something ancient. The room was furnished with a large, round table, surrounded by mismatched chairs, and the floor was scattered with old, faded rugs. What caught their attention, however, was what stood at the far end of the room. An old, grand-looking mirror, its surface fogged with age, the frame ornate and twisted, like gnarled roots from some otherworldly tree. Sarah's eyes were drawn to the mirror, her heart pounding. Something about it felt off. Her feet moved of their own accord, and before she could stop herself, she found herself standing in front of it, staring into the murky reflection. At first she saw nothing but her own face, pale, rain-soaked and wide-eyed. But as she continued to gaze, the reflection seemed to change. A shadow moved behind her in the mirror, something tall and hunched, its face obscured by the darkness. "Sarah." Daniel's voice broke through her trance and she snapped back, stepping away from the mirror, her breath catching in her throat. "What the hell was that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," Daniel said, his own voice shaky now. "But I don't think we're alone here." The fire in the hearth crackled loudly, and the door to the room slammed shut behind them, the sound reverberating through the house like a death knell. A low, guttural sound began to rise from somewhere deep in the bowels of the lodge, a sound that felt ancient, like the earth itself was groaning in pain. It was a distant, almost inaudible sound, but the air seemed to vibrate with it, as if it were pulling at their very souls. And then, in the shadows, they saw it. The shape. Tall and skeletal, its eyes glowing faintly red in the dark. It was watching them, its presence so overwhelming that it made the very walls of the lodge tremble. They froze, heartbeats pounding in unison. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The only option was to face whatever had been waiting for them here in the heart of the forest. The figure in the shadows was more than just a presence. It was a feeling, a deep, suffocating sensation that crawled under their skin and into their bones. The faint red glow of its eyes pierced the dark, an unnatural light that flickered like dying embers in the heart of the forest. Every instinct screamed at them to run, but they were rooted to the spot, as if something far older than fear had taken hold of them, something primal and powerful. Sarah's breath came in shallow gasps as she backed away, her eyes never leaving the figure. What is that?" she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The creature, if it could be called that, moved slightly, its form shifting like smoke, dark and insubstantial yet terrifyingly present. The air around it seemed to pulse, thick with the weight of centuries of forgotten secrets. It was as if the lodge itself was alive, feeding off the dread it had sown in their hearts. "It's not real," Mia said, her voice trembling as she took a step back. She clutched Sarah's arm, her grip tight enough to bruise. "It can't be real." But even as she spoke, the creature did seem real. The heavy air, the way the firelight flickered and twisted as if it too feared the thing in front of them, all of it felt tangible. The smell of damp earth grew stronger, the same foul metallic scent that had pervaded the entire house since their arrival. Daniel swallowed hard, his throat dry. "We need to get out of here," he said urgently. His voice was laced with panic, but his feet refused to move, as if the ground had grown roots beneath him, anchoring him in place. As the creature took a step forward, its long, spindly fingers brushing against the wooden floor, a low rumble echoed through the house. It was not thunder, but something deeper, a sound that seemed to come from the very earth beneath their feet. The floorboards creaked under its weight, groaning in protest, as though the lodge itself was trying to repel the thing that was pushing through its walls. And then, without warning, it spoke. Its voice wasn't a voice at all, at least not in any human sense. It was a deep, reverberating sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the forest itself was whispering through the walls. The words were incomprehensible, distorted by the very air around them, but the meaning was clear enough. The creature was calling them. "Sarah, Mia, Daniel, come closer." The words were thick and viscous, curling around them like smoke, each syllable wrapping tighter and tighter around their senses. None of them moved. It was as if their bodies had betrayed them, their muscles locked in place by some ancient force that held them hostage. The creature's red eyes glowed brighter now, burning with an intensity that made their skin crawl. "Why aren't you listening?" it hissed, its voice growing louder, as though growing impatient with their hesitation. The air thickened, almost solidifying around them as the room seemed to shrink. The shadows stretched out, warping around the corners, reaching for them as if trying to pull them into the darkness. Then the fire flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the room. The wind outside howled with renewed fury, pressing against the walls with an unnatural force. The storm had intensified, but it no longer sounded like a typical storm. The howls of the wind, the crack of thunder, these sounds felt alive, as if the storm itself had become an entity, a force with a single purpose: to drive them into the waiting arms of the creature. Suddenly, the figure lunged forward, its form blurring in and out of focus, distorting as if it was something caught between worlds. The movement was swift and sudden, like a predator closing in on its prey. It was upon them before they could even react. But just as quickly as it had moved, it stopped. The figure was still there, standing in the corner of the room, its eyes locked on them, but its movements had slowed. It was as if some invisible barrier had been drawn between them and it. The air shifted again, and for the briefest moment they could hear something else. A faint murmur, a whisper just at the edge of their perception, something that sounded like distant voices rising and falling in rhythm. "Don't listen to it," Daniel finally managed to choke out, his voice hoarse and shaking. He took a step back, slowly at first, then faster as his feet regained control. But the thing in the corner wasn't finished. It tilted its head, an unsettling creak emanating from the hollow bones of its neck. Its eyes flashed again, and the air around them grew colder, the temperature dropping to the point where they could see their breath fogging in the air. "You cannot leave." The creature's voice grew more insistent, no longer a whisper but a command, shaking the very walls of the lodge. "You belong to the forest now." The ground beneath their feet trembled as if the earth itself had woken. The door they had entered through slammed shut with a violent force, and the shadows in the room seemed to grow even darker, as though trying to swallow them whole. Mia backed into the fireplace, the heat of the fire momentarily soothing her. "What do you mean we belong to the forest?" she demanded, her voice desperate, trying to regain some semblance of control. "We're just looking for shelter." The creature's response was a laugh, a sound that scraped the inside of their skulls, like nails on a blackboard. It was a sound that shouldn't have been possible for something so inhuman, so hollow. "The forest knows those who trespass, and it does not let go." The temperature continued to plummet, and now they could hear more distinctly, the sound of something scraping across the floor, deep and distant, like a clawed foot dragging across the wood. It came closer, always closer, echoing in the hollow silence. The walls seemed to close in on them, and the fire sputtered, fighting to stay alive. "You will stay," the creature said softly now, its voice an intimate, maddening whisper. "You will remain with us. Forever." A series of cracks echoed around them, sharp, violent cracks like bones snapping under pressure. The lodge creaked and groaned, as if it were being bent and reshaped by something far beyond its ability to resist. And then, through the walls, they heard it. A whisper of footsteps, soft, measured, deliberate. They weren't alone. The forest was outside, waiting for them, watching them. Their only choice was to face the horrors within the lodge, or venture out into the storm. The air had turned impossibly thick, as if the walls themselves were closing in on them. Every breath felt like an effort, as if the very act of drawing air was becoming a struggle. The fire in the hearth flickered wildly, casting distorted shadows across the room, creating strange shapes that seemed to lunge forward and retreat with every gust of wind that battered the lodge's walls. The cold creeping in from the windows and the door was unnatural, seeping into their bones, freezing them in place. The creature remained still, its glowing eyes fixed on them, but its presence was suffocating. It wasn't just watching them, it was waiting. Mia's breath hitched as she stepped backward toward the fire, her hands trembling. "We need to get out of here," she whispered, but there was no certainty in her voice. Her eyes flickered toward the door, but the weight of the thing in the corner held her in place. It was like a chain, invisible but unbreakable. "You can't leave," came the voice again, thick and mocking. The creature's mouth didn't move when it spoke, but the words seemed to seep into the air itself, curling around their thoughts. The force of its words pressed against them like the weight of the storm outside, pushing them down, pulling at their strength. "You are part of the forest now." "Stop it," Daniel snapped, stepping forward, though his voice quivered. He had to do something, anything. This couldn't be real. They couldn't all be trapped in some nightmare. "We don't belong to anything here. We're just passing through." But the creature only tilted its head, the creaking sound of its bones echoing throughout the room. Its eyes gleamed in the firelight, glowing brighter with each passing second. The shadows around it seemed to grow, twisting and curling in unnatural patterns. "The forest has claimed you," it said again, its voice now a low hum that vibrated in their chests. "You were chosen." "Chosen for what?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper as she clung to the edge of the table. "What does that mean? What do you want from us?" The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, its long, clawed fingers stretched outward, the tips of its nails scraping across the wood like rusted metal. It reached toward the fire, and for a brief, horrifying moment, It seemed to sink into the flames, its form distorting and vanishing within the heat. The fire flickered wildly, its light casting chaotic shadows that danced along the walls. It was as though the creature itself could manipulate the very elements, twisting the world around them. And then, in the next instant, it was gone. Vanished. A collective breath was released, though it did nothing to ease the terror that gripped them all. But as the fire settled back into its natural rhythm, crackling softly, they realized that the creature hadn't disappeared entirely. It had simply shifted. It stood now much closer than before, just beyond the table, its form hunched and grotesque. The air around it shimmered, as if reality itself was struggling to contain it. Its voice was softer now, but it had a weight, a pressure that seemed to come from within their very minds. "You will stay with us, forever. You are a part of the lodge now." Suddenly, the room grew colder still, and for the briefest moment, everything went still. No sound, no movement, nothing but the oppressive quiet. It felt as if the world had stopped, held in place by some invisible force. And then, as if on cue, the walls began to creak. Slowly at first, but then with increasing intensity, as if something deep within the house had been awakened. The door to the room, the one they had entered through, began to rattle violently. The sound of scratching grew louder, growing in pitch, like nails dragged across a chalkboard, a high-pitched screech that echoed throughout the entire lodge. The floor beneath their feet vibrated, and the air turned sour, thick with the taste of decay. "Get away from the walls," Daniel shouted, his eyes wide with fear. The others scrambled away from the table, their hearts racing, but they couldn't escape the growing sense of wrongness that gripped them all. And then, as if answering Daniel's plea, the walls cracked open. With an ear-splitting sound, the wooden panels splintered and burst outward, revealing a tunnel hidden beneath the lodge itself. The floor beneath them shuddered, and a cold, damp breeze rushed through the opening. The scent of rotting leaves and wet earth filled the air, making their stomachs turn. "Down there," came the voice of the creature, now more insistent, almost pleading. "You must descend into the heart of the forest." The sound of the wind outside, howling and relentless, seemed to grow louder, mixing with the eerie whispers that now filled the room. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched long and unnatural, as if the lodge itself were pulling them into its depths. "No," Sarah gasped, her voice breaking. "We can't go down there. It's not safe." But even as she said the words, the truth of them hit her hard. It wasn't safe here either. The storm outside had become a distant memory, no longer important. What mattered was what lay beneath the lodge, in the dark, underground world that had suddenly revealed itself. It was like an invitation, a call to descend. "Please," Daniel whispered, his voice shaking. He was looking at the others, eyes wide with desperation. "We have no choice. You belong to the forest now." The words echoed in their minds once more, and the air thickened with something darker, something ancient. The door to the hallway slammed shut with such force that the windows rattled, and the house seemed to groan as if resisting the invasion. They had to make a choice. There was nowhere to run. The lodge was alive with its own kind of hunger, a deep, unrelenting pull towards something far older and far darker than any of them could understand. And deep below them, hidden in the earth, was the heart of the forest. For a moment they stood frozen, the decision weighing heavily on them. The wind screamed outside, but it was nothing compared to the sound of their own hearts beating in their chests. "Down there?" Mia whispered, her voice barely audible. "What if it's the only way?" The thing in the shadows seemed to be smiling, its red eyes gleaming as it watched them, waiting for them to decide. The fire crackled as if urging them on, its warmth now mocking in the face of what they were about to do. The tunnel beneath the lodge yawned open like a hungry mouth, its dark maw inviting them to step into its depths. The smell of decay and damp earth wafted up from the crack in the floor, thick and pungent. It was a heavy, sickly scent, like the remnants of something long forgotten, buried beneath layers of time. The wind howled outside, but it seemed to belong to another world now, one that they were no longer part of. The creature in the corner remained still, its glowing eyes never leaving them, but its presence seemed to grow more oppressive, like a weight pressing down on their shoulders, forcing them toward the waiting darkness. None of them spoke for a moment, as if words would only break the fragile silence that hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The others looked to Daniel, their eyes wide with fear. He had been the one to suggest they follow the creature's call, but now, as the reality of what lay ahead hit them, doubt clouded his thoughts. They could feel the pull of the tunnel, the invisible thread tugging at them, but it was not a force of nature. It was something else, something far older than time itself. "Maybe we should wait," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper, but it was full of trembling hope. "The storm will pass and in the morning we'll be able to leave. We don't need to go down there." But her words were hollow. They all knew it. The air inside the lodge was thickening again, pushing them toward the tunnel. It was as if the house itself was trying to swallow them whole, claiming them as its own. They couldn't stay in the room. There was no escape from the force that had taken hold of them. "We don't have a choice," Daniel finally said, his voice hoarse. The fear in his chest churned like a storm, but he couldn't ignore the pull anymore. "The forest, it's not just out there." He turned to face them, his expression tense. "It's in here too." He took a tentative step toward the tunnel. The wood creaked beneath his weight, the sound echoing in the silent lodge, but the others didn't follow. Sarah and Mia remained frozen, rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with terror. They had never imagined anything like this, not in their worst nightmares. "Let's stick together," Daniel urged, his eyes flicking to the others. "If we stay in one group, maybe we can make it." The creature, still looming in the shadows, seemed to approve of this suggestion. It didn't speak, but the air grew heavier, the temperature dropping even further, as if the very act of moving toward the tunnel had ignited something deep within the lodge. The fire flickered, its flames now dancing wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move and twist on their own. Mia finally took a deep breath and nodded, her face pale and drawn. "I can't just sit here," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Let's go." They moved as one, inching toward the tunnel. As they crossed the room, Sarah's hand brushed against the cold wall, and for a split second she could feel a subtle vibration beneath her fingertips. The house wasn't just alive, it was watching them. She could almost hear the heartbeat of the lodge, a deep, rhythmic thumping that seemed to pulse from the walls, the floor, the very earth beneath them. The tunnel was narrow, dark, and claustrophobic. The moment they stepped inside, the light from the fire was swallowed whole, leaving them in near total darkness. The only sound was the slow drip of water, the distant rumble of thunder, and the soft scrape of their shoes on the damp stone floor. As they moved deeper into the bowels of the lodge, the temperature plummeted even further. Their breath came out in clouds, hanging in the air before them. Every step seemed to echo, the sound amplified in the narrow, oppressive space. The tunnel stretched on, winding and twisting, with no end in sight. There were no torches, no light, no sign of any kind of path. The tunnel was ancient, its walls slick with moisture, the ceiling low enough that they had to duck at certain points. It was as if the forest had grown into the lodge itself, wrapping its roots deep into the earth beneath, pulling the building into the ground like a giant, living organism. "How far does this go?" Sarah whispered, her voice small in the vast, suffocating darkness. She shivered as the cold seeped into her bones, her legs aching from the long descent. The tunnel twisted ahead of them, but they had no way of knowing where it would lead. "We'll find out soon enough," Daniel said, trying to sound braver than he felt. But the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The air grew thicker still, laden with something foul and earthy, a stench that made their stomachs churn. It was the smell of decay, of things long dead, buried beneath the earth. The further they descended, the more the ground seemed to shift beneath them. The tunnel was no longer just a tunnel. It felt like a vein, like a pathway leading down to something dark and unknowable, deep within the heart of the forest. They came to a sudden stop as the tunnel opened up into a vast, cavernous space. The walls around them glistened with moisture, but the most striking feature of the chamber was what stood at the center. A stone pedestal, ancient and worn by time, rose from the ground. Atop it lay a dark, swirling orb, glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. It pulsed slowly as if it had a life of its own, casting long, flickering shadows against the walls. This is it," Daniel murmured, his voice barely audible as he stepped forward, drawn to the orb. The air around it felt heavier, as if the very atmosphere had become thick with unseen power. His hand reached out, trembling, to touch the surface. "Don't!" Sarah cried, grabbing his arm to stop him. "We don't know what that is. What if it's dangerous?" But Daniel didn't listen. His fingers hovered above the orb, and as they did, a low hum filled the chamber, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the walls shaking violently as if the very heart of the forest was waking. Suddenly, the creature's voice boomed in their minds, louder than ever before. "You were chosen to bear witness," it said, its tone no longer cold but triumphant. "The forest has claimed you. And now, the forest will feed." The ground shook harder, and the chamber seemed to pulse in time with the orb. It wasn't just a stone, it was something alive, something ancient and hungry. A piercing, inhuman screech echoed through the tunnel, a sound so terrible that it made their teeth rattle. Something began to stir deep within the earth. Something dark. Something alive. The orb pulsed again, brighter this time, casting the cavern in a stark, otherworldly glow. The hum that had filled the air seemed to vibrate through their very bones, as if the entire lodge, and perhaps the forest itself, was reacting to the orb's call. The ground beneath their feet shifted, making them stumble, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. Daniel's hand hovered inches above the orb, the heat radiating from it nearly unbearable. But he couldn't pull away. It was as though the orb was pulling him in, a magnetic force that he could not resist. His fingers brushed the surface of the glowing stone, and in that instant the world seemed to snap. The hum became a roar. The chamber trembled violently, and the walls around them groaned, their cracks widening. The very earth beneath them seemed to be alive, shifting, pulsing with energy. The ceiling above them cracked open, and the deep rumble of something ancient, buried beneath the earth, rose up to meet them. And then silence. For a moment, everything was still. The hum of the orb had faded, but the air was thick with an oppressive weight. It felt like the calm before a storm, the quiet after a flash of lightning, and something far more sinister was about to descend. A cold wind swept through the cavern, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and decay. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched out, reaching toward them with tendrils that seemed to move like living things. The firelight from above was swallowed whole, and the chamber was plunged into darkness. Sarah's heart raced as she gripped Daniel's arm. "What have you done?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What is this?" But Daniel didn't answer. His hand was still extended toward the orb, and his face was pale, his eyes wide with a mix of wonder and terror. It was as though he could hear something calling to him from within the depths of the orb, its pull too powerful to resist. He was no longer in control of his own body. The sound of a distant screech, high-pitched and bone-chilling, echoed from deep below the cavern. It wasn't just the wind, or the trees swaying in the storm above. This was something alive. Something that had been waiting. The creature's voice filled their minds again, now urgent, almost desperate. "It has awoken," it hissed, its tone filled with reverence. "The heart of the forest stirs. It calls you." The ground beneath them began to shift again, more violently this time. The tunnel they had entered through seemed to disappear, as if swallowed by the earth itself. The very walls of the cavern groaned as the stone around them began to crack, sending small pieces tumbling to the floor. "What the hell is happening?" Mia cried out, backing away from the pedestal. "We have to leave now." But it was too late. From the farthest corner of the cavern, a low rumble echoed, followed by the unmistakable sound of something stirring, something massive. A figure began to emerge from the shadows, crawling slowly, its movements slow and deliberate. At first, it was hard to make out what it was, just a large, shifting mass like a black shadow writhing in the darkness. But as it grew closer, the shape began to take form. It was a creature, tall, with long, jagged limbs and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur, and its mouth was full of teeth, sharp, yellowed, and too many to count. Its skin was stretched thin, its muscles twitching beneath the surface like the strings of a marionette. And it was heading straight for them. "Run!" Daniel screamed, finally snapping out of his trance. He yanked his arm away from the orb, stumbling backward. But as he did, the ground beneath him cracked open, and the creature moved faster, its limbs stretching and elongating, reaching for them with terrifying speed. Sarah and Mia didn't need another invitation. They turned and bolted, their hearts pounding in their chests, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The air around them felt heavier now, thick with the same oppressive force that had filled the lodge. They didn't know where they were running to, only that they had to escape, had to get away from whatever had been unleashed in the depths of the earth. The sound of the creature's screech grew louder, closer, filling the entire cavern. The stone beneath their feet cracked and buckled as if the world itself was being torn apart. Their footsteps echoed in the dark, but the creatures were louder, its monstrous form crashing through the cavern, each step shaking the very foundations of the lodge. "We're not going to make it," Mia cried, her voice cracking. The tunnel ahead of them had disappeared into a collapsed ruin, the walls pressing in on them. There was nowhere left to run. But just as they thought they were doomed, a soft, almost imperceptible light appeared in the distance, far in the back of the cavern. It was faint, a flicker, but it was enough. It promised escape, hope, and for a moment they dared to believe they might survive. "Through there!" Daniel shouted, his voice hoarse. "Hurry!" They ran toward the light, their feet slipping on the wet stone, hearts pounding. The creature's screeches followed them, growing louder, but they couldn't look back, not now. They reached the light, and it grew brighter as they got closer, until they saw what lay at the end of the path. It wasn't a door or another tunnel. It was a large, circular stone, set in the wall, glowing faintly with a strange, ethereal light. It pulsed in time with the beat of their hearts, as if calling them toward it. No, we can't. Sarah gasped. This isn't right. We don't know what that is. But Daniel was already there, reaching out toward the stone, his hand trembling as it hovered just above the surface. His eyes were wide, desperate. We have to, he said, almost pleading. This is the only way out. Before anyone could stop him, Daniel touched the stone. The world exploded. The moment Daniel's fingers brushed against the glowing stone, the world around them shattered. It wasn't like the smooth, gradual unfolding of time they had grown accustomed to. Instead, it was as though the very fabric of reality had torn open, like the sky ripping apart in an instant, leaving only the jagged remnants of existence hanging in the balance. A blinding light filled the cavern, too bright to look at, too intense to comprehend. It washed over them, enveloping their bodies in an all-consuming warmth that burned against their skin. Their bodies felt weightless, suspended in a void where there was no air, no time. The only thing that existed was the pulse of the stone beneath Daniel's hand, its rhythm synchronizing with their hearts in a way that felt unnatural, as if it were controlling their very lives. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light vanished. The world came crashing back into existence. But it wasn't the same world they had known. They were no longer standing in the cavern beneath the lodge. The air was different, cool, crisp, and carrying with it the scent of pine and fresh earth. The ground beneath their feet was soft and uneven, not stone, but grass and moss, wet with the aftermath of rain. The forest stretched endlessly around them, the trees towering overhead, their branches heavy with leaves that swayed gently in the wind. The ground beneath them was familiar, yet wrong. It was as if they were standing in a place that had been plucked from their memories, like the forest outside the lodge, but somehow darker, more ancient. The trees stretched high into the sky, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their roots like veins digging deep into the earth. And the air, thick with the scent of pine and earth, was heavy, laden with an almost tangible presence. Where are we? Mia asked, her voice shaking as she glanced around, her breath visible in the cool air. Her wide eyes darted between the towering trees, searching for some sign of familiarity. This isn't the lodge. This isn't the tunnel. Daniel, still recovering from the shock of whatever had just happened, took a step forward, his hand still tingling from contact with the stone. His heart was pounding, but there was something else. A feeling in the pit of his stomach, a gnawing suspicion that the world they had entered wasn't just a different place. It was another version of their world. A version that didn't follow the rules of nature. A place where something else existed beneath the surface, where the forest wasn't just alive, but aware. We didn't go anywhere, Daniel said, his voice low. We're still in the lodge, but it's not the same. This is the forest's true form. As the words left his mouth, something rustled in the trees behind them. At first, it was faint, a low, distant rustling of leaves, as if an animal were moving through the underbrush. But the sound grew louder, closer, and it wasn't the wind. The trees around them seemed to groan in response, their branches reaching out as though they were alive, eager to ensnare them. Suddenly, from between the trees, something emerged. It was large, hunched over, and covered in thick, dark fur. Its eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, the same glowing red that had burned in the creature from the lodge. But this time, its eyes were larger, more intense, and the creature's form seemed to shimmer, flickering in and out of focus as though it wasn't entirely part of this world. Sarah gasped, taking a step back. It's the thing from the lodge, she cried, her voice trembling. How is it here? The creature didn't respond in words, but its low growl filled the air, a sound that seemed to vibrate through their very bones. It stepped forward, and with each movement, the trees around them seemed to shift, leaning toward it, as though the forest itself was bending to the will of the creature. The air grew thick with tension, a palpable fear that pressed against their chests, making it harder to breathe. Stay back, Daniel said, his voice steady but his eyes wide with the realization of what they were up against. We have to keep moving. Don't stop. But as they turned to run, something else happened. The ground beneath their feet began to shift again, slower this time but unmistakable. The soft earth gave way, crumbling beneath them as though the very forest had decided to claim them. They were falling, spiraling downward, their bodies weightless as they plummeted into the depths of the earth once more. It was as though the forest was alive, and it was swallowing them whole. As they fell, the air grew cold, icy even, and they could hear the sound of rushing water below, the distant roar of a stream or river. It was as though the world itself had split open, and they were caught in the chaos. Then, just as suddenly as the fall had started, they hit the ground. The impact was jarring, but it didn't hurt, not physically. It was as if the forest had absorbed their fall, cushioning their bodies against the cold earth. The air was damp, thick with the scent of wet stone, moss, and decay. They were no longer in the forest, but in a place that felt far older, far deeper. A cavernous chamber that stretched endlessly around them. The walls were covered in dark, wet moss, and the floor beneath them was slick with water. The air was suffocating, filled with the heavy scent of rot, and in the distance, they could hear the low, guttural growl of something moving through the darkness. "Where are we?" Mia asked again, her voice trembling as she rose to her feet. This can't be real." Daniel stood too, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of an exit. But the walls seemed to shift, the space too vast to comprehend. The air itself seemed to bend and twist, pulling them deeper into the chamber, into the darkness. "I think we've crossed into something else," Daniel said, his voice grim. This place is beyond the forest. It's not just a different world, it's something that has always been here. A place where the forest's true power resides." The growl from the darkness grew louder, and the shadows shifted. It wasn't just one creature that was coming for them anymore. They weren't alone. Something was hunting them, something much older than they could ever imagine. The chamber they had landed in felt like a place untouched by time, a space that existed between worlds at the very core of the Earth's ancient pulse. The air was thick with moisture, heavy with the scent of decay, moss, and something else, something old, forgotten, and utterly alien. The walls were jagged and raw, carved by the unyielding forces of nature over centuries, while the ground beneath them seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The stone was slick with dampness, the floor uneven and treacherous. They could hear the faint sound of water trickling somewhere in the distance, the murmur of a stream, or perhaps a river that wound through the cavern. But there was something more, a low, rhythmic thumping that echoed in the distance, reverberating through the air like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Daniel, Sarah, Mia, and the creature, all of them were trapped in this place, caught in the grip of something far older and far more powerful than they could possibly comprehend. And yet, there was something else in the air, something that called to them, urging them deeper into the cavern. It was like a hunger, a thirst for knowledge, for answers, and it was just as overwhelming as the fear that gripped their hearts. "We need to keep moving," Daniel said, his voice low and steady, though his breath came in ragged gasps. He was still reeling from the sheer strangeness of what had just happened, the sensation of falling, of being pulled into another world entirely. The earth beneath his feet felt like it was alive, like it was breathing. "Where are we supposed to go?" Sarah asked, her voice tight with fear. She glanced over her shoulder, as though expecting something to leap out of the shadows at any moment. Her wide eyes flicked between the walls, the ceiling, the dark expanse of the cavern. There were no doors, no windows, no sign of any kind of exit. It felt as though they were sealed in, trapped in some ancient crypt or tomb. The growling sound from the darkness grew louder, its low, guttural resonance echoing off the walls, vibrating through their bones. It wasn't just a single creature anymore. The sound was coming from multiple directions, as if an entire pack of beasts, monstrous and hungry, was drawing closer. "I don't know, but we can't stay here," Daniel said, turning to look at the others. His voice was urgent now, the tension in the air growing heavier with each passing moment. The shadows that filled the cavern seemed to be shifting, moving like tendrils, creeping toward them. The growls grew louder still, reverberating through the stone like a primal call. The forest, no, this place, was alive. It was hungry, and they were its prey. But something inside Daniel stirred, an impulse, an urge. The air was thick with the pull of the forest's ancient power, and despite the danger, despite the creeping terror that threatened to overwhelm him, he found himself walking forward, drawn deeper into the heart of this forgotten place. Sarah hesitated. "Daniel, what are you doing?" she called after him, her voice trembling. "We have no idea what's down here." "I don't know," he replied, his voice distant as if he were speaking through a fog. "But I can feel it. Something wants us here. Something is waiting for us." Mia stepped closer, her eyes darting nervously between Daniel and the shifting shadows. "We don't have to follow him. This is madness. We don't know what we're dealing with." She grabbed Sarah's arm, her grip tight. "We need to find a way out. Now." But Daniel's gaze was fixed ahead, his body moving forward without him. It was as if the pull of the forest had taken hold of him completely, dragging him towards something just beyond his reach, something in the distance that was calling to him. The others exchanged a look, uncertainty clouding their faces, but the need to stay together overpowered their fear. Slowly, cautiously they followed him. They moved deeper into the cavern, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss that covered the floor. The shadows shifted around them, alive with movement, though they couldn't see what was causing them. It was as if the entire cavern were breathing with them, pulsing with the very life of the forest itself. And then, at the farthest end of the cavern, they saw it. A massive, gnarled tree stood at the center of the chamber, its roots sprawling outward like veins, creeping across the floor and burrowing deep into the stone. The tree's bark was black, charred, and twisted, as though it had been scorched by some unseen fire. Its branches reached high into the cavern's ceiling, stretching toward the distant light, but the leaves that hung from them were not green. No, they were a deep, unsettling shade of red, like the color of blood. At the base of the tree, a dark stone altar stood, its surface cracked and worn by time, etched with symbols that none of them could understand. The air around it hummed with an energy that was almost palpable, thick with the weight of history, the remnants of something ancient and powerful. The tree was alive, and it was watching them. The growls they had heard earlier grew louder, more distinct. The shadows surrounding them seemed to twist and writhe, and from the dark recesses of the cavern, creatures began to emerge. They were not the same as the beasts they had seen in the forest. No, these were different, more dangerous. Their bodies were sleek and elongated, their eyes glowing with that same haunting red light. Their movements were fluid, graceful even, but there was nothing natural about them. These were creatures born of the forest's darkest power, shaped by centuries of whispers and blood. Daniel stepped forward, his gaze still fixed on the tree. His hand reached out, but before he could touch the altar, a voice, low and guttural, sounded from the shadows. "You are here because you are meant to be." The voice was deep, resonant, and familiar, like the sound of the forest itself speaking through the ages. It wasn't coming from any one creature, but from the very air around them. The words reverberated through their skulls, echoing in their minds. "Who are you?" Sarah demanded, her voice trembling with both fear and defiance. "What do you want from us?" A form materialized in the shadows. It was tall, taller than any of them, and it was dressed in robes of shadow and leaves, its face obscured by a mask carved from twisted wood. Its eyes glowed with an unsettling red light, the same hue as the creatures that surrounded them. "I am the keeper," the figure intoned, its voice deep and unyielding. "I am the guardian of the heart of the forest. You have been chosen." "Chosen?" Daniel asked, his voice sharp. "Chosen for what?" The keeper stepped forward, its movements fluid and purposeful. "The forest has awakened. You have entered the realm where the living and the dead are bound together. And now you must decide, will you feed the forest with your blood, or will you become part of its eternal cycle?" The air around them seemed to darken, the shadows pressing in from all sides. The creatures at the edges of the cavern bared their teeth, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. They were surrounded. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as the realization hit him. This wasn't just a place. This was the very heart of the forest's power. And now they were its captives. The choice was clear, but it was one none of them were ready to make. The keeper raised its hand, and the shadows around them twisted, like claws reaching for their very souls. The keeper's presence filled the chamber like a suffocating fog, its form towering over them, more imposing than anything they had faced before. The dark, rustling shapes of the creatures in the shadows seemed to shrink away from it, as if they too feared its power. The silence that followed its words was deafening, broken only by the faint, rhythmic sound of their own breathing, heavy with fear. Daniel's heart raced. The air around him felt thick with magic, with something older than any forest, any human understanding. The keeper's eyes, those glowing, fiery orbs, burned through him, stripping away the bravado he'd tried to maintain. For the first time since this nightmare began, Daniel wasn't sure he could survive. "Chosen," the keeper repeated, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves in a windless forest. "The forest has watched you. The forest sees everything. What do you want from us?" Mia asked, her voice shaking as she stepped closer to Daniel, her hand trembling at her side. Her eyes flicked between the keeper and the creatures encircling them. "We never asked for this. We didn't choose to come here." The keeper tilted its head as if considering her words. The creatures behind it shifted restlessly, their glowing eyes narrowing as they bared their teeth. "You came because the forest called. It always calls to those who are fated to become part of its web. And you are not the first to come to this place." A low, eerie hum echoed through the cavern, vibrating beneath their feet. The stone altar beneath the dark tree pulsed in time with the sound, and Daniel could feel the earth itself stirring as if responding to the keeper's presence. The forest was alive, not just in the way that trees grow, but in the way a predator is alive, watching, calculating. Then, what happens now? Daniel managed to ask, his voice hoarse, almost drowned in the tension thickening the air. He didn't know what else to do. He didn't know what else they could do. The keeper's gaze was unwavering, and it felt like it was searching him, probing deep into his mind. "You must choose," the keeper said, its voice now a haunting whisper that echoed in the vastness of the cavern. "The forest offers you a gift, but every gift comes with a price. You must decide, will you take the forest's boon, or will you walk away and face the consequences?" For a moment nothing moved. The air was too heavy, the tension unbearable. The creatures around them hissed, their low growls building in volume as if sensing the growing chaos within the group. "What happens if we refuse?" Sarah asked, her voice low but strong. She was clearly trying to mask her fear, but it was still evident in her eyes. The keeper's lips curled upward into a twisted smile. "Refusal is not an option." Its tone was final, its words thick with dark certainty. "The forest does not give its gifts lightly. To refuse is to become part of it, a part that will never leave. The forest will claim you, your bodies and souls alike, until you are no more than shadow and memory." The creature's growls turned into a low, unsettling chorus, their eyes flickering with hunger. The thought of being devoured alive, becoming part of this twisted, sentient forest, gripped Daniel's heart with cold fear. Mia looked at the altar, then at the keeper, her face pale but determined. "What's the boon? What would we get if we accept?" Her voice wavered, but there was a note of curiosity, a hope, for something better, for a way out. The keeper's eyes glowed brighter, and the light from them spilled across the cavern like liquid fire. "The forest offers power, knowledge, a bond with the earth itself." Its voice was soft, coaxing, as though it were trying to seduce them. "You will walk among the trees, see with the eyes of the forest, hear its whispers. The forest's heart will beat in your chest, and you will become as one with it. No longer bound by time or space, you will live forever." The words hung in the air like a dream, an impossible promise wrapped in dark allure. The very thought of it, becoming one with the forest, its mysteries revealed, its power coursing through their veins, was tempting. But at what cost? Daniel's mind raced, torn between the allure of the offer and the knowledge that there was something deeply wrong with this place. He felt a cold shiver run through him as he realized the full extent of what the keeper was suggesting. Immortality? Power? To walk among the trees as part of the forest's eternal web? But the price, the cost, was too high. They would lose themselves. They would become mere shadows, mere echoes, consumed by something far older than humanity itself. "Is there no other way?" Daniel asked, his voice breaking with the weight of the decision. "What if we don't want the power? What if we just want to leave?" The keeper's gaze shifted, and the glow of its eyes dimmed, just slightly. "You would leave?" it asked, its tone almost amused. "The forest does not let go once it has claimed you. The price of walking away is higher than you think." The cavern rumbled again, the walls seeming to close in on them as the keeper's words rang in their ears. And the creatures, those strange, glowing-eyed beasts, began to step forward, their steps synchronized, slow but sure. They were closing in. There was no way out. "Then what choice do we have?" Sarah asked, desperation creeping into her voice. "You have one choice," the keeper intoned, its voice becoming low and gravelly, almost as if the forest itself was speaking through it. "You may join the forest, become a part of its endless cycle. Or you will remain here forever, your bodies left to rot and return to the earth." The air around them was thick with the stench of decay, the scent of ancient leaves and death. And the creatures, those shadowy figures, were almost upon them now, their movements becoming faster, more erratic. They bared their teeth, and Daniel could hear the faint sound of their claws scraping against the stone floor. The bond that held them in this place, the invisible chains, tightened with each passing second. Mia's eyes flicked between the keeper and the creatures, then to Daniel, her expression full of confusion, fear, and something else, something he couldn't place. A realization. A decision? She opened her mouth to speak, but the words seemed to falter on her lips. Then, without warning, she moved. She moved toward the altar. "No, Mia!" Sarah shouted, but it was too late. Mia was already reaching for the stone, her fingers brushing against its surface. The moment she touched it, the entire cavern seemed to come alive. The air cracked with energy, and a deep, pulsing sound filled their ears, like the very heartbeat of the earth itself. The keeper's voice rang in the chamber, now laced with an edge of triumph. "It is done. The bond is made. You are now part of the forest." Mia's body jerked violently as if seized by some unseen force. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, but no sound escaped. The creatures around them began to howl in triumph, their red eyes flickering like flames. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he reached out toward her, but it was too late. She was already changing. Mia's body stiffened, her back arching as though some powerful force was taking root within her. The cavern seemed to hold its breath, the shadows freezing, the creatures around them silent. The hum of energy that filled the air grew louder, vibrating through the stone and into their very bones. The entire world seemed to pulse with that ancient, unfathomable power, as though time itself had stopped for a moment. Daniel reached out, desperate, but as he stepped toward her, the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift and resist him, as if the earth itself was trying to keep him from intervening. His heart hammered in his chest, the air thick with terror and confusion. He could hear Mia's breath coming in ragged gasps, but her eyes, those once familiar warm eyes, were now wide with a strange, unsettling emptiness. They glowed faintly with that same eerie red light that filled the creature's eyes. "Mia!" Sarah cried, her voice breaking, but Mia didn't respond. She couldn't. She was lost to them now. Mia's body trembled violently, and then, with a sickening crack, her spine seemed to stretch, contort, her arms elongating as her fingers twisted unnaturally, the nails extending into sharp, cruel claws. Her skin rippled, dark veins crawling beneath her flesh like living things. The transformation was happening before their eyes, her humanity slipping away, being replaced by something else, something other. "Mia, no!" Daniel shouted, taking another step forward, but the force of the earth, the pressure of the air around him, kept him at bay. The keeper stood motionless, watching, its glowing eyes now focused on Mia's transformation with an almost reverent gaze, as if it were witnessing some great ritual unfold. The shadows around them shifted, creeping forward, as though the forest itself was alive, watching, waiting. Mia's mouth opened, but what came out wasn't a scream. It was a low, guttural growl, dark and primal. Her voice distorted as if it were no longer entirely her own. The sounds were like the growls of the creatures that had surrounded them moments before, but twisted, deeper, more feral. Her eyes flickered, catching the light for a moment, and in that instant, there was a glimpse of recognition, a flash of the Mia they had once known. Then it was gone, and the transformation was complete. Her form stood tall, taller than any human should be, her limbs elongated and covered in dark, mottled fur, the skin beneath her eyes now blackened, as if burned by an unseen fire. Her face had shifted, the bone structure distorting into something far more grotesque, far more inhuman, but still carrying an unsettling, twisted semblance of her former self. Her mouth, now filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth, parted in a horrific grin. She was no longer Mia. She was something else. Something bound to the forest, a creature born of its ancient power and bloodlust. "She is one with the forest now," the keeper intoned, its voice reverberating in the chamber like a funeral dirge. "Her soul is intertwined with the heart of the forest. Her essence will now nourish the trees, her blood will feed the roots that bind this place together." Daniel staggered back, his heart twisting in his chest as he looked at his friend, no former friend, now a monstrous part of this dark, ancient power. His mind raced, trying to process what had just happened. She had chosen it, but why? Why had she chosen to become this thing? "Mia, why?" Sarah's voice cracked, and tears welled in her eyes as she took a step forward, as though drawn to her in some desperate attempt to save what was left of her. But Mia, no, the creature that had once been Mia, only stared back, her expression unreadable. The red glow of her eyes flickered as she tilted her head, her lips parting in a sound that wasn't quite a growl, nor was it a human scream. It was a guttural noise, primal, like the wind through dead trees, harsh and alien. The creatures around them, those glowing-eyed beasts, began to circle, their movements swift and purposeful, their eyes not on the humans but on the newly transformed Mia. They seemed to recognize her as one of their own now, and their low growls resonated through the cavern, a strange harmony that echoed through the chamber. "She has become what she was meant to be," the keeper said, its voice low and triumphant. "And now the forest shall live. She will lead the pack, hunting, growing, feeding the heart of the forest. This is the price for those who walk into the shadows without understanding what they seek." Sarah stumbled back, her hands shaking. We can't let this happen," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the heavy silence. But Daniel was already thinking frantically. The keeper's words echoed in his mind, but something wasn't adding up. He had seen Mia transform into this creature, but was that really the end of her? Had the forest truly claimed her soul? Or was there still a way to save her, if only they could figure out how? The keeper's gaze fell on Daniel, and its voice, dripping with dark satisfaction, filled his mind. "You will soon understand, Daniel." It was as though the keeper knew exactly what he was thinking. "This place has always claimed those who enter. You are next, but not as you are. No, the forest will take more from you than you can imagine. But do not despair. All who join the forest, whether by choice or fate, become part of something greater. You will be made whole again. You will be reborn." The words felt like a slap in the face. Reborn? He didn't want that. Not like Mia. Not like this. "We don't have to do this," Daniel shouted, suddenly furious, his mind racing for any possible solution. He couldn't let Mia's fate be theirs. "We didn't choose this place. We didn't ask for any of this." The keeper's laughter filled the air, dark and echoing like thunder in the distance. "None of you choose, Daniel. The forest chooses, and it has chosen you." As the keeper spoke, the creatures surrounding them began to step closer, their glowing eyes fixed on Daniel and Sarah. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something metallic, something foul, as the creatures' growls grew louder, merging into a cacophony of hunger and anticipation. But then, just as the creatures closed in on them, their claws clicking against the stone, Mia took a step forward. Her red eyes flickered, and for a brief moment, there was something in them. Something that wasn't completely lost to the forest. She looked at Daniel. And for a second, it was as though the old Mia was there, trapped inside the beast, reaching out to him with a silent plea. The cavern was suffocating now, as though the very air had thickened with the weight of decisions made long before they arrived. Mia, no longer truly Mia, stood in front of Daniel, her form monstrous, her eyes glowing like coals in a fire. Her transformation was complete, but the flicker of recognition in her gaze, the brief moment where she seemed to reach out to him, made Daniel's heart lurch with conflicting emotions. Her eyes weren't just red. They were haunted, filled with something that still resembled the humanity that had once been hers. The forest, the keeper, and everything else around them seemed to fade as Daniel locked eyes with her. For a heartbeat, it felt like the world outside of that cavern stopped. Time itself hung suspended in the air, like a fragile thread holding everything together. Mia's form twitched, her claws scraping the stone floor, but she didn't advance. She simply stood there watching him. The deep growl rumbling in her throat was a strange mixture of anger, pain, and something else, something that could have been recognition. A plea for help, maybe? Daniel's breath caught in his throat. There was no denying it now. The forest had taken Mia, but it hadn't taken all of her. Somewhere deep inside that monstrous shell, she was still there, trapped, struggling to break free. The keeper's voice shattered the silence, smooth and cold like the wind between the trees. "It is too late for her," it said, its tone final, filled with dark certainty. "The forest claims what it desires. Mia was always meant to become part of its eternal cycle. And now she will serve its will, as all who are chosen must." "No," Daniel whispered, stepping toward Mia, his heart pounding. His thoughts were in chaos, racing between fear and something else. Hope. There has to be a way. "Mia, this isn't you. You don't have to stay like this." Mia's head tilted slightly, as if considering his words. Her mouth opened, revealing the razor-sharp teeth inside, but instead of a feral snarl, what came out was a hoarse, guttural sound, a sound that almost resembled a sob. It was a desperate, broken noise that made Daniel's heart ache. She was still in there. She was still fighting. "Please, Mia," Daniel said, his voice trembling. "Fight it. I know you're still in there." For a moment, nothing happened. The cavern was still, the creatures around them frozen, as if holding their breath. The keeper, however, watched with an unreadable expression, its gaze fixed on Daniel with a quiet intensity that made his skin crawl. And then, with a sharp, sudden motion, Mia's massive form lunged forward. Daniel's heart stopped. But she didn't attack. Instead, she fell to her knees in front of him, her claws digging into the stone, her face contorted with agony. Her breathing was ragged, like an animal in pain, as though every movement was a battle, a struggle against the force that had overtaken her. Her eyes locked onto his. The red glow was dimming now, flickering like a dying ember, and for the briefest of moments, the familiar light of her own gaze shone through, filled with sorrow and regret. "Mia," Daniel whispered, his voice breaking. She raised one trembling hand toward him, her claws retracting, her fingers twitching as if they couldn't quite remember how to reach out. But the moment her hand brushed against his, it was like an electric shock. The force of the forest's power surged through him, pushing him back, but not with the violent, crushing energy of before. It was like the forest was trying to reach him, trying to share something. Mia's essence, her soul, her memories. Mia, Daniel repeated, his voice filled with a mix of pain and desperation. Don't let go. Her mouth opened, but what came out wasn't words. It was more of a whimper, a broken sound that filled the cavern with the raw, primal anguish of something caught between two worlds. But then the keeper's laughter echoed again, harsh and grating. You cannot save her, Daniel. The keeper stepped forward, its form looming over them. The forest chooses, and the forest does not let go. You see now, don't you? You understand that once you enter this place, you are bound. You are marked by the forest's power. The creatures around them shifted, their growls increasing in intensity, their eyes narrowing. They were hungry. But this wasn't about hunger for food, it was hunger for something far more potent. Souls. Daniel's hand tightened around Mia's, the contact a lifeline that connected him to the woman she had been, the friend he had lost. He felt her trembling beneath him, her claws still threatening to tear the stone apart, but her heart was still there. It was still beating faintly. Mia, please, there's still time. We can figure out a way to stop this, Daniel said, his voice shaking but resolute. We can find a way to break the bond. But as he spoke, the ground began to tremble beneath them. The walls of the cavern groaned, and the air grew thick with a strange, suffocating pressure, as though the earth itself was reacting to his defiance. The keeper's eyes glowed brighter. You think you can defy the will of the forest? The heart of this place beats in your chest, Daniel. You are already bound to it. Whether you accept it or not, it will consume you. There is no escape from the forest's will. The earth beneath them cracked open with a deafening crash, sending a surge of energy through the cavern, forcing them all to stagger back. The creatures around them hissed, their eyes glowing more brightly than ever before. Mia, her face twisted in agony, let out a low cry, one that was both human and beast torn between the two. Her body spasmed, her form bucking against the stone floor, as though trying to escape the pull of the forest's power. And then, with one final heart-wrenching scream, she changed again. Her claws grew longer, sharper. Her form expanded, muscles rippling beneath the fur. Her eyes, those eyes, flared with an intensity that was now fully animalistic, no longer resembling the girl they had once known. But just as the transformation reached its peak, Mia's lips curled into something that wasn't a snarl, but a smile, a dark, cruel smile. Let me go, Daniel, she whispered, the voice barely audible above the noise of the creatures and the trembling cavern. I am beyond saving. This is my fate. This is the forest's gift to me. The world around them seemed to collapse in on itself as the creatures surged forward, their hunger palpable in the air. Daniel's heart shattered. Mia had chosen. She had chosen the forest, and in doing so, she had lost herself. But Daniel wasn't ready to give up yet. He wasn't ready to accept this. The cavern around them seemed to tighten, its dark, suffocating walls closing in, the pressure rising like an invisible hand crushing their chests. The creatures, now fully drawn to the altar and to the newly transformed Mia, gathered around her in a twisted circle, their eyes glowing brighter as they waited, hungry for the bond between her and the forest to solidify. Their growls blended into a single, unsettling hum, a sound that seemed to reverberate through Daniel's very soul. Mia, once his friend, now stood at the center of this twisted, nightmarish ritual, her form towering and monstrous. Her fur shimmered with an unnatural glow, her eyes burning with an intensity that spoke not just of rage but of a deep hunger, a hunger for blood, for the life force that pulsed through everything around her. Her claws twitched, long and cruel, and her mouth parted to reveal sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed like a hunter's weapon. But beneath the surface, behind those eyes, there was something more, something human. Daniel could still see it, the brief flashes of the woman she had been, the Mia who had laughed with them around the campfire, who had smiled, who had been alive. And yet, now she was becoming something else, something inhuman, something bound to this place, this forest, and its ancient, insatiable will. No, Daniel whispered, his voice strained as he took a tentative step toward her. His hands were trembling, his mind racing for any way to reverse the curse. Mia, don't do this. You don't have to be this thing. The words barely left his mouth before the keeper's voice boomed around them, smooth, cold, and unyielding. You think you can stop this, Daniel? The keeper's words were like a dark wind, a whisper that carried centuries of weight. You think you can save her? The forest does not allow for salvation. The bond is forged. She is a part of it now. The cycle is complete. Daniel's heart clenched. He had always known that they were walking on the edge of something dangerous, something ancient, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. The forest was not simply a place. It was alive, sentient, and its power was too vast, too deep to escape. "No," Daniel said, shaking his head as his breath quickened. "I won't accept that. Mia is still in there. I know she is. I can feel it." Mia's massive form stood still, the creatures around her watching as she seemed to gather herself, as though in that brief moment she was thinking. The red glow in her eyes flickered again, and for a fleeting moment she looked at him, really looked at him. Her gaze was full of pain, of loss, but there was something else there too, a deep, unspoken plea. "I won't let you go, Mia," Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible, as if he were speaking to the last remaining piece of her that still cared. The keeper, sensing the change in the air, let out a low, mocking laugh. "You are a fool, Daniel." The keeper stepped forward, its shadow falling over them like a dark omen. "Do you think your feelings will change what is inevitable? The forest chooses. The forest always chooses." Daniel's gaze flickered between Mia and the keeper, his mind racing. The keeper had said that the bond was complete, that Mia was now one with the forest, but Daniel wasn't ready to accept that. He wasn't ready to give up on his friend, even if she had already become part of the forest's insidious grip. What could he do? His eyes darted to the altar, the dark stone that pulsed with a sickly rhythm, almost as though it were breathing, feeding off the energy of the bond that had just been forged. It was clear now that the altar was not just a symbol, it was the source of the forest's power. It was the beating heart of this dark place, the origin of the forest's ancient will. But how could he fight something so vast, so powerful? The very earth beneath their feet was alive, breathing with the force of the forest's dark magic. They were surrounded, trapped in a place where escape seemed impossible, and the keeper's words echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the hopelessness of their situation. Then something stirred deep inside him. A memory. There had been something in the forest, the night they first arrived, just before they entered the lodge. The strange pulse that had echoed through the air. The whispering wind that had carried a warning, a message. He had felt it, and he wasn't the only one. Mia had felt it too. A wild thought flickered to life in Daniel's mind. "The stone," he muttered, his eyes widening in sudden understanding. The glowing stone. The one they had found deep in the cavern beneath the lodge, the one that had triggered the moment the forest began to shift, to change when they first arrived. He had touched it, and then everything had begun to unravel. The stone had been the key to unlocking the forest's power, and it was connected to this place. It had caused their arrival here. "Mia," Daniel said urgently, his voice hoarse. "The stone. I think I can use it. If I can get to the altar, maybe I can reverse the bond. I don't know how, but I have to try." But Mia, no, the creature that had been Mia, only let out another broken, feral growl. The glow in her eyes flickered, but she didn't move to stop him. There was something about her stillness, the way she was watching him, that sent a chill down his spine. It was as though she was waiting, torn between the forest's will and the last remnants of the person she had been. "I'm coming, Mia," Daniel whispered, his eyes never leaving hers as he backed away slowly, keeping his movements steady, controlled. "I'm not leaving you here." The keeper's gaze followed him, its voice like a dark warning. "You cannot fight the forest, Daniel. It is in your blood now. It will not let you escape." Daniel ignored the keeper's words. Every step he took toward the altar felt like a step toward something impossible, but he couldn't stop now. If there was even a chance to save Mia, to stop the forest from taking any more lives, he had to act. The altar, the stone, it was all connected, and somehow he had to find a way to undo the bond before it was too late. He could feel the forest's presence closing in, the creatures shifting, watching, waiting for him to make his move. The keeper, standing in the shadows, was still silent, its form unmoving, but Daniel could feel its gaze boring into him, as if it were daring him to take the next step. Mia's growl echoed through the cavern, low and menacing, but beneath the ferocity, Daniel thought he could hear something else. Something fragile. A thread of humanity still lingering in the darkness. He reached out for the stone, his fingers brushing against the cold, glowing surface of the altar. The moment he touched it, a jolt of energy shot through him, and the cavern trembled with a deep, powerful hum. The stone pulsed in time with his heartbeat, and the air around them seemed to shift, as though the forest itself was reacting to his touch. "Please, Mia," Daniel whispered, his voice full of raw desperation. "Please, I know you're still in there. I'm not giving up on you." The creatures around them stirred, and the keeper's voice rang out, louder now, filled with warning. "You cannot change fate. The forest's will is absolute. But Daniel wasn't listening. He placed both hands on the stone now, and a blinding light erupted from the altar, flooding the cavern. The energy was overwhelming, like a tidal wave crashing over him, pushing him to the ground. And then everything went still. The light from the altar was blinding, so intense it felt as if the very essence of the cavern, the ancient power of the forest, was being torn apart. Daniel fell to his knees, his hands still gripping the stone as though it were his last anchor in the world. The energy surged through him, crashing over his body like a wave, filling him with fire and cold in equal measure. His heart pounded, each beat syncing with the pulse of the stone, the heartbeat of the forest itself. It was alive and it was inside him now. But there was something else, something strange, almost familiar, a presence within the light. The forest was not just an entity, it was a consciousness, a vast, ancient mind that had lived for centuries, perhaps millennia, and now it was touching his mind, wrapping around his thoughts like tendrils, probing, searching for his weakness. The keeper's voice echoed through the chaos, calm and detached, as though it were merely an observer of the unfolding scene. "Do you feel it, Daniel?" The words were not spoken, but whispered into his mind, the keeper's voice inside his skull, reverberating with centuries of knowledge and darkness. "The forest is in you now. Its will is yours. You are no longer separate. You are bound to it, as all who enter this place are bound." Daniel's body trembled with the weight of the power coursing through him, but he refused to let go. His breath came in sharp gasps, and for a moment he thought he might collapse under the intensity of it, but someone, pulled him forward. It was a feeling, a whisper in the back of his mind, not yet, as though the forest, in all its vastness, was giving him one last chance. One last trial. And then, through the roar of the forest's overwhelming presence, a flash of light cut through the chaos. Mia's form loomed in front of him, her monstrous shape standing in the center of the altar's glow, her eyes now burning even brighter than before, yet there was something softer in them. A flicker of recognition. A trace of humanity still clung to her, like a fading thread on the edge of a fraying rope. "Mia," Daniel gasped, his voice hoarse, ragged from the strain of the forest's power pulling at him. "I'm here. Don't let go." The moment the words left his mouth, Mia's head jerked toward him, and for a fleeting instant, her expression softened. Her lips parted in something akin to a whisper, her voice a broken rasp. "Daniel?" The sound of her name was like a balm to his soul, a desperate tether to the person she had been. He had not imagined it. She was still in there, struggling to break free, to resist the forest's insidious grip. The keeper's voice came again, louder now, its tone filled with warning and finality. "You cannot save her. The forest will take what it claims. She is mine now, as you will be. And all of you will serve the forest's will. There is no escape from this." But Daniel refused to listen. The stone beneath his hands pulsed again, sending a shock through his body, filling his senses with a blinding clarity. The light surrounding them grew brighter, and for a moment he saw something that sent a jolt of recognition through his heart. The roots. The roots of the ancient tree, spreading out like veins beneath the earth, connecting everything in the forest. They were the forest, and through them he felt something else, something beyond the keeper's control. Daniel clenched his fists around the stone. "I won't let you take her," he growled, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. "I won't let you take any of us." The light flared once more, and the ground beneath him shuddered violently. The stone seemed to scream, its surface writhing like it was alive, the veins of the forest pulsing with an energy far beyond anything he had ever imagined. He could feel the forest will pushing against him, fighting him, trying to drown him in its hunger. But he held firm, his mind reaching out, connecting with something ancient and powerful. He was not alone here, not anymore. A sudden realization hit him like a thunderbolt. The keeper had spoken of the forest's power being absolute, but what if that wasn't true? What if the forest could be broken? What if the bond could be shattered? For a moment everything stopped. The light dimmed just enough for Daniel to see clearly, and in that instant he knew what he had to do. "Mia, I'm coming," he whispered, his words as much a promise to himself as to her. He stood, slowly, his legs shaking, his body still trembling under the weight of the power that coursed through him. His hand reached out toward the altar, toward the dark heart of the forest that pulsed in the center of the chamber. The light from the stone illuminated his face, casting long shadows across the cavern. "Mia," Daniel whispered again, his eyes never leaving hers. "This is not you. Fight it. Fight the forest." Her eyes flickered, the red light flickering with uncertainty, as though the very concept of fighting it was foreign to her now. But there was something in the way she looked at him that gave him hope. The forest had taken her, but it hadn't completely consumed her. There was still a trace of the person she had been buried beneath the layers of darkness. "Mia," Daniel said, his voice louder now, filled with resolve. "I won't leave you here. Not like this." With one final, desperate surge of strength, Daniel placed both hands on the altar, feeling the pulse of the forest beneath his fingertips. The light surged again, brighter and more intense than before, and the air crackled with raw, unfathomable power. The roots beneath the stone writhed and twisted as though they sensed the change. The keeper's voice grew louder, more insistent, but Daniel didn't listen. He was already inside the forest now, inside its beating heart, and he could feel its power, its essence, thrumming beneath the stone. "You can't control me," Daniel said through gritted teeth, his voice full of defiance. "You can't control us anymore." The ground rumbled beneath them, and the air grew thick with energy, as if the forest was preparing to tear itself apart in response to his words. But Daniel held his ground, and for the first time he felt the forest bend. It wasn't much, just a tiny shift, but it was enough to give him hope. The light exploded, the cavern shaking with the force of it. The keeper's voice screeched, full of rage, but the roots that had been suffocating him, they broke. They split apart, disintegrating like ash in the wind. And then, in the moment of pure silence that followed, Daniel heard a sound, a voice soft and desperate. "Daniel?" It was Mia, and she was fighting back. The cavern was alive with the aftermath of the light. The air hung thick with the fading echoes of ancient power. The hum of the forests were weakening as though the entire world had taken a collective breath and held it. The stone altar now pulsed in uneven rhythms, its glow flickering as if the life force it had once held was draining away. The roots, those vast living veins that spread beneath the earth, entwining everything, were quiet, still, as if they too had been caught in the balance between two forces, the will of the keeper and the defiance that Daniel had summoned. Mia stood motionless at the center of the altar, her massive form hunched, the remnants of the creature she had become still visible in the unnatural angles of her limbs, the jagged teeth that filled her mouth, and the glowing red eyes that burned with dark intensity. But beneath it all, there was something different now, a shift, a subtle change that Daniel felt in his chest, in his gut. The forest had claimed her, yes, but now it was fighting to hold on. It was faltering. "Mia?" Daniel whispered again, his voice trembling but steady as he stepped closer to her. His hands, still warm from the energy of the stone, reached out, his heart pounding in his chest as though he could hear the pulse of the forest through his own veins. His mind was clearer now, as though the overwhelming weight of the forest's magic had momentarily lifted. But as his fingers brushed against her fur, against the cool, almost unnatural strength of her body, the connection felt like a snap, like the forest's grip on her had cracked open, a fault line in its control. For a moment she didn't move. Mia's eyes flickered again, those fiery, burning eyes, and then something shifted. Her body seemed to ripple, as though it were fighting itself, caught between two worlds. One of them was the forest, vast and ancient, insatiable, and the other, this other, was her, Mia, the woman she had been before the forest claimed her. Daniel's pulse quickened, and his hand clenched around the altar stone, feeling its cold surface pulse beneath his touch. His mind reached out, not just to her but to the very core of the forest itself. He could feel it, the heartbeat of this ancient place, the roots that twisted and dug deep beneath the earth, as though the forest were alive in a way that no human could comprehend. But now there was a thread of resistance, a faint whisper of her that came from the depths of the darkness. "Mia?" he said again, his voice strained, almost pleading. Her eyes flickered to his once more, and for the first time since her transformation, there was a spark of recognition. A flicker of the woman she had been, buried beneath the monstrous exterior, as if her soul was clawing its way to the surface. "Daniel?" The word came out in a rasp, a voice torn between two realities, human and beast, trapped in the inescapable web of the forest's magic. "Please? I can't." The word sent a shock of hope through Daniel's chest, but the moment was fleeting. She staggered forward, her massive form trembling, the raw power of the forest still holding her. But the grip was weakening. The bond between her and the forest, the one the keeper had said was absolute, was fracturing. And then, in an instant, everything shifted. The keeper's voice roared through the cavern, a thunderous crack that filled the space with a force that rattled the very walls. "You dare defy me?" The words were a snarl, filled with a hatred that rolled over them like a wave of pure darkness. "You cannot save her. She is mine. You are all mine." But Daniel's focus didn't waver. He could feel Mia's struggle, the raw, desperate pull of the forest trying to pull her back into its grasp. But now he knew. He knew the truth. The forest had no true hold over them unless they allowed it. The forest's power was vast, but it was not invincible. It fed off fear, off desperation, and it had fed off Mia's pain, her fear, but now it was different. Mia's eyes were wide with confusion and sorrow, but there was something else. Resolve, a fierce, fragile light in the depths of her gaze. She was no longer just a puppet of the forest. She was fighting with all that she had left. Daniel, Mia's voice was broken but stronger now. It doesn't want me to go. The forest, it's feeding on me, on what I've become. I don't know how to stop it. The keeper's laugh filled the cavern, its voice cold and mocking. You do not have the power to stop me. You never did. But as the keeper spoke, the very air in the cavern seemed to tremble. The roots beneath them twisted and cracked like old bones breaking, and the pulse of the stone, of the altar, grew louder, more chaotic. It was as if something was fighting back from within, as if the very foundation of the forest was beginning to fracture, to splinter beneath the pressure of Daniel's defiance. And then it happened. A sound, a crack, sharp and jagged, echoed through the cavern, and the stone beneath them trembled. The roots beneath the altar splintered apart, the ground cracking open in jagged fissures. The cavern shook with the intensity of the rift that was forming. The energy that had once surged so smoothly through the forest, the same energy that had claimed Mia, was now spilling out, flooding the air with a cold, biting wind. The keeper's voice grew louder, more frantic, but there was something in its tone that was different now. Fear. No, this cannot be. The forest is eternal. You cannot destroy it. You cannot take from me what is mine. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed through the chaos, his fingers pressing against the altar, feeling the stone's pulse weakening. The light from the stone dimmed again, flickering erratically. He could feel the forest grip slipping, its hold over Mia growing weaker, and now he understood. The forest was not a force of nature to be conquered or fought. It was a cycle, a living, breathing web of magic. But it could be broken. The forest was as fragile as it was eternal. And as he pressed his hand deeper into the altar, he could feel it, its essence, its heartbeat, slipping away like sand through his fingers. Mia, you're not alone, Daniel said again, his voice full of raw emotion, his words cutting through the air like a blade. Come back to me. And then, in a moment that felt like eternity, Mia took a step forward, her eyes now clear, her mind fighting its way through the fog. With one final, defiant cry, the last of the forest's hold shattered. A final burst of light erupted from the altar, brighter than the sun, brighter than anything Daniel had ever seen. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. The light that exploded from the altar was blinding, pure energy and raw power coalescing into a radiant burst that seemed to tear apart the very fabric of the cavern. It filled every corner of the space, flooding the air with a sharp, searing brightness that stung the eyes and burned deep into the soul. The roots that had twisted beneath the earth, the veins of the forest itself, recoiled in terror, snapping and breaking as though trying to escape the force of the blast. Daniel's vision blurred, but his focus never wavered. His hand was still pressed against the altar, his fingers tingling with the aftershock of the stone's energy. His mind raced, trying to comprehend what was happening, the overwhelming sensation of release pushing him back, forcing him to close his eyes against the brilliance. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the light faded. The cavern, once filled with an otherworldly glow, fell into a suffocating silence. The air, thick with the pulse of the forest, was now still, unnaturally still. The wind no longer whispered through the roots, no more eerie sounds filled the space. It was as though the very essence of the forest had been frozen, suspended in time. Daniel's heart still pounded, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Slowly, cautiously, he opened his eyes. What he saw made his chest tighten, a mixture of hope and dread pulling at his insides. Mia stood at the center of the altar, her body still trembling, her enormous form now hunched, but the red glow that had once filled her eyes was gone. Her gaze, though still shadowed with the remnants of the transformation, was clearer now. She was breathing deeply, slowly, as though she were waking from a long, haunted dream. The sharp, jagged features of the creature she had become were still there, but there was something more, humanity. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Her eyes locked with his, no longer the wild, feral stare of a creature bent on survival, but a look filled with confusion, pain, and something more, recognition. Mia? Daniel whispered, stepping closer, his voice low, almost hesitant. Mia, can you hear me? For a moment there was no response. She stood motionless, her breath ragged as if she were struggling to regain control over her body. Her claws twitched slightly and her body shuddered, the edges of her monstrous form still tinged with the forest's grip. But then a small, almost inaudible sound came from her throat, a broken, breathless exhale, as she took a shaky step forward. I don't know what happened. Mia's voice rasped, the words barely a whisper, but Daniel heard them clearly. There was still a faint echo of the creature she had been in her tone, but there was also something else, a trace of the woman he had known. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't escape. Her voice faltered and she closed her eyes, her head dropping as though the weight of what had happened was too much to bear. Daniel took another step, his heart swelling with emotion. Mia, it's okay. It's over now, he said, reaching out for her. The forest can't control you anymore. You're free. Her trembling hands slowly reached for him, her claws retracting as she stepped into his embrace. The cold, almost lifeless skin of the creature she had become brushed against him, but underneath, Daniel could feel warmth. Human warmth. She was still in there. She was still fighting to come back. I'm sorry, Daniel, Mia whispered, her voice hoarse as she leaned into him. I didn't know what to do. I thought I was lost. You weren't lost, Daniel whispered back, his arms tightening around her. He could feel the wetness of her tears, the faint tremors of the human soul that still struggled within the monstrous form. You're not lost. You're here. You're here with me. The forest around them, the forest that had once been alive, hungry, and all-encompassing, felt different now. Its oppressive weight had lifted, as if the dark will that had controlled them all had been severed, the chains broken. The power that had fueled the forest, the keeper's control over it, was no longer there. The land, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, was silent. Empty. The creatures that had surrounded them, those dark-eyed beasts, had vanished, dissolved back into the shadows from which they had come. The air, once thick with their presence, was now quiet, peaceful. The only sound that remained was the steady breathing of Mia and Daniel. But even as the relief began to settle over them, Daniel could feel something else in the air, a lingering unease. The keeper was still here. It had to be. And if it had once been a master of the forest, it would not simply fade away. And then the ground beneath their feet rumbled. Daniel's heart skipped a beat as the earth shook violently, the walls of the cavern groaning with an ancient, unrelenting force. The air itself felt charged, as though something was rising from within the depths of the earth, something that had been awakened by the light and the severing of the forest's power. It was almost as if the land itself was fighting back, trying to reassert its hold. You think you've won? The voice came from every direction, low and echoing, filled with anger. It was the keeper's voice, but now it felt distant, disembodied. The cavern trembled once more, the stone beneath them cracking as the keeper spoke. You cannot escape me. This place is mine. It always has been. And now you will feel its true power. You will feel the punishment for defying me. The ground cracked open in front of them, sending splinters of stone flying into the air, and from the depths of the fissure, a dark, swirling mist began to emerge. It was thick, almost alive, moving with a mind of its own. The cavern seemed to breathe with the mist, the shadows growing longer, the air turning colder. Mia, still in Daniel's arms, stiffened, her eyes wide with fear. It's still here, she said, her voice trembling. The forest, it's not over. It's still alive. The keeper, it's still here. Daniel's grip tightened on her, and his mind raced, searching for a way to fight the keeper. They had broken the forest's power, but if the keeper was still here, then the forest was not truly free. They couldn't leave, not yet. Not until they finished this. Mia, Daniel said, his voice full of determination, we can stop it. We have to stop it. Together. Her eyes met his, those eyes that had been filled with the fury of the forest, now soft with the flicker of her true self. She nodded slowly, a flicker of resolve returning to her. She was still her, still fighting, still alive. The mist thickened, swirling around them, and in the distance, the keeper's voice rang out again, this time with the full force of its wrath. You cannot escape me. The forest will claim you both. The cavern walls shook again, and the mist seemed to reach toward them, thickening, growing darker. But this time, Daniel didn't falter. He could feel the stone beneath his fingers pulsing, still warm from the energy that had cracked the keeper's grip on the forest. And he knew what had to be done. The stone was still the key. The cavern trembled with the force of the keeper's wrath, the very ground beneath their feet groaning as if the earth itself was straining under the weight of ancient power. The mist, thick and unnatural, rolled toward them in waves, its presence cold and suffocating, a silent herald of the keeper's final onslaught. Daniel's heart raced, his thoughts spinning with the urgency of the moment. He could feel the raw power of the forest still pulsing around them, but it was no longer the same. The keeper's hold was weakening, crumbling under the weight of their defiance, but that didn't mean it was finished. The forest, bound to the keeper's will, was still dangerous, still alive with an insatiable hunger. And now, with the keeper's power rising from the depths of the earth, the air grew heavier with each passing second, thick with the promise of vengeance. Mia, still wrapped in his arms, her monstrous form now flickering with the fragile remnants of her humanity, trembled, but there was something different in her now, something stronger. The forest had sought to consume her completely, to turn her into one of its own dark creations. But Mia had resisted. She had fought back, and for the first time since her transformation, Daniel could feel her presence. Her true presence, strong and unwavering. She was no longer just a victim of the forest. She was no longer just the creature it had made her. She was Mia, and she was ready to fight. "We can still stop it," Daniel said, his voice low but filled with determination. His hand tightened around the stone, the pulsating energy from its surface sending a surge of warmth up his arm. The light from the stone had dimmed but was still alive, still fighting back the oppressive force that had long held the forest in its grip. "We have to finish this, Mia. We have to destroy it." Mia's eyes, once filled with fury and sorrow, now held a spark of something else. Resolve. She nodded, her claws retracting once again as she slowly stepped away from Daniel, her movements slow but purposeful. The cavern walls were still shaking, but the mist, thick, swirling, oppressive, had slowed. The keeper's power was coming, but it was not as strong as it had been. "Together," Mia said, her voice raspy but steady, "we can do this." They turned toward the rising mist, their eyes focused on the swirling darkness that was slowly gathering in the center of the cavern. The keeper's presence was suffocating, an unrelenting pressure that seemed to hang in the air like a storm ready to break. The voice, once filled with mockery and contempt, now rang with an unmistakable tone of desperation. "You think you can defy me? You think you can destroy what is eternal?" The keeper's voice echoed, reverberating through the cavern like the crack of thunder. "You are nothing. I am the forest. I am the earth beneath your feet. You will be consumed just like all those before you. You cannot escape me." The mist thickened, swirling like a living thing, tendrils of dark energy reaching out toward them, hungry, insatiable. It felt like the very fabric of the cavern was bending to the keeper's will, as though the walls themselves were closing in. Daniel could feel the power, no longer a force of nature, but something ancient and malevolent, seeping into his bones, filling his veins with cold dread. But then Mia's voice broke through the fog, low and steady. "It's not over," she said. "Not yet. You might be part of the forest, but you're not the whole thing. We can break it. We can break you." Her words were filled with such conviction that for a moment, Daniel felt a warmth, an energy, that seemed to push back against the cold mist surrounding them. She was right. The keeper was not the forest. It was a part of it, but it did not define it. The forest was alive, yes, but it was not invincible. And neither was the keeper. Daniel gripped the stone harder, feeling its pulse in time with his own heartbeat. The mist around them continued to swirl, growing thicker, darker, but now there was something different in the air, a shift. The stone beneath his hands hummed with power, a deep, resonant vibration that shook the ground and seemed to connect him to the very heart of the forest itself. The forest had been corrupted, it had been twisted by the keeper's will, but the forest was still alive, and it was fighting even now. "I'm ready," Daniel said, his voice steady despite the overwhelming power that filled the cavern. He turned to Mia, his eyes meeting hers with a fierce determination. "We do this together. We break the cycle. We end it." She nodded, her monstrous form now standing tall, her eyes glowing with the light of their shared purpose. She was no longer a victim of the forest. She was its equal now, its challenger. And with that, the ground beneath them rumbled again, but this time it was different. The stone that had once been a symbol of the keeper's power now hummed with an energy of its own, a primal force that reached deep into the earth, connecting them to something much older, something that existed before the keeper. With a final, primal cry, Daniel slammed his hands against the altar. The stone flared, a brilliant flash of light exploding from the center, flooding the cavern with a heat that scorched the very air. The mist recoiled, twisting violently as though trying to escape, but it was too late. The keeper's voice, once so full of malice and command, cracked with desperation. "No, you cannot do this. I am eternal. but the energy that now radiated from the stone was unstoppable. The pulse of the forest, the true essence of life, fought back against the keeper's corrupted power. The roots beneath their feet, once dark and twisted, now cracked and splintered, bursting free from the stone floor in tendrils of pure light, ripping apart the very foundation of the cavern. The mist shrieked as it was torn apart, fading into the ether as the keeper's presence was shattered. And then, just as suddenly, the cavern fell silent. The ground beneath them ceased to tremble, and the oppressive weight of the forest's magic lifted. The air, thick and heavy with dark power, was now light, clear, fresh. The oppressive energy that had bound them, that had made the forest feel like an insurmountable force, was gone. Daniel stood, his hand still resting on the altar, breathing heavily. The light from the stone was dimming, its pulse weakening, but the forest was no longer the dark, consuming entity it had once been. The keeper, its grip broken, was silent. The mist had dissipated entirely, leaving only the faintest trace of its presence behind. And beside him, Mia stood, no longer the creature she had once been, but no longer entirely the woman she had been before. She was somewhere in between, but she was alive. She was free. She turned to him, her eyes soft but steady, filled with something new, something strong. "We did it," she said softly, her voice hoarse but filled with relief. Daniel nodded, the weight of their struggle finally lifting off his shoulders. "Yeah," he replied, his voice filled with quiet awe. "We did." And then, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was a peace in the air. A peace that had been absent for so long, a peace that felt like the first breath of fresh air after a long, suffocating storm. The cavern, once alive with the swirling energy of the forest's dark power, was now still. The oppressive weight of the keeper's presence had dissipated, leaving behind only the echoes of its final cries, a fading memory of a force that had long controlled this land. The mist, once thick and choking, had vanished, leaving the air clear, crisp, and filled with the scent of earth and rain, a smell that had once been suffocating but was now oddly comforting. Daniel stood at the altar, still gripping the stone. Its pulse had faded, its energy now a gentle hum rather than the violent surge that had once cracked the earth beneath their feet. It no longer felt like a symbol of power or domination, but like a piece of the forest itself, calm, grounded, part of the natural world. The roots, which had once twisted with dark intent, were now lifeless, still, as though they had released their hold on the land. Mia stood beside him, her form no longer hunched with the twisted weight of the forest's corruption. Her monstrous appearance had softened, her body still larger than a human's but no longer grotesque. Her fur, once slick and unnatural, was now marked with soft streaks of silver and gold, as though the forest itself had purified her. Her eyes, once blazing with a malevolent glow, now held a steady, unwavering light, soft, human, and full of wonder. "Mia?" Daniel whispered, his voice full of awe. Are you really back?" She turned to him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, and nodded. Her eyes held a quiet strength that spoke volumes, an unspoken understanding between them. "I think I am," Mia said softly, her voice still rough but no longer filled with the broken, desperate edge it had held for so long. I remember everything. The forest, the way it twisted me, it felt like I was lost in its darkness, like there was no way out. But now," she shook her head slowly, taking a deep breath as if she were inhaling the first fresh air in a lifetime. "Now I can see clearly. I'm not what it made me. I'm still me." Daniel reached out, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, a small gesture of comfort. It was the first time in what felt like forever that they were both free. Free from the forest's hold, free from the keeper's manipulation, and most importantly, free from the constant fear that had haunted them from the moment they had set foot in this cursed land. The silence that hung in the cavern was peaceful, almost serene, but it wasn't an emptiness. It was a moment of transition. The forest had been broken, but it wasn't gone. It was still there, alive, waiting to heal. "We did it," Daniel murmured, a quiet smile forming on his face. "We saved you." Mia nodded, her expression soft but steady. "We saved each other." She paused for a moment, her eyes scanning the cavern, the once dreaded place that had become the heart of their struggle. "But the forest, it's still here. Feels different now, though. Less hostile. Less suffocating." Daniel nodded, understanding what she meant. The forest was not dead. It was alive, too alive. It had been twisted by the keeper's power, corrupted by its dark influence, but the roots, the veins that spread through the earth, the life force that pulsed beneath the stone, were still there. The forest had not died. It had been weakened, fractured, and just like Mia, it was struggling to heal. The ground beneath them began to shift, slowly at first but unmistakable. The cracks in the cavern's walls began to close, the jagged fissures that had opened when the keeper's power shattered now gently sealing themselves. The air itself seemed to pulse with energy, a subtle rhythmic beat that resonated through the space, filling it with life. For a moment, everything was still, and then, slowly, tendrils of light began to grow from the roots that had once been so dark and twisted. The light wasn't blinding but soft, golden, like the first rays of dawn breaking through the trees. The roots, once stiff and unmoving, began to writhe gently, curling upwards like fingers reaching for the sky. Slowly, the cavern was filled with the soft hum of life returning to the earth. Mia and Daniel stepped back, watching in awe as the forest began to reclaim itself. The energy was not overwhelming, nor was it dark. It was quiet, gentle, the slow rebirth of something ancient and wise. The roots twisted into the air, not as invasive, controlling tendrils, but as life, reaching for the sunlight that had once been obscured by the keeper's power. "This," Mia whispered, her voice full of wonder. "It's beautiful." Daniel could only nod. The forest was healing, its wounds mending slowly, the poison of the keeper being purged from its veins. The trees that had been hollowed out by the keeper's dark magic began to stir, their branches shaking as if waking from a long, restless slumber. The air grew lighter, the suffocating sense of dread lifting, and the ground, once cracked and broken, now felt firm beneath their feet. Mia stepped forward, her hands reaching out to touch the roots that now pulsed with light. As her fingers brushed against them, the light grew brighter, warmer, and the roots seemed to respond, curling toward her touch. It was as though they were recognizing her, acknowledging her bond with the land, her freedom from the forest's curse. "The forest remembers," Daniel said softly, his eyes following Mia's every movement. "It's not just the keeper. It's everything. The forest has its own will, its own power. And now it's coming back." Mia nodded, her face soft with realization. "I think I understand now. The keeper may have controlled this place, but it was never the true master of the forest. The forest, this forest, has always had its own way. It's not evil, Daniel. It's not the darkness that I thought it was. It's alive, just misunderstood." The words hung in the air, powerful and true. The forest was not inherently malevolent. The keeper had corrupted it, twisted its essence, but it was still part of the natural world, a part of the cycle of life and death, of growth and decay. It had been abused, but it was not beyond repair. Mia turned to Daniel, a soft smile on her lips. "We've broken its chains. We've freed it. Now, we just have to leave it to heal." Daniel smiled back, the weight of their journey finally lifting from his shoulders. "We will. But not just yet. We've earned this moment, haven't we?" They stood there together, their hands still touching the roots as the cavern filled with the light of renewal. The air was alive with the hum of magic, but it was no longer the twisted, suffocating force they had known. It was the pulse of life itself, quiet, steady, and true. And as the cavern continued to heal around them, Daniel and Mia knew that this was only the beginning of a new chapter. The forest would grow again, but this time, it would grow on its own terms. It would be alive, not corrupted, not controlled. And together, they would walk away from it, knowing they had not only saved each other, but the very soul of the land itself. The light in the cavern grew steadily brighter, the roots now fully restored, their luminous tendrils pulsing with the rhythm of life itself. The mist that had once haunted this place had dissolved completely, and the oppressive sense of danger had vanished. The cavern, once dark and suffocating, was now filled with a tranquil light, like the first rays of dawn breaking over a long, stormy night. Daniel and Mia stood together, gazing at the transformation before them. The land was breathing once more. It was no longer just a twisted, corrupted forest. It was a living, breathing entity, rejuvenated, restored. The roots in the cavern pulsed with soft, golden light, and the once blackened trees outside were now vibrant with new growth, their branches stirring in the breeze as if waking from a long, restless sleep. "We've done it," Daniel said quietly, his voice thick with awe. The enormity of what they had accomplished began to sink in. They had not just freed Mia, they had freed the forest. They had broken the chains that bound it, had shattered the darkness that had consumed it for so long. Now the forest could heal, and so could Mia. Mia looked around, her eyes wide as she watched the changes unfolding. The once dead ground was now rich with life, the roots beneath them curling upward like hands reaching for the sky. She reached out to touch one, her fingers brushing against it lightly, and the tendril of light responded by wrapping gently around her hand. "I never thought this would be possible," she whispered, her voice filled with quiet wonder. "The keeper's power was so strong, It felt like the forest would never be free. But we did it. Daniel stepped closer to her, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. We didn't just fight the keeper, he said. We fought for the forest. We didn't let it become what it could have been. She nodded, a soft smile playing at the corners of her mouth. I didn't know if I could still feel this connection. I was so lost in the forest's control, in the dark parts of myself that it twisted, that I didn't realize how much of me was still here, still alive. For the first time since their journey had begun, Daniel saw the true depth of her struggle. Mia wasn't just fighting the forest's hold, she was fighting herself. She had been torn apart by the darkness, manipulated by the very place she had once been connected to, but now she was whole again. A person, not a creature of the forest. Mia turned to him, her gaze intense yet soft. Thank you, Daniel, for believing in me, for not giving up. Daniel squeezed her shoulder, his heart swelling with a quiet pride. I never had any doubt. You've always been here, Mia. Even when the forest tried to swallow you whole. I knew you'd fight your way back. The forest around them, now healing with every passing moment, seemed to echo their words, the soft rustling of the branches above and the hum of life beneath their feet as if the land itself was responding to their victory. The energy in the air was gentle now, a serene, almost sacred quiet that wrapped around them like a protective embrace. And yet, the world beyond the cavern was still waiting. The path forward wasn't just about leaving the forest behind, it was about what came next. They had freed the forest, yes, but the outside world had been shaped by the Keeper's long reign. Would they find the same darkness waiting for them in the world beyond? Daniel glanced toward the exit of the cavern, where the path to the forest's edge stretched before them. The trees outside, once twisted and barren, were now lush with fresh, vibrant green. The air was filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the promise of a new beginning. But even as he looked toward the future, he knew the road would not be easy. The Keeper had left its mark on the world, and the scars of its influence would take time to heal. We can't stay here forever, Daniel said, his voice thoughtful. The forest is healing, but we need to go. There's a world out there that still needs fixing. Mia turned to him, her eyes reflecting the same resolve. I know. We've done what we came to do here, but there's more to be done. The Keeper didn't just leave a mark on this forest, it left one on everything. It's going to take time to heal everywhere. Daniel nodded, his mind already shifting toward the next steps. He had no doubt that the journey they had begun in the heart of the forest wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. There was more to the world than the forest they had saved, and they couldn't simply walk away from that. The wind outside picked up, stirring the branches of the trees, and the sun began to break through the canopy above, sending dappled light to the ground below. The world was waiting for them, and though it felt like they had already endured so much, Daniel knew that whatever lay beyond the forest would require them to face even greater challenges. You're right, Daniel said softly, taking a step toward the cavern entrance. We have to go. But we won't be alone. Not anymore. Mia joined him, her stride steady and sure as she walked beside him. The path ahead of them was still uncertain, but now it felt different. They had faced the darkness of the forest together, and they had emerged stronger, not just as survivors but as partners. And in that bond, there was an unspoken promise that they would face whatever came next, together. As they emerged from the cavern, the sunlight seemed brighter, warmer. The forest around them, now healed and vibrant, stretched out like a living, breathing world. The trees stood tall, their branches filled with new growth, the forest's canopy shifting gently in the wind. The birds that had once been silent now chirped happily, filling the air with songs of renewal. The world was alive again in a way it hadn't been for a long time. They stood for a moment, side by side, taking in the sight before them. The peaceful, thriving forest, the calm breeze that whispered through the trees, the sense of balance that had been restored. We did this, Mia said softly, her voice full of quiet awe. Daniel smiled. We did this. But even as they stood there, taking in the beauty of the world they had saved, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that their journey wasn't over. The world beyond the forest was vast and uncertain, and though the forest had been freed, the darkness left behind by the Keeper was not so easily undone. We still have work to do, he said after a pause, his gaze turning toward the horizon. But for now, let's walk. Mia nodded, and together they took their first steps away from the heart of the forest, moving toward the unknown. The path ahead of them was long, but it was theirs to shape. The forest was healed, and so were they. But the world beyond still awaited. And whatever came next, they would face it together. The sun filtered through the thick canopy above them as Daniel and Mia ventured deeper into the forest's heart, stepping away from the cavern that had once been a prison of darkness. The air, once heavy with the forest's corruption, now felt lighter, fresher, alive. The pulse of life that surrounded them was undeniable, and with every step they took, the weight of their struggle seemed to lift, piece by piece, like an ancient chain being undone. But as the trees parted and the dense woods began to thin, a familiar unease crept into Daniel's chest. The forest was healing, but the world beyond, that world, remained uncertain. The keeper had not just corrupted this forest, it had spread its influence, its darkness, far beyond the trees. And though the land around them was shifting back toward balance, Daniel knew they couldn't simply walk away from the damage that had been done. "This place, it's beautiful again," Mia murmured beside him, her voice filled with wonder as she looked at the trees now covered in lush, green foliage. The branches were strong, their leaves vibrant, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh growth. It was like a world reborn. "But I can't help feeling like there's something still off." Daniel nodded, his gaze scanning the horizon, where the forest met the open land beyond. "I feel it too. It's like the forest is healed, but the shadow of what the keeper did still lingers. The land has been corrupted, changed, in ways we can't see yet. The forest is only one part of the world. It's the start, not the end." Mia looked up at the sky, the faint hint of worry shadowing her features. "Do you think it spread farther than here? To the cities? The villages?" Daniel was quiet for a long moment, his mind working through the possibilities. He had never fully understood the extent of the keeper's power, but now, seeing the way it had wrapped its tendrils around the land like a creeping vine, he knew it wasn't just the forest that had suffered. There were villages, cities, even entire regions beyond the forest that had been affected by its unseen hand. The keeper's influence hadn't just been a physical corruption, it had been a corruption of the very heart of the land. And that kind of darkness didn't simply disappear when the forest was healed. It left marks. Deep ones. "We're not going to find peace until we face it all," Daniel said quietly, his tone thoughtful. "We need to find out where the keeper's influence has spread, and stop it from spreading further. The forest is only one piece of the puzzle. There's more out there. And as long as it's still out there, we haven't won." Mia turned to him, her eyes filled with a quiet determination. "Then let's find it. We've already fought through the worst. We're not going to let it go unchallenged now." And so, with the forest behind them, the world ahead seemed vast, open, and uncertain. But for the first time in what felt like forever, they weren't alone. The weight of their past battles and the trials they'd faced in the forest had forged a bond between them, unbreakable and steady. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. They walked through the open woods, each step taking them further into the unknown. As they moved beyond the last trees of the forest, the landscape began to change. The dense woods gave way to rolling hills, their green slopes dotted with scattered groves of trees, wildflowers, and fields of tall grass. The air was still fresh, though with a new edge to it, a sense of vastness, of untamed land waiting to be explored. After a few hours of walking in relative silence, they came to a crossroads where the path split into two directions, one that led north toward distant mountains and the other south toward a sprawling valley. "This way," Daniel said, pointing south. "If we're going to uncover the full extent of the keeper's influence, we need to find out what's been happening in the valley towns. The corruption, it had to spread somewhere." Mia nodded, her sharp instincts telling her the same thing. "We should move fast. If the keeper's influence is as widespread as we think, then we're not the only ones trying to fix this." They took the southern path, moving swiftly but cautiously. The day stretched on, the sun beginning its slow descent as the light dimmed and shadows lengthened. The valley town was still hours away, but they needed to make it before nightfall. They had no idea what kind of resistance they might encounter. The keeper's legacy was not easily undone, and even if the forest was healing, there were still remnants of its corruption in the world. They could feel it like a low hum under their skin, a quiet reminder that the battle wasn't over. As night fell, they made camp beneath a thick stand of trees near a small stream. The sound of the water rushing over stones was a comforting lullaby, a stark contrast to the constant hum of tension that seemed to follow them. The crackling of their campfire cast long shadows around them, and the quiet rhythm of the world at peace settled in. But even here, in the calm of their small, temporary sanctuary, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The wind carried the scent of something distant, something unnatural. It was faint at first, like the remnants of a storm that had passed, but now that it lingered, Daniel felt his pulse quicken. Mia, sensing his unease, looked over at him. "What is it?" "I don't know," he said quietly, standing from where he sat by the fire. His eyes scanned the darkening woods, listening for anything that might explain the strange, unsettling feeling that had settled deep in his gut. Something's not right. The forest might be healing, but I think we're walking into something else now. Suddenly, the sound of a rustling in the brush reached their ears. At first, it was soft, almost imperceptible, but then it grew louder, as if something, or someone, was moving toward them. The trees rustled above them, and the wind picked up, carrying the scent of decay. Not the natural decay of the forest, but something wrong. Daniel's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, his senses heightened. "Get ready," he said quietly to Mia, his voice low and steady. Mia stood, her muscles tense and coiled, her eyes narrowing. "I don't like this." Then, out of the shadows between the trees, a figure emerged. At first, it was just a silhouette, a shape moving in the dark. But as it drew closer, the figure became clearer. A man, hunched and disheveled, his face obscured by a hood. He moved slowly, dragging his feet as though each step was a struggle. His skin was pale, almost gray, and his eyes, when they flashed in the firelight, were glassy, hollow. Without warning, the man collapsed to his knees in front of them, his hands gripping the ground as though trying to hold himself up. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps, and his mouth opened as though he were trying to speak, but no words came. Daniel and Mia exchanged a glance, their suspicion growing. The man seemed like he was in agony, but why? "What happened to you?" Daniel asked, his voice firm but cautious. The man lifted his head, his eyes locking with theirs. His lips curled into a grotesque, twisted smile. "The forest, it calls," he gasped. "The keeper still watches." With that, the man fell forward, unconscious, his body still twitching. Daniel and Mia exchanged a glance, both of them unsettled. The keeper's legacy was far from gone. Whatever had happened to this man, it wasn't over. The figure lay motionless before them, his body still trembling with the remnants of whatever had overtaken him. Daniel kneeled beside the man, inspecting him carefully, his mind racing. The strange words he'd spoken, "the forest, it calls, the keeper still watches," echoed in Daniel's thoughts. The keeper was gone from the forest, its influence broken, but something about this man, his gaunt, desperate form, told a different story. The keeper's reach wasn't over. Not yet. Mia crouched beside Daniel, her eyes scanning the unconscious man. "Is he cursed?" she asked, her voice low. There was something about the way the man had collapsed that felt wrong. The agony in his eyes had been too real, too immediate. Daniel didn't answer immediately. He reached out cautiously, placing 2 fingers on the man's wrist, feeling for a pulse. It was faint but steady. A flicker of life still remained within him, despite the pallor of his skin and the hollow emptiness in his eyes. "No," Daniel replied after a moment, his voice uncertain. "He's not dead, but something has happened to him. Something more than just exhaustion." The man's body twitched again, his eyes fluttering open. A low, rasping breath escaped his lips, and he gasped as though waking from a nightmare. "The keeper's will," the man croaked, his voice hoarse and weak, his eyes unfocused. "It doesn't end. It doesn't ever end." Mia's eyes narrowed. She glanced at Daniel, who was looking back at her, both of them feeling the weight of what this man was saying. "The keeper's will doesn't end," Mia repeated softly. "What does that mean? Is there something else we missed?" The man's head lolled toward her, his glazed eyes focusing slightly. "It wasn't just the forest. The keeper's influence, it's deeper than that, spread far beyond the trees, infected the land itself." Daniel's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, a sense of dread crawling up his spine. The forest had healed, but the earth itself, the land, had been altered. He had known instinctively that the keeper's grip had been more than just physical. It had been a poison to the land, to the people. But hearing it spoken so plainly made it all too real. Mia knelt down next to the man, her voice gentle but firm. "What do you mean? Where else has the keeper's influence spread?" The man's breath rattled as he tried to speak, but the words came out broken, as though they were too much for him to carry. "Towns, cities, villages, all touched, all marked by the keeper's essence. He corrupted the land, long before he even came for me." Daniel's mind flashed back to the whispers, the ominous feeling that had followed them ever since they left the heart of the forest. The keeper's legacy wasn't just about the forest, it was something far more pervasive. It had burrowed its way into the earth, infecting everything it touched. No matter how much they had fought, no matter how much the forest had healed, this disease, this curse, had spread far beyond what they could see. "What are you telling us?" Daniel asked, his voice sharp now. "How do we stop it?" The man's eyes flickered as though he were struggling to stay conscious, but the words finally came through, whispered, urgent, like the last vestiges of a warning long ignored. The keeper's roots go deep, deeper than you know. And then, as if the weight of his revelation had drained him entirely, the man collapsed again, unconscious, his body still twitching, but his breath now even and shallow. For a long moment, Daniel and Mia just stared at the man, at the soft glow of the fire that flickered in front of them. The wind had picked up, and the rustling of the trees seemed to grow louder in the silence. The crackling of the campfire was the only sound in the night. Mia stood up, her gaze distant, searching the dark woods around them. "This isn't over," she said, her voice laced with a quiet resolve. "It's worse than we thought." Daniel nodded, standing as well. The keeper didn't just have control over the forest. It spread. It infected the land, the people. It twisted them. His hand tightened around the grip of his sword as the full scope of the problem became clearer with each passing moment. "And now it's everywhere. We have to stop it," Mia said. "We have to find out where it's worst, where it's spreading from." Daniel's mind raced as he considered their options. The keeper's influence had spread beyond the forest, into the villages, the cities. The people in these towns, perhaps even in the very soil beneath their feet, had been infected by a dark, lingering force. How long had the keeper's roots been entwined in these places? How much damage had already been done? The question that remained was not just how to stop it, but where to start. "The valley towns," Daniel said, his voice calm but insistent. "If the keeper's influence has spread as far as this man says, then the valley towns must be the next place to check. There's a whole network of settlements between here and the mountains. We need to get there quickly." Mia's eyes flickered with the same determination Daniel felt in his chest. "Then we don't waste any more time. We go tonight." They packed their things quickly, the urgency of the situation pulling them into motion. The unconscious man was left behind, though not without some concern. What had happened to him? How had he become this vessel for the keeper's taint? It was unclear. But Daniel knew that every second they wasted here meant the infection would spread further. They made their way through the trees, the path ahead illuminated only by the pale light of the moon and the fading glow of their campfire behind them. The wind whipped through the branches, and in the distance the faint sound of someone, moved in the dark. The forests here were no longer thick with the same oppressive darkness they had fought through. The woods were quieter now, the energy of life swirling around them in a much more peaceful, natural way. But there was still something lingering, something almost too peaceful. The air felt heavy with a foreboding presence, like a storm cloud gathering just beyond the horizon. After hours of traveling through the silent woods, they came to a ridge overlooking a wide, sprawling valley. Below them they could see faint lights, small homes, smoke rising from chimneys, the flicker of campfires and lanterns. The valley town they sought was nestled in the shadow of a large hill, its layout small and compact. But it wasn't the peaceful sight of a sleepy village that worried Daniel. It was the cold, eerie stillness that hung over it. There was something unnatural about the way the lights glowed, like they were too bright, too sharp. It was as though the village was being watched. Mia stood beside him, her eyes scanning the town below. "Something's wrong. I can feel it." "Yeah," Daniel said, his voice grim. "It's like it's alive with something. And it's not right." They shared a look, both understanding the weight of what was ahead of them. There was no turning back now. The valley town was their first real test. And if the keeper's influence was as deep and widespread as the man had said, then this was only the beginning. As they descended into the valley, the feeling of being watched never left them. And the closer they got to the village, the clearer it became that this town, and perhaps the world beyond, was much darker than they had ever imagined. The descent into the valley town was slow and deliberate. As they made their way down the narrow trail, the eerie quiet of the village grew louder, more oppressive. The evening air had turned cold, and with every step, Daniel couldn't shake the sense of being watched. The town below, though small and quaint in appearance, seemed to be holding its breath. The distant glow of lanterns flickered unnaturally, too bright, too intense for a place so silent. It was as though the lights themselves were trying to pierce the darkness, but the surrounding night refused to let them. The air felt thick, damp, and there was an odd taste to it, a sharp, metallic tang that reminded Daniel of old iron. The land beneath their feet, while soft with earth, felt hollow, like it had absorbed too much. And as they reached the edge of the town, standing at the threshold where the last line of trees met the open roads, Daniel could feel the pulse of something unnatural, something ancient buried beneath. "This doesn't feel right," Mia muttered, her voice low, her sharp senses already picking up on the same disquiet that gnawed at Daniel. There's something wrong about this place. Yeah, Daniel said, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the street before them. The village stretched out in front of them like a painting frozen in time, quaint, cobbled streets lined with crooked houses, smoke curling from chimneys, wooden carts scattered here and there. But there was no movement, no sound. No children laughing, no dogs barking, not even the usual creak of door hinges or the rhythmic sound of a town settling into the night. Only the faint, stifled hum of something lingering in the air. They continued walking, the road stretching ahead like an artery cutting through the village. There were no people on the streets, and the buildings, though well kept, seemed almost too perfect, too uniform, as if they were painted into place, nothing more than a backdrop to the unsettling silence. Mia reached out a hand and touched the rough-hewn door of a nearby house. Her fingers left faint, dark smudges in the dust that had gathered on the weathered wood. It's like time's been frozen here, she whispered, her voice filled with unease. Not a soul in sight. They moved forward toward the center of the village. Daniel's thoughts were a whirl of possibilities. The keeper's influence had spread far, but why had it led them here, to a town that seemed frozen in time? He felt the answer lingered just at the edge of his awareness, like a shadow just outside of sight. At the village square they found a fountain. The stone basin was cracked and dry, its waters long gone. But it wasn't the fountain that drew their attention. It was the figure standing motionless by the water. A woman, her face obscured by a heavy, dark shawl. She was staring into the empty basin, unmoving, as if waiting for something. Waiting for them. Mia stopped dead in her tracks. "Do you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a hint of fear. "I do," Daniel said, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. "Let's approach carefully." They made their way toward the woman, their footsteps muffled by the stillness of the night. As they drew closer, the faint hum in the air grew louder, a soft buzz in their ears, like the buzzing of an insect trapped just out of sight. The woman didn't move, didn't acknowledge them, even as they stood mere feet away. Mia's breath caught in her throat. She's breathing." Daniel nodded slowly. The woman's chest rose and fell, a shallow, slow breath. Her hands were folded in front of her, as if in prayer, and the pale glow of the street lanterns caught the edge of her shawl, illuminating her bony fingers, clasped tightly together. Her lips moved, just barely, as if whispering something under her breath. But it wasn't a prayer. It was a chant. "What is she saying?" Daniel asked, leaning in slightly, trying to hear the soft mutterings. Mia tilted her head slightly, trying to make out the words. The air around them seemed to thicken, growing colder with each passing second. It took a moment for the words to coalesce in her mind, but when they did, the meaning was clear. The keeper is waking. The roots rise again. The land is calling. The woman's voice was a quiet, empty rasp, like a voice from a dream, a voice that didn't seem to belong to the living world. It sent a cold shiver down Daniel's spine. He exchanged a glance with Mia, who looked as unsettled as he felt. "She's speaking of the keeper," Daniel said softly, his voice grave. "The roots, they rise again. What does that mean?" Before Mia could respond, the woman's head jerked sharply to the side, and her eyes locked onto them. Her pupils were wide, almost too wide, too empty, as though the light in her gaze had long been extinguished. Her lips stretched into a thin, unnerving smile, one that didn't quite meet her eyes. "The keeper's will is unstoppable," she whispered, her voice more urgent now, tinged with desperation. "It is already too late." And then, before either of them could react, the woman's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. She had fallen as if a puppet with its strings cut. Her body landed with a soft thud, the eerie silence of the village swallowing the sound immediately. Mia's hand went to her mouth, stifling a gasp. What in the world just happened?" she murmured. Daniel crouched next to the woman, checking for any sign of life. There was nothing, no pulse, no breath, nothing but the coldness of death. His stomach twisted with dread. The keeper's influence, it's not just in the forest. It's here too. It's taking the people. Mia glanced around the square, her eyes scanning the empty streets, the windows of the houses, still dark, still silent. The unsettling buzz in the air was growing stronger, as if the very land around them was vibrating with a strange alien energy. "We need to get to the heart of this," Daniel said, standing up and looking around. "The town. Something in this place is keeping it locked in this strange stasis. The keeper's influence, it's corrupting the very land." Mia nodded, her sharp instincts telling her the same thing. She had felt it earlier, that coldness creeping in around them, and now it was undeniable. "Where do we go from here?" Daniel's gaze turned toward the darkened streets leading further into the village, his mind racing. There has to be something here, something the keeper left behind, something connected to all of this. We find it. We stop it. The two of them made their way deeper into the village, the unsettling silence pressing down on them from all sides. Every step they took seemed to draw them further into the heart of the town, further into the grip of something ancient, something dark that was already awake and stirring. As they passed through the cobbled streets, they noticed the same eerie pattern repeating itself, houses that seemed too perfect yet abandoned, shutters that hung ajar but never swung, doors that remained open but the insides were empty, void of life. The streets were ghostly silent, as though the entire village was caught in a moment before something terrible had occurred, trapped in time. But the eerie calm had been shattered with the woman's fall. It was clear now, the keeper's will was not gone, it was here in the very heart of this village, bleeding out in quiet, suffocating waves. Something was waiting for them, something they had yet to uncover. The village square had grown eerily still, the oppressive silence settling in like an invisible weight pressing down on them. As Daniel and Mia continued through the deserted streets, a strange sensation clung to the air. It was as though the very land around them was alive with malevolent intent, the earth itself trembling beneath their feet, waiting for something, or someone, to arrive. Daniel's eyes narrowed as he scanned the town's eerie streets. His thoughts were clouded with uncertainty. The woman had spoken of the keeper's will, the roots that rose again, and the land that was calling. But what did it mean? The keeper was gone, wasn't it? The forest had healed. The power had been shattered. And yet, here they were, walking into the heart of a town still tangled in the web of its dark legacy. This place feels like it's suffocating, Mia muttered, her voice tense with unease. She kept glancing over her shoulder as if expecting something to leap out from the shadows. Her heightened senses were alert, each passing moment adding to her growing sense of dread. There's something wrong here. Like it's waiting for us. Daniel agreed. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing on end, a cold, creeping sensation settling in his bones. They had to find the source of the town's affliction, now. The sooner they confronted whatever malevolent force still clung to this place, the better. They reached the far end of the village, where the road widened into a small clearing. At the center stood an old, weathered building, its walls cracked, its windows shattered, but it exuded an odd, magnetic pull. It looked like an abandoned chapel, the kind that would have been forgotten by time, the kind that no one in their right mind would approach after dark. Yet there was something about it that felt like the pulse of the town itself, like a heartbeat, steady and persistent. This must be it, Daniel said quietly, his voice betraying the gravity of the situation. His instincts were screaming at him that the answers they sought were inside. Whatever's left of the keeper's influence is here. Mia hesitated, her eyes darting to the darkened windows. Do you think it's safe? She asked, her voice strained. No, Daniel said firmly, but we don't have a choice. They moved toward the chapel, their footsteps echoing louder than they should have in the stillness. The door, warped with age, stood ajar, creaking ever so slightly as if inviting them in. The very air around it was thick with an unnatural chill. Without another word, Daniel pushed open the door, the rusted hinges groaning in protest. The darkness inside the chapel was suffocating. The faint glow of the lanterns outside didn't seem to penetrate the thick shadows that clung to the stone walls, and the musty, damp scent of the place was almost overpowering. Inside, the chapel was empty, save for the remnants of what had once been a place of worship. Faded tapestries hung from the walls, their once vibrant colors now dull and worn by time. The altar at the front of the chapel was cracked, the stone covered in dust and decay. But what caught their attention wasn't the disarray, it was the faint, sickly green glow emanating from the floor. Daniel stepped forward cautiously, his eyes narrowing. The glow was coming from a crack in the center of the altar, just beneath the stone slab. He knelt down, his fingers brushing the surface of the altar. The coldness that emanated from it was unnatural, as though it had been waiting for them. This is it, he murmured. The heart of it. The roots. The keeper's influence. It's here beneath the chapel. Mia crouched beside him, her sharp eyes scanning the crack. She could feel the pulse beneath the stone, faint but unmistakable. It was a hum, a vibration that thrummed through her bones. What do we do? Mia asked, her voice tight with urgency. We need to break it, Daniel said, pulling his sword free from its sheath. We've broken the keeper's power once. Now we finish it. Mia nodded, her own hand resting on the hilt of her weapon. Together. They both raised their weapons, their hands steady despite the mounting tension. In one swift motion, they struck, their blades slamming into the stone altar with a force that reverberated through the chapel. The stone cracked, a sharp, echoing sound filling the air as the altar split open, revealing what lay hidden beneath. A tangled mass of dark roots, their surface slick and black, curled and writhed in the dim light like a nest of serpents. At the center of the roots lay an ancient, withered object, a shard of bone covered in dark runes, pulsing with a sickly green light. "This is it," Daniel whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. "This is the core." The roots twisted violently, reacting to the disturbance. They began to twitch, slowly at first, but then with increasing ferocity, as though the very earth beneath them was awakening. The green light from the bone shard flickered, casting an eerie glow across the room. The roots spread out like tendrils, creeping up the walls, over the pews, and along the floor, filling the chapel with a terrible energy. The walls seemed to bend with the pulse of the roots, the air growing thick with an oppressive weight. It was as though the chapel itself had become a living thing, breathing, moving in time with the roots. The low hum grew louder, vibrating through Daniel's chest. "What are we dealing with here?" Mia breathed, her eyes wide with realization. "This isn't just the Keeper's power. This is something older." Daniel gritted his teeth. "We need to destroy it. Now." With a sudden, swift motion, Daniel thrust his sword down into the center of the bone shard, hoping to sever whatever dark connection it had to the roots beneath. The impact was bone-shattering, sending a shockwave of energy through the room. For a moment, everything was still, and then the roots reacted. They snapped out like a whip, wrapping around Daniel's leg, pulling him to the ground. Mia's sword slashed through the air, cutting through the roots around him, but more kept emerging from the cracks in the floor, the walls, the very air. The roots pulsed with dark energy, as though fighting to hold on to their last vestige of life. Daniel struggled against the tendrils that had bound him, but the more he fought, the tighter they gripped, their hold suffocating. The chapel was alive with energy now, its walls vibrating with an unnatural force, and the green light from the bone shard burned brighter, almost blinding. "Daniel?" Mia shouted, her voice cracking with urgency. She cut through the roots around him, her movements desperate, but there were too many. They were everywhere, writhing, twisting, fighting against them. "We're not letting it win," Daniel grunted, his hand reaching for his sword, which had fallen just out of reach. With one final heave, he grasped it again, swinging it with all his strength into the heart of the roots, aiming for the bone shard at the center of the altar. A deafening crack echoed through the chapel as the blade struck true, sinking deep into the heart of the bone shard. The green light flared blindingly, and for a moment, it seemed as if the world itself had stopped. Then, with a violent explosion, the chapel seemed to collapse in on itself. The roots shrieked as if in pain, their tendrils recoiling violently, the stone altar shattering into 1,000 pieces. The bone shard shattered too, sending shards of dark magic scattering across the chapel floor like glass. The roots began to burn, disintegrating into ash as the energy that had held them alive evaporated into the night air. The ground beneath them trembled, the weight of the curse lifting slowly, painfully. The hum that had filled the chapel faded, and the oppressive air began to lighten. Daniel and Mia both fell to their knees, gasping for air, the struggle draining every ounce of their strength. But they had done it. The Keeper's curse was broken. The roots were gone. And the chapel, once the heart of the darkness, was now just a hollow shell. The chapel lay in ruins, the remnants of its dark power crumbling into dust before their eyes. The green glow from the shattered bone shard had dissipated, and with it, the strange, suffocating energy that had clung to the village seemed to lift. The roots that had twisted up from the ground, alive with the pulse of the Keeper's influence, were now nothing more than blackened ash, crumbling into the earth like forgotten whispers of a long-lost evil. Daniel and Mia sat for a moment, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The battle had taken everything out of them. The chapel had felt like a battleground of not just physical strength, but of wills. A clash between their will to survive and the ancient force trying to hold its ground. The weight of silence enveloped them, but this time, it was a different kind of silence. Not the oppressive, suffocating stillness they had felt when they first arrived, but one of fragile peace, like the stillness after a storm, where the world holds its breath before it begins to heal. Mia stood first, wiping the dust and sweat from her brow, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She glanced around the ruined chapel, her sharp eyes scanning for any signs of life, or any lingering threat. "It's over," she said softly, as if speaking to herself. "The roots are gone. The curse, it's broken." Daniel rose to his feet with a quiet grunt, his muscles aching from the effort, his sword still dripping with the remnants of dark energy. He looked around the chapel, his gaze falling on the shattered altar. The air felt lighter now, less oppressive. The remnants of the keeper's influence had evaporated, but something still lingered, like the aftertaste of a nightmare fading in the morning light. "We've broken its hold," Daniel said, his voice rough. "But this village, it's still not right." Mia nodded, her gaze fixed on the darkened windows and the empty streets beyond. The village, though free of the corrupting influence of the keeper, felt strangely vacant, as if its people were still trapped in a lingering dream. "There's something more here," Mia murmured. "Something still holds this place in its grip. The people, we haven't seen anyone except for that woman. Where are they?" Daniel frowned, his thoughts churning. He had thought that by destroying the altar, by breaking the root of the curse, the town would be restored to its natural state. But there was no sign of life. No people had emerged from their homes, no movement in the streets. It was as if the town was frozen, caught in the wake of some unseen disaster. "There must be something else," Daniel said, determination creeping into his voice. "Some final piece we haven't uncovered yet." They walked out of the chapel and into the town square, the cool night air brushing against their skin. The village seemed even more unnervingly quiet now. No one had come out to investigate the destruction of the chapel, to witness the fall of the dark power that had gripped their home. It was as though the people here were not just trapped by the curse. They were absent, as if erased from the very fabric of this place. Mia's eyes narrowed, and her sharp senses detected the faintest traces of magic still lingering in the air. "I can feel it," she said softly. "The land is still marked. Something's keeping them away. The village is free of the keeper's direct influence, but something else is locking it in place." Daniel turned to face her. "What do you mean?" "There's magic here," Mia said, her voice thick with concentration. "Something ancient, older than the keeper's spell. It's not part of the curse, but it's tied to it. It's like a barrier that's still keeping the people here in some kind of stasis. The curse was controlling them before, but now, it's frozen them." "Frozen?" Daniel echoed, his brow furrowing. "You think the village is in some kind of magical stasis?" "Yes," Mia replied, her tone firm. "That's why we haven't seen anyone. The curse didn't just take their free will, it stopped time for them. The keeper's will may have been broken, but whatever spell was cast here, whatever magic this village was built on, it's still holding them in place. They're trapped." Daniel's heart sank. The people of this village had suffered under the keeper's control, but now it seemed they were caught in a much deeper, more insidious trap, one that had bound them to this place in a way that went beyond the keeper's influence. "What can we do?" he asked, his mind racing. They had already fought so much to free the forest, to destroy the root of the keeper's power. Now it seemed they were being asked to unravel another layer of darkness. Mia hesitated, her gaze drifting across the village as though searching for something, some sign of the people she could still feel lingering in the air. "We need to find the source of the magic. Whatever this barrier is, it's tied to the village's very foundation. If we can break it, the people will wake up. They'll be free." "But how do we find it?" Daniel asked, looking around the empty square. "The town's too quiet. There's no sign of anyone." Mia's eyes suddenly widened. "There's one place we haven't checked yet." She turned and led him toward the far edge of the village, past rows of crumbling houses and shuttered windows. They walked in silence, the weight of their journey pressing down on them, until they came to the edge of the town, a hill that rose above the village. At the top of the hill stood a small, lonely structure, its silhouette stark against the pale moonlight. A mausoleum. "This is where it all started," Mia said quietly, her voice filled with a strange reverence. "The heart of the curse. The roots, the magic, it's all tied to this place." Daniel followed her, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. There was something about the mausoleum that felt wrong, an ancient presence that seemed to pulse from the stones themselves. The air around it was thick, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. They reached the entrance, and Mia stepped forward, placing her hand on the cold, stone door. Her fingers brushed against the ancient runes carved into its surface. The symbols seemed familiar, as if they were etched with the same dark magic that had permeated the land. "This is it," Mia whispered, her voice tense. "This is the source. The mausoleum is the anchor for the stasis spell. It's tied to the village and to the curse. The keeper may have been defeated, but the magic here is still alive." Without hesitation, Daniel drew his sword, ready for whatever was inside. He didn't know what to expect, whether there was more evil to face, or if the village's suffering was truly at an end. But he knew one thing: they had come this far and they weren't turning back now. Mia pushed the door open, the heavy stone grinding against the floor as it slowly creaked open. Inside, the mausoleum was cold and dark. The air smelled of old stone and dust, and the faintest trace of something foul clung to the corners. The walls were lined with ancient carvings, their meanings lost to time. But at the center of the room, on an altar of stone, lay a single object, a weathered, iron-bound book. It pulsed faintly as if it were alive. Mia took a step forward, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch it. "I think we've found the key," she said softly. "The book? It's the source of the magic." Daniel's gaze flicked to the book, his heart pounding. The air seemed to grow thicker with every passing second. "Do you think this is the final piece? The last of the Keeper's power?" Daniel asked, his voice tight with apprehension. Mia nodded slowly, the weight of the moment settling in her chest. "It's not just the Keeper's power. This is something older. Something that tied the village to the land itself. If we can destroy it, we can free them all." Without another word, she opened the book. The moment Mia opened the book, a pulse of dark energy rippled through the air. The room seemed to breathe with the pages, the walls quaking slightly as though the very stones were alive with the energy trapped within. The light from the moon outside barely touched the book, casting shadows that danced across the stone floor like twisted figures in the dark. For a brief moment, the book glowed with an ethereal light, the pages flipping rapidly as if being turned by an unseen hand. The air grew colder, thicker, suffused with a power that felt ancient, too ancient. It was as if they were standing at the threshold of something much older than the Keeper itself, something that had been buried long before the forest had taken shape, long before the curse had begun to weave its insidious grasp over this village. Mia's fingers hovered over the pages, trembling, as though some invisible force was urging her to turn them faster. Her mind screamed in resistance. The book seemed to call to her, pulling at her very soul, beckoning her into its depths. She knew that if she gave in, she might never come back. But Daniel was beside her, and together, they would find a way to undo what had been done. "Do you feel that?" Mia whispered, her voice a mixture of awe and fear. "I do," Daniel responded, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the book's pages. The ancient runes written within were like nothing he had ever seen before, their language twisted and corrupted by time and magic. But the one thing that stood out among the markings was a symbol, an intricate, spiraling pattern that seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as the hum in the air. The same pattern was etched into the floor of the mausoleum beneath them, its edges fading into the shadows. "This is it," Daniel murmured. "This is the source, the anchor that holds the spell." Mia nodded, but she couldn't tear her gaze away from the page. The words written there weren't like anything she'd read before. Each syllable seemed to twist as she tried to comprehend them, like they were fighting against her very understanding. There was a resonance to them, as though the book itself was alive, breathing with the curse that had long dominated this land. "This is the Book of the Forgotten," she said almost reverently, her fingers grazing the edges of the page. "The one that contains the history of the village, of the Keeper's rise, and the key to the curse. What do we do with it?" Daniel asked, his voice tight, trying to keep his focus as the room seemed to grow darker with each passing second. "We destroy it," Mia said firmly. "We destroy the source and the rest will fall away." But as she spoke those words, a low rumble vibrated through the ground beneath their feet. The pages of the book fluttered violently, like they were alive, as if the book itself were resisting its own fate. Before either of them could react, the air shuddered. The wind outside the mausoleum picked up, howling with a violent force that seemed to carry through the very walls. The stone door slammed shut, and the darkness deepened in the room, swallowing them whole. Mia instinctively backed away from the book, but it was already too late. A deep, guttural voice filled the room, one that seemed to come from every corner, every crevice of the stone walls. It was as if the very mausoleum itself was speaking, its voice full of ancient wrath, a language of power and despair that none of them could understand. The air grew thick, charged with raw energy, and the book began to glow with a sickly green hue, pulsing like a heartbeat. The pages flipped faster now, faster than they had before. And with each flip, the symbols on the pages began to change. They twisted, contorted, and then disappeared altogether. The book was rewriting itself. "You cannot undo what is already done," the voice rasped. "The roots have sunk too deep, and now they grow in places you cannot see." Daniel's sword hummed with energy as he instinctively held it out, prepared for whatever was coming. Mia backed away, her hand still gripping the book's edge as if it had somehow become part of her. The glow from the pages seemed to have a hypnotic effect on her, drawing her closer despite the warning in her mind. "You're still here. You think you've broken it, the voice continued, its laughter low and unsettling. The Keeper's curse is not something you can break with a sword or magic. It was never just his. He was the last piece. The roots have always been here, deep, buried in this land, in this village. Mia's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? She demanded, her voice shaking. The Keeper was merely the vessel, the voice answered, growing louder now, its echo reverberating through the stones. The true curse is the land itself. The Keeper is merely the prisoner of a much older power. A power that binds the village, the earth, and all who dare to live upon it. The ground beneath them trembled as the symbols on the pages began to burn with an otherworldly fire. Mia could feel the energy now. The hum was no longer just in the air. It was in her veins. It was feeding her, wrapping its tendrils around her soul, whispering to her in a voice that seemed to come from within. No, Mia whispered, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she tried to fight the pull. The book, the land, it was too much. And then she understood. The curse wasn't just something that had been placed on the village by the Keeper. The village itself had been built upon the very roots of this dark power. The land had been chosen, long before the Keeper had even come into being, to be a vessel for something far older, something far darker than any of them had realized. This village had been the anchor for the curse, the source of the Keeper's power. The Keeper had merely been the last link in a long chain, a chain that connected every part of this land, from the stones beneath their feet to the trees in the forest. And now that power was rising again. The book began to vibrate violently in Mia's hands, its pages turning so fast they were a blur, the symbols flashing in and out of existence. She couldn't hold on any longer. The power of the land was too strong. It was pulling at her, binding her to it. The roots rise again, the voice echoed one last time as the ground cracked open beneath them. With a final burst of will, Mia slammed the book shut, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The book snapped shut with a resounding crack, and the entire mausoleum seemed to exhale, as though the earth itself had been holding its breath. The pulsing glow faded from the pages, and the room grew unervingly quiet. But the silence wasn't peaceful. It was oppressive, laden with an unnatural stillness, like the calm before the storm. The ground beneath their feet continued to tremble, the vibrations low and persistent, like the heartbeat of something vast and unknowable. Mia's hands shook as she held the book tightly to her chest, her knuckles white. It had felt as though the book itself were trying to break free from her grasp, trying to pull her into some deeper abyss of power. But somehow she had held on, slamming it shut with everything she had. Still, the air felt charged, thick with the promise of something dark and ancient that had not been fully contained. "We've done it," Daniel said, though his voice was less certain than his words. He was still watching the cracked stone floor as if expecting something, anything, to happen. "We've stopped the book, but we haven't stopped the land." "I don't know if we can stop the land," Mia replied, her voice quieter than usual. She had the look of someone who had just realized that the true nature of their enemy was not something that could be vanquished by will or force. It was something much deeper, something woven into the fabric of the very land itself, older than the Keeper's influence and far more enduring. The mausoleum walls creaked as if they were groaning under some immense pressure, the weight of centuries pressing down on them. It was clear now that the book had not been just a symbol of the Keeper's power, it had been the heart of something far more dangerous. And Mia could feel it. The magic still lingered in the air, clinging to her skin, threading itself into her very bones. It was as though the curse had not been broken but merely stalled, held at bay for the time being. "We need to leave," Daniel said, his voice low. "Whatever we've done, it's not enough. The land is still alive with the curse." Mia nodded slowly, her sharp eyes scanning the room once more. There was no sign of movement, no tangible threat that they could see. But something in the air told her they were not finished. Not yet. They turned to leave, but as they stepped toward the door, the earth beneath them groaned, and the walls of the mausoleum seemed to shift. The cracks in the stone floor widened, revealing blackened roots that crept from deep within the earth, twisting and contorting, rising slowly to the surface like serpents emerging from their dens. The roots were not the same as the ones that had once sprouted from the altar. These were darker, thicker, and more insidious. The air seemed to thicken around them as the roots spread, crawling over the walls, the ceiling, and the floor, an unstoppable, writhing mass of darkness. Mia's breath caught in her throat. "It's not over." Daniel gripped his sword tighter, stepping forward as if to shield her from the oncoming wave. He knew as she did that their battle wasn't over. It had never been just about the Keeper or his roots. It had always been about the land itself, the land that had been chosen to carry this curse. And now the curse was fighting back, desperate to rise again to reclaim its hold. "We need to destroy the roots," Daniel said, his voice filled with urgency. "We need to sever the tie between the land and whatever is beneath it." But as the roots began to spread across the floor, the mausoleum itself began to collapse. The stones cracked and split as the land fought back, sending tremors through the ground. The roots were no longer just an emanation of dark power. They were alive, fed by something deeper and older, something that had been buried beneath the village for centuries. "We can't fight this," Mia said, her voice full of grim resolve. She looked around, trying to find something, anything, that could help them. "We need to find the source. If we can stop the land, we can stop this." But before Daniel could respond, the floor beneath them cracked open with a deafening boom, and a massive root shot up from the earth, grabbing Daniel by the leg and pulling him toward the opening. His body jerked violently as the root wrapped around him like an iron vice. "Mia," he shouted, his voice strained. "Get out of here. Now." Without hesitation, Mia rushed forward, her sword drawn, slashing at the root that was pulling Daniel into the earth. But with each strike, more roots shot up from the ground, lashing out at her, forcing her to retreat. The entire mausoleum was shaking now, the walls buckling as if the earth itself was trying to tear the building apart. "No!" Daniel cried, struggling against the root's grip. "You can't, Mia." Mia's heart pounded in her chest as she fought the ever-growing mass of roots that sought to ensnare them both. But the roots were endless. They were fed by some unseen, monstrous force that seemed to come from the earth itself. No matter how hard she struck, no matter how much power she unleashed, the roots only multiplied, suffocating the space around them. "Mia!" Daniel shouted again, his voice desperate as he was pulled further into the ground. And then a voice, ancient and heavy, boomed through the chaos, vibrating through the very earth beneath them. "This is the price of defiance." The words echoed with finality, chilling and unforgiving. The land had spoken. The roots, the curse itself, had taken its final step. Mia's breath hitched, her heart pounding in her ears. She had thought they could break the curse. They had thought they could sever the last remnants of the Keeper's hold. But now they understood, this had never been about the Keeper. The land was the Keeper. The roots were just a manifestation of its eternal will. "Mia," Daniel gasped, his voice weakening as he was dragged deeper, his body convulsing with every movement of the roots. His grip on his sword slackened as he was consumed by the earth, his face disappearing beneath the growing mass of twisting roots. "Save yourself." Tears welled up in Mia's eyes as she stood frozen, her sword held high, but her heart heavy with the weight of defeat. She couldn't lose him, not like this. Not after everything they had fought for. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she stared at the root pulling him into the ground, and her mind raced for any solution, any hope. And then, as if from the deepest recesses of her mind, a thought struck her. The book. The key to everything, the source of the magic. If the book had been the anchor for the curse, then perhaps it held the key to ending it once and for all. But the book lay in the center of the mausoleum, still glowing faintly, its power just as dangerous as it had been before. "Mia, please?" Daniel's voice echoed in her ears, weaker now, nearly drowned out by the sound of the earth groaning around them. With a final, desperate cry, Mia sprinted toward the book, her heart pounding. She could hear the roots crashing around her, feel them tightening around her ankles as they tried to drag her down, but she refused to stop. She reached the altar and grabbed the book, her fingers trembling as she lifted it from its place. The moment she touched it, a surge of power blasted through her, sending shockwaves of energy through her body. The roots recoiled, their movements becoming erratic, as though the book's power was burning them from the inside out. With every ounce of will she could muster, Mia turned and hurled the book into the growing pit of roots, watching as it fell into the abyss below. The moment it touched the ground, a massive explosion of light and dark erupted from the book, sending a shockwave that shattered the walls of the mausoleum. For one heart-stopping moment, everything went still, and then the ground began to shake again. The roots writhed violently, twisting and contorting as though something was being pulled from them. The energy in the air became unbearable, suffocating, but Mia didn't dare close her eyes. She had no choice now but to endure the storm. The earth trembled violently, the walls of the mausoleum groaning as if the very bones of the land were snapping. The roots, once full of malignant life, convulsed in a chaotic frenzy, as though being torn apart by an invisible force. Mia braced herself, her heart pounding in her chest as the ground beneath her feet split wide, the crackle of raw, unstable magic filling the air. It was like the land itself was protesting the loss of its anchor. The book, the last tether that had bound it to the curse. Mia stumbled back as the explosion of energy from the book pushed the roots and dark energy away in a violent rush. The force sent her sprawling to the ground, but she quickly scrambled to her feet, her breath shallow and desperate. Through the blinding flash of light, she saw the pit where the roots had been. It was widening, deepening, the very earth being consumed as if some great beast was clawing its way to the surface. For a brief moment, she could hear Daniel's strained voice calling to her, but his words were lost in the thunderous roar of magic surging from the pit. Her mind screamed for her to help him, but she knew that this wasn't a battle they could fight with swords and strength alone. This was a battle against something far older, far more powerful than any creature they had faced. Her hands still gripping the sword, Mia turned her gaze to the collapsing walls of the mausoleum. The ceiling cracked, large chunks of stone falling around them as the land fought to reclaim itself. The air grew thick with an oppressive force, a weight that pressed on her chest as if the very atmosphere was being sucked into the pit. Every instinct in her body screamed that she needed to escape, but someone, was still trapped here. Her eyes shot back to Daniel, whose body was now halfway swallowed by the twisting roots. He struggled, his breath ragged as he clawed at the roots that held him in place, pulling with every ounce of strength he had left. But the more he fought, the tighter their grip became, dragging him further into the abyss. "No!" Mia cried, her voice hoarse with desperation. But she couldn't reach him, not with the ground cracking and the roots pulling him deeper into the earth. A deep, resonant growl rumbled from the pit, followed by the unmistakable sound of something huge stirring beneath the earth. Something ancient, something that had been asleep for far too long. In that instant, Mia's mind flashed back to the old woman's words, to the warning that had hung in the air before they entered the mausoleum. The roots run deep, deeper than the keeper ever could have known. The land was chosen, but the keeper was only the keeper of the land's will. The land itself is cursed, and the curse has no end until it is satisfied. Mia's blood ran cold as the truth hit her with brutal clarity. The keeper's defeat had not ended the curse. The keeper had been nothing more than a servant of something much older, something that had existed long before the keeper had come into power. And now the land was demanding payment. The roots, the book, the mausoleum, all of it had been a manifestation of the land's will. The curse had been a gate, and now it was opening. With a gasp, Mia turned back to the pit. The ground began to shift and writhe as if something massive was pushing its way to the surface, pulling itself from the very depths of the earth. The roots stretched higher, creeping up the walls and across the ceiling, clinging to the stones like the fingers of some giant, unseen beast. Daniel's cries grew weaker as the roots pulled him deeper. But Mia didn't have time to mourn, to think. She had only one thought: she had to act, and she had to act fast. Without another thought, she rushed toward the pit, dodging the roots that lashed at her, cutting through the air like whips. Her sword felt heavy in her hands, but she gripped it tightly, her determination burning brighter than ever. The land itself was alive with magic, and if she could sever its connection, she could stop the awakening. But how? How could she fight something as vast, as ancient as this? Her mind raced for any clue, any shred of understanding. Then she remembered the symbol, the one she had seen carved into the walls of the mausoleum. The symbol that had matched the one in the book. It was the key, the link. If she could sever that connection, she might be able to undo whatever this force had become. With no time to waste, Mia leaped toward the center of the pit, where the roots were thickest, winding like a living mass of veins. The earth seemed to scream in protest as she jumped, but she landed with a heavy thud. Instantly, she was surrounded by dark, twisting roots. They lashed at her, but she slashed with her sword, carving through them like they were paper. The pit widened as she moved deeper, the air growing colder, the magic pressing harder. She felt the power wrapping around her, twisting and pulling at her, but she refused to give in. With a final, forceful strike, she cleaved through the roots, revealing the core of the pit, a massive stone as dark as night, inscribed with that same symbol. Mia's heart pounded in her chest as she recognized it. This was the anchor, the heart of the curse, the land's true power. With no hesitation, she plunged her sword into the center of the stone, feeling the immense force of the magic pushing back, as if the earth itself was trying to tear her apart. The stone cracked beneath her blade, the symbol splitting as if it were being severed from the land itself. The reaction was immediate. A wave of energy burst from the stone, blinding and searing, pushing her backward. The roots recoiled, snapping and writhing as if in pain. The ground shook violently as if the entire world were about to collapse in on itself. Mia cried out in pain as the power surged through her, the magic of the land fighting to hold onto its grip. But then, just as quickly, the energy began to dissipate. The roots shriveled and blackened, their twisted forms curling into themselves before crumbling to ash. The walls of the mausoleum cracked and collapsed, the stone crumbling away like dust. And for the first time there was silence. Not the ominous, suffocating silence that had clung to the village before, but a quiet stillness, a peace that swept over the land like a breath of fresh air. Mia staggered to her feet, her body aching from the strain. She turned to where Daniel had been trapped, her heart in her throat. The roots had withdrawn, but he was nowhere to be seen. The pit was now nothing but a dark, empty hole. "Daniel," she called, her voice hoarse with fear. And then, through the darkness, a hand reached up from the pit. Daniel's hand. Mia rushed to him, her heart racing as she pulled him from the depths. His body was bruised, covered in dirt and cuts, but he was alive, breathing, though weak. His eyes fluttered open as she helped him stand, his face pale but filled with relief. "Mia?" His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. "We did it, didn't we?" Mia nodded, tears of exhaustion and relief welling in her eyes. "We did." For the first time since they had arrived, the land felt different, lighter. As though the curse, the darkness that had clung to it, had finally been broken. But the question lingered, what now? They had fought and won, but the land had borne this curse for so long, and the scars would not fade overnight. "We need to leave," Daniel said quietly, his hand resting on her shoulder. "We've broken the curse, but this place will never be the same." Mia nodded, looking one last time at the ruins of the mausoleum, the village behind it. "No," she agreed. "It won't be." But for now they had freed it. The curse had been lifted, and the land could begin to heal. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a soft, golden glow across the wreckage of the mausoleum and the village beyond. The air, still thick with the aftertaste of ancient magic, had changed. It felt cleaner, lighter, as if the land had taken its first breath in centuries. The oppressive weight that had clung to the village for so long was no longer there, but the scars left by the curse remained, etched into the earth, into the bones of the place itself. Mia and Daniel stood together on the edge of the village, overlooking the ruins of the once imposing chapel and the remnants of the mausoleum, now nothing more than piles of crumbled stone. There was a quiet stillness to the morning that was almost unnerving. The sounds of birds were faint in the distance, and the usual rustle of the wind through the trees was absent. For a long moment neither spoke. They were both too exhausted, too overwhelmed by what had just happened to articulate it. What had once been an ancient, malevolent presence had now been silenced. But what remained was not a feeling of victory, but something quieter, an unsettling peace. "You think it's really over?" Daniel's voice was strained, filled with weariness, as if asking the question somehow made it more real. Mia nodded slowly, though her eyes were distant, her mind still racing through the events of the past hours. "I do. The land is free. The curse, it's gone. But I don't know what that means for the village, for the people who lived here." She looked back toward the darkened streets of the village, still eerily quiet. The houses were all empty, and not a single figure moved through the streets. It was as though the village had been forgotten by time, its people erased from the land itself. She could feel it in the air, a faint pulse as though something was still missing. "I know," Daniel replied, stepping closer to her. "We fought to break the curse. But I can't shake the feeling that something's not right. The village, the people, they're still gone." Mia's jaw tightened. She had thought the same thing. The curse had been lifted. The keeper's influence had been shattered. But still the land felt hollow. The village should have been waking up by now, the people coming out of their homes, reclaiming their lives. Instead, the streets remained empty, the air still as though holding its breath. "We should check the town hall," Mia said after a long pause, her gaze hardening with determination. "If the curse is really gone, then maybe the people, what's left of them, are still alive. We have to find them. They might be trapped somewhere, caught in some lingering magic." Daniel didn't argue, though his face reflected the same unease. He knew there was no choice but to move forward. If there was even a chance that the people could be saved, they couldn't leave them behind. Not after everything they had gone through. Together, they made their way through the empty streets, the silence around them heavy and unsettling. The houses they passed were in various states of decay, some partially collapsed, others eerily intact as though they had been abandoned midlife. But there were no signs of people, no movement, no sounds of life. The town hall loomed in the distance, a large, imposing building at the center of the village. Once, it might have been a place of warmth and gathering, a hub of the village's life. Now it looked like a forgotten monument to a time long past. The doors were slightly ajar, as though they had been opened and left to swing on their hinges for years. The window panes were cracked, and the stone steps leading up to the building were overgrown with weeds. Mia reached out, her fingers brushing against the door as she pushed it open. The creak of the hinges echoed in the stillness, and for a moment she thought she heard something, a whisper, faint but unmistakable. She held her breath, straining to listen, but the noise was gone as quickly as it had come. "Did you hear that?" she whispered to Daniel, her voice tense. He nodded slowly. "I did." They entered the town hall, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous, empty space. Dust motes floated in the light that filtered through the broken windows, and the air smelled stale, as if it hadn't been disturbed in ages. The large, wooden desk at the front of the room was abandoned, covered in dust and cobwebs. The walls were lined with faded portraits of past village leaders, their eyes staring down with a solemnity that seemed out of place in such a lifeless place. As they moved deeper into the building, Mia's senses sharpened. She could feel the faintest trace of magic still lingering in the air, like a residue left behind by the curse. It wasn't the oppressive, suffocating magic that had filled the air before. This was different, subtle, faint, almost like a memory of something that had once been. They made their way to the back of the building, where a large set of double doors led down into a dark, musty basement. Mia hesitated for a moment before pushing them open. The air that rushed out was cold and damp, carrying with it the scent of earth and mildew. "Are you ready?" she asked Daniel, her hand still gripping her sword tightly. "As I'll ever be," he replied, his voice quiet but resolute. They descended into the darkness, their footsteps heavy on the old wooden stairs. The basement was vast, stretching beneath the town hall like an underground cavern. There were shelves lining the walls, filled with ancient books, papers, and scrolls, records of the village's history, of its people. And at the far end of the room was a large stone archway, its edges worn and cracked, glowing faintly with a soft, pale light. Mia's heart skipped a beat as she saw it. "The gate," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "This is where it all started. The source of the curse." Daniel stepped forward, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, though it was clear that there was no immediate danger. The gate stood in eerie stillness, its glow faint but unmistakable. The roots they had fought, the book they had destroyed, all of it had led them here. To this place, to this very gate that had anchored the curse to the land. "It's still here," Mia said softly, her eyes narrowing as she took a step forward. "The curse, it hasn't completely vanished." Suddenly, the air around them rippled, and a faint whisper filled the space. A low, guttural hum, like the murmur of something waiting. Mia's heart raced as she instinctively took a step back, her hand still clutching her sword. The sound grew louder, filling the room with an ominous hum. The gate pulsed, its glow intensifying for a moment before dimming again. "I thought we broke it," Daniel said, his voice tense as he too noticed the shift in the air. "I thought we destroyed it." "We did," Mia replied, her voice cold with realization. "But the land is still tied to it. The gate wasn't just the anchor, it's a seal. It's holding something back. Something even older than the curse we just fought." The ground beneath them shuddered, and the whispering grew louder, becoming a chant, a language neither of them could understand. The gate pulsed again, its light flickering with an unsettling rhythm. Mia's heart hammered in her chest as the realization settled like a stone in her stomach. The land might have been freed from the keeper's grip, but the curse was only part of the greater evil. Something far older was still locked within, still trapped beneath the earth. And the gate? It wasn't just a source, it was a prison. Before Mia could speak, a deep, guttural voice echoed through the room, vibrating through the very stones of the town hall. "You have freed the land, but the land is mine." The words echoed through the chamber, each syllable vibrating in Mia's chest like a distant, dying thrum. "The land is mine." The voice was low and malevolent, ancient and terrible, reverberating through the stone walls as though it had been imprisoned there for centuries, waiting for someone, anyone, to free it. Mia's breath caught in her throat. The power in the room shifted, thickening, becoming heavy with an unnatural presence. The air seemed to grow colder, and the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly, as though it was quaking at the sound of the voice, responding to its call. Daniel's grip tightened on his sword, his knuckles whitening, but even the steady hum of its power seemed dim in comparison to what they were facing. Whatever lay beyond the gate was more than just an ancient curse. It was a force that had been waiting, a presence that had been bound by a power beyond their understanding. "The curse was only the beginning," Mia whispered, her voice strained. "The gate, it was never just to hold the keeper. It's holding something else, something worse. Daniel turned to her, his eyes wide with realization. You're telling me that this thing, this force, has been buried here beneath our feet all this time? Yes, Mia said, her voice quieter now, as if speaking too loudly might provoke the entity beyond the gate. And it's not just the village that's been affected. The land, everything, has been tied to this prison. The whispering continued, but now it seemed to take on a rhythm, an almost hypnotic quality. Mia felt a pulse of dark energy stirring beneath the gate, a pressure that made her skin crawl. She could feel it now, deep in her bones, pressing against the very fabric of reality, like a storm gathering just beneath the surface. The gate, once nothing more than an ancient artifact, began to shift. The stone arches groaned under the weight of something pushing from within. The air thickened with the unmistakable scent of earth, the smell of deep, untouched places. As if the earth itself was alive, stirring to awaken something it had kept hidden for millennia. The voice echoed again, this time louder, reverberating through the entire town hall. You have broken the seal. The words seemed to vibrate with an anger so pure, so primal, that it almost made Mia's knees buckle. The keeper was but a pawn. The land belongs to me. Suddenly the air split. The gate exploded in a surge of blinding light. The ground cracked, a deep rift opening beneath them. Mia staggered back, instinctively shielding her eyes from the blinding brilliance that poured from the cracked stone. The light was not warm. It was cold, sharp, like the bite of winter's chill, an unnatural cold that burned with an intensity she had never felt before. Then, with a final, deafening crash, the light snapped out, leaving them in an almost complete and utter darkness. The ground stopped trembling, but the air was charged, vibrating with an energy that felt like it was clawing at their skin, pulling at their very souls. For a moment, neither of them moved. It was as if time itself had frozen. But the stillness didn't last. A shadow began to shift in the void before them. At first, it was just a flicker like the movement of smoke in a darkened room. But then it began to grow. The shadow shifted into something else, something more. Mia's heart stopped in her chest as she took a step back, her eyes straining to make sense of what she was seeing. The shadow grew larger, more distinct, until it began to take form. It was a figure, a silhouette of something immense, towering, its edges flickering like a flame, a shadowy mass of black tendrils that writhed and twisted, as if it were made of the very darkness that had seeped into the world. The very air around it seemed to bend. And then it spoke again. Its voice was no longer a whisper. It was a roar, a booming presence that rattled the very foundation of the building. You have no idea what you have done, it said, its tone drenched in ancient fury. You have set me free. Mia's throat tightened, the weight of the words sinking into her chest like a stone. The force that had been imprisoned beneath the earth, the land's greatest secret, was no mere curse or lingering malevolence. It was a being, a creature of the land, something older than the keeper, older than the village itself. A primal force that had been buried and sealed long ago, and now it had been released. The shadowed figure took a step forward, and as it did, the very walls of the town hall seemed to buckle, as though they were being drawn into the force of its presence. The air began to twist with unnatural winds, the sound of howling swirling around them, deafening. The stones groaned and cracked, and Mia could feel the temperature drop even further. Daniel raised his sword, though his stance was uncertain, his body stiff with fear. What do we do now? He asked, his voice shaking with uncertainty. Mia's mind raced, but even with her years of experience battling dark magic, she knew that this was something different. This wasn't just an enemy to be vanquished. It was a force, a being with power that went beyond the mortal world. She had to think. She had to find a way to stop it, or at least delay it long enough to figure out what they were up against. But the being wasn't done. It shifted again, the shadows of its form stretching out like claws, darkening the very air. You cannot fight me, it said, its voice sending ripples of dread through the room. I am the land. I am the earth, the roots, the storm, the fire. You have awakened me, and now I will reclaim what is mine. The ground beneath them cracked again, a deep chasm splitting open at their feet. From within the chasm, more shadows began to rise, hundreds, thousands, all forming the same shape, all moving in unison, a wave of darkness cascading toward them. Mia's mind raced. There had to be something, some way to stop it. She thought back to everything they had learned, the gate, the roots, the book. Everything was tied to the land, to this force that had been buried beneath it. She thought of the symbol, the one that had marked the altar, the one that had bound the curse. Mia, Daniel said urgently, his voice trembling. What do we do? Her mind locked onto a single idea, a possibility she had considered but never fully grasped. The land had chosen this being to hold dominion over it. The curse had been a fragment, a portion of its power, and when they had broken it, they had unleashed something far worse. The key to defeating it might not be magic or strength, but sacrifice. The land itself was its prison, and only by severing that bond could they hope to stop it. But at what cost? Mia swallowed, steeling herself. We need to sever the bond, she said, her voice firm. We need to undo the seal. We have to return the balance. But how? Daniel asked, his face pale. I don't know, Mia admitted, her gaze flicking toward the shifting shadows. But I think the land is the answer. The symbol, the book, the roots, they were all tied to this force. If we can sever its connection to the earth, we can trap it once again. With no time to waste, Mia began to move toward the darkened figure, determination flooding her veins. She didn't know if it would work. She didn't know if they had enough time. But she knew one thing. If they didn't try, the land would be lost to this creature forever. The ground beneath Mia's feet trembled again, the air thick with a swirling, malignant force. The creature, the force, was no longer just a shadow. It had fully manifested, towering over them in the center of the chamber, a twisted, shifting form of darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. Its presence was everywhere, its power pressing down on the room like a physical weight. The walls groaned, the stone fissuring with the force of its magic. The town hall, the entire village, felt as though it were buckling under the weight of this ancient, undying will. Mia could feel the land itself screaming, a primal, tortured cry that echoed in her mind, urging her to act. But how? The creature wasn't just a being, it was the land itself, a force that had been born from the earth's very marrow. It had been locked away, imprisoned beneath layers of roots, stone, and forgotten spells. Now, free and enraged, it sought to reclaim what it had lost. You're wrong, the voice of the being roared again, its voice shaking the very foundations of the building. I am not bound by your frail, fleeting magic. I am the soil, the trees, the winds. I am everything. Mia swallowed hard, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. She could feel its words like daggers, each syllable pulling at the deepest parts of her mind, whispering promises of destruction, of power. It wanted them to surrender, to give in. But Mia wouldn't. She couldn't. She had come too far. Beside her, Daniel shifted his stance, his sword still raised, though he looked more uncertain with each passing moment. We need to find a way to stop it, now. It's only going to get stronger. The shadows swirled around them, twisting and contorting like living things. As they moved, they left behind traces of cold, the kind of cold that didn't just freeze the air but seeped into your bones, numbing everything it touched. Mia's thoughts raced. The land was alive with its own power, bound to this ancient being. The roots, the book, the mausoleum, all of it had been parts of a larger puzzle, a prison designed to hold back the creature's reign. And now it was free. But it had been contained for so long. There had to be a way to bind it again. They had seen how the land reacted when they destroyed the book, the way the curse had faltered. What if the book hadn't just been a weapon, but a key to controlling the land's power? The words from the old woman's warning flashed in her mind. The land has no end. It is bound by an eternal will, but it will always seek its balance. The balance. Mia's eyes widened as the thought took root. The book, the land's prison. Everything had been bound by the ancient forces that govern the earth. The key wasn't in fighting the creature. It was in restoring the balance, severing the connection between it and the land. The symbol, Mia muttered, more to herself than to Daniel. The symbol in the book, the one on the altar, it wasn't just a curse. It was the anchor. Daniel's gaze snapped to her. What do you mean? The land's power is tied to the earth itself. The roots, the gate, they're all linked. If we can sever the link between the creature and the land, we can trap it again. But we need to undo the seal, the symbol. A flicker of understanding passed through Daniel's eyes. But how? Mia's heart beat louder in her chest as the answer became clear. The book had been the key to the land's curse, but it had also been the symbol of the land's imprisonment. The roots were not just roots, they were the physical manifestation of the bond between the creature and the earth. They had grown from the land to hold the creature's will in place. The only way to break that connection was to reverse the process, to sever the creature's link to the land itself. Mia glanced back at the archway, the glowing gate that had been the source of the power. Beneath the swirling darkness, she could still see faint traces of the symbol, now cracked, the lines still faintly glowing. The shadowy form of the creature writhed, seemingly aware of her thoughts, its voice twisting like the wind. You can't break the land. It is me. I am eternal. Mia took a step forward, ignoring the creature's jeering voice. She wasn't afraid. Not anymore. We'll see about that, she muttered under her breath, her voice steady as the weight of her decision settled on her. The creature laughed, the sound a low, rumbling growl that shook the walls. You are so foolish. You think you can undo what has been done? You think you can take my power from me? The tendrils of darkness reached out, slithering toward Mia, but she stepped forward, her sword raised, its edge catching what little light was left. She didn't speak, didn't hesitate. She understood now. The creature was bound to the earth. The only way to undo its hold was to reverse the connection, to break the bond that tied it to the land. The ground cracked once more beneath her feet as the creature's power surged again, its rage tangible, filling the room with an unbearable pressure. But Mia wasn't afraid. She focused on the ground beneath her, on the stone of the archway, on the symbol etched deep into the earth. This was where the land's magic had originated. This was where they had to fight back. Taking a deep breath, Mia plunged her sword into the ground. The impact was immediate. The earth trembled violently, the very stones beneath their feet buckling with the force of Mia's strike. The sword vibrated with an ancient power, the very air crackling as if reality itself were being torn apart. The shadows writhed around her, but she didn't stop. She pressed deeper, driving the sword into the heart of the land's magic. The creature's voice screamed in fury, its form beginning to flicker and distort as if it were losing its grip. No. You cannot undo what is mine. It howled, its form now shifting wildly, its tendrils lashing out, but they were growing weaker. The land was fighting back, against its own will. The creature was being pulled back into the earth, bound again by the power that had once imprisoned it. Mia's grip tightened, the sword almost vibrating out of her hands as the magic surged through her. The land was fighting, but it needed to be forced. The balance had to be restored. Daniel stepped forward, raising his sword alongside her. Mia, hold on. We can do this. Together, they drove the sword deeper, the light from the symbol growing brighter and brighter until it was almost blinding. The creature screeched, its form twisting violently, as if its very essence was being ripped away. For a moment, it seemed like the world itself was breaking. The earth trembled and groaned, the air thick with a force Mia couldn't even begin to comprehend. But then, suddenly, it stopped. The land fell silent. The shadows that had once consumed everything were gone. The dark figure flickered one last time, its shape now barely a shadow, and then vanished. Mia fell to her knees, exhausted, the sword slipping from her hand as the weight of the moment crashed down on her. She felt the ground beneath her hum with a strange, soothing energy. The power that had held the land captive, the creature's malignant influence, was gone. But what was left? The earth was still trembling, the remnants of the curse lingering like an echo. We did it, Daniel whispered, his voice weak. It's over. Mia didn't answer at first. She could feel it. The land was still alive, still carrying the weight of centuries of curses, of anger, of power. But it was free now, free to heal. Maybe, she said quietly, but this land will never be the same. It will take time to heal. And so will we. The world had fallen into an eerie stillness. Mia could feel the weight of the silence press against her skin like a blanket. The air had shifted, become clearer somehow, less oppressive, but still thick with the remnants of ancient power. The earth beneath her, which had trembled and quaked with rage only moments before, now hummed with a quiet pulse. The land was alive, but it was no longer the same. The curse had been severed. The creature that had once ruled over it had been bound again, but what was left behind was a place scarred and empty. She felt Daniel's hand on her shoulder, pulling her gently to her feet. He had collapsed beside her, both of them drained, their bodies aching from the magical strain, the mental fatigue that came from fighting a force beyond comprehension. Are you okay? His voice was hoarse, but it carried a note of concern. Mia wiped a hand across her face, feeling the dirt and sweat that clung to her skin, but she didn't answer immediately. Her eyes were fixed on the ground beneath her. The sword, now lying in the dust, had been their weapon. It had been a conduit of magic, a way to channel the land's power and reverse the curse. But now, even the sword seemed out of place. It had fulfilled its purpose, and like the land itself, it was left to be forgotten. I'm fine, she said quietly, though the fatigue in her voice betrayed her. She turned her gaze upward, taking in the remains of the town hall, the ruins of the mausoleum beyond, the village now nothing more than a crumbled shadow of what it once had been. The trees in the distance, once twisted and dark, seemed to sway a little more freely in the wind. The storm had passed, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the sun was breaking through the clouds, casting pale rays of light over the village, though it was still dark with decay. The land was free, but it was not healed. The land still mourns, Mia muttered as though speaking to herself. Daniel glanced around, his brow furrowed. Mourns? What do you mean? The curse is gone, she said slowly, but the land still carries the weight of what happened. The land, the village, the people, they were all marked by that power. And now we've broken the cycle, but it won't be fixed overnight. Daniel nodded, his face somber. He glanced at the ruins of the town, then back at Mia. What happens now? What do we do? Mia took a deep breath, standing slowly. Her legs were weak beneath her, her muscles sore, but her mind was clearing, the haze of magic and exhaustion lifting. The creature had been bound. The land was no longer cursed, but that didn't mean the damage was undone. The scars remained, on the earth, in the air, in the very bones of the village. There's work to be done, she said. The curse didn't just affect the land. It affected everything. The people, the village, the earth itself. We need to make sure the curse is truly gone, that nothing remains behind. And if it does? Daniel asked, a shadow crossing his features. We fight again. Mia's voice was firm. But this time we're not alone. The land may have been broken, but it's alive. It will heal. We just need to make sure we don't leave anything behind. She turned, glancing at the horizon, the first signs of daylight illuminating the darkened sky. The storm had passed. The wind was still heavy with moisture, the smell of rain lingering in the air. But beneath it there was something different, something softer. Look, Daniel said, his voice filled with awe. Mia followed his gaze. Where once there had been only twisted trees and corrupted earth, there were now signs of life, small but unmistakable. New growth was beginning to sprout from the soil. Vines, fresh and green, winding their way up the stone ruins. Flowers, delicate and pale, bloomed from the cracks in the walls, their petals trembling in the wind as if waking from a long, dark sleep. The birds that had been silent during the storm were returning, their songs faint but growing louder. The land was healing. It's starting, Mia whispered, but it will take time. The roots were the land's will. Now that the curse is gone, it needs to find its own path. And what about the people? Daniel asked, looking over at the empty village. There were no signs of life, no people wandering through the streets, no houses that seemed to carry any hint of warmth. It was as if the village had been frozen in time, caught in the lingering grip of the curse, unable to escape. Mia felt the weight of his question settle on her chest. She turned to the broken windows of the town hall, the empty streets beyond. She had hoped that when the curse was broken, the village would begin to rebuild, that the people who had once lived here would return, but there was no sign of them. The land itself had been freed, but the souls that had been tied to it were still absent, lost somewhere in the space between life and death. They're gone, she said quietly, her voice filled with regret. The curse trapped them. The land, it claimed them. And now that the curse is gone, they're lost to it. The land still holds their memories, their echoes. Daniel's face darkened, but he didn't argue. They both knew the truth. The village had been swallowed by the curse long before they arrived, and the people who had lived there were nothing more than victims of a power they could never have understood. But there's still hope, Mia added, her voice softer now. The land is healing. It might take time, but it's not beyond saving. And maybe the people too can find peace. They stood there for a long moment, watching the wind stir the branches of the trees, the leaves rustling as if whispering secrets to one another. The air was different now. It didn't feel oppressive anymore. It felt alive, like a promise of new beginnings, of rebirth. Mia wiped her brow, still feeling the exhaustion that clung to her like a weight. The fight was over. The land had been freed. But there was so much to be done. The people, the village, the land itself, would take time to recover, but it was a fight they had won together. There was still more to uncover, more to learn, but the worst was behind them. Mia, Daniel said after a long pause, do you think it's truly over? That there's nothing left? Mia considered his question, her eyes narrowing as she looked once again at the horizon. The sun was rising higher, casting its pale light over the ruins. The land was healing. She could feel it in the air, in the soil beneath her feet. But there was still something nagging at the back of her mind. A lingering sense of uncertainty. It wasn't over. Not yet. No, she said, her voice firm despite the weariness that still clung to her. I think there's more we don't know. More to this land, more to the people who lived here. But we've given it a chance. We've broken the curse. She turned away from the village, looking toward the distant forest, where the trees now seemed to breathe with the wind, where the new growth reached up to the sky, their roots finally free of the oppressive power that had once held them. "We've given it a chance to heal," she repeated softly. And as they walked away, the land behind them began to hum again, soft and quiet, a song of renewal. The cycle wasn't finished, but it had begun again. The land would find its way. It always did. The village was quiet as Mia and Daniel made their way away from the town hall, leaving the broken stones and silent streets behind them. The earth seemed to breathe under their feet, each step they took echoing softly, like the land was awakening from a long, deep slumber. But despite the gentle whispers of the wind and the fresh scent of blooming flowers, the land still felt heavy. Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lingering, something from the past, from before the curse, something buried deep beneath the soil. She glanced over at Daniel, who was walking beside her, his expression thoughtful, his gaze cast ahead as though trying to make sense of everything they had just experienced. "Do you feel that?" Mia asked, her voice quiet, yet laced with a hint of unease. Daniel stopped for a moment, his boots crunching the freshly grown grass beneath him as he looked around. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the village. "The land, it's still alive," he said, his voice almost reverent. "But it feels different, like something's still here. Something we didn't quite understand." Mia nodded. "Exactly. The curse is broken, yes, but something else. Something from the past. It's like the land is remembering. It's almost as if it's trying to call us to it." They continued walking, the path winding deeper into the village. In the distance, the remnants of what had once been homes lay scattered, half destroyed by time, the remains of charred wood and broken stone now softened by the encroaching greenery. It wasn't just nature reclaiming what had once been taken from it, it was the land healing. But there was something about the place. It felt as if the village wasn't truly empty. The silence, the stillness felt unnatural. Even with the trees stretching toward the sky, with the flowers blooming, the buildings decaying into the earth, it still felt as though the land was holding something back. Something it had buried long ago. "We should head toward the forest," Mia said after a long pause, her eyes still focused ahead. "There's something there, something tied to this place, to the land itself." Daniel glanced at her, his brows furrowed in concern. "The forest? We've already seen what it's capable of, Mia. The creatures, the roots, the curse. It's gone. What else could be hiding there?" "I don't know," she admitted, her voice filled with uncertainty. "But I feel like there's a part of the story we're missing. We've seen the land's power, but there's something more ancient here, something tied to this village long before the curse even began. If we don't find it now, we might never understand what truly happened." Daniel hesitated, but the determination in Mia's eyes was enough to convince him. Together, they turned toward the dense trees that loomed beyond the village, tall, dark sentinels that whispered with the wind. The forest was no longer the corrupted, twisted nightmare they had once faced. It was peaceful, serene even, the canopy above filtering the sunlight in dappled patterns on the forest floor. But beneath that calm surface, Mia could feel the remnants of ancient magic. The deeper they walked into the forest, the more the land seemed to hum beneath their feet. Mia could almost hear the faint whispers of voices in the wind, the rustle of leaves carrying messages from the past. The feeling of something watching them, something ancient and powerful, grew stronger with every step. She had thought that breaking the curse would be the end, but now she knew it was only the beginning. The land had been freed, yes, but its history, the weight of its past, was still here, still alive in the very earth. "Do you hear that?" Daniel asked suddenly, his voice low. Mia stopped in her tracks, straining her ears. At first, all she could hear was the wind, the gentle rustle of the trees, the occasional bird call. But then, faintly, a whisper. It was like the wind itself was speaking, but the words were too soft, too indistinct for her to make out. "Just the wind," she said, though the chill creeping up her spine suggested otherwise. But as they continued, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. She could feel the pull of something deep within the forest, something that seemed to beckon her closer. And then, as they reached the heart of the forest, they saw it. A massive tree stood before them. It was unlike any tree they had seen before. Its bark was dark, almost black, with veins of silvery light running through it, pulsating faintly like a heartbeat. The roots of the tree stretched out in all directions, twisting like serpents around the base. The air around the tree was thick with magic, heavy with the weight of something older than time itself. Mia felt her breath catch in her throat. She had known this tree existed, had felt its presence all along, but she hadn't realized it was here. This was no ordinary tree. It was the heart of the land itself, the source of its power, and it was where the story had truly begun. "This tree," Mia whispered, her hand instinctively reaching out toward it, though she hesitated, sensing the power that radiated from its very core. This tree was the foundation. It's where everything started. Daniel stepped beside her, his eyes wide with awe. What do you mean? What is this place? This is the Tree of Origins, Mia said, her voice filled with reverence. It's the source of the land's power. It's the anchor that holds everything in place, the balance of life, of death, of magic. It's older than the village, older than the curse. It's where the roots of this land began. The air around them grew even thicker, the whispers now almost deafening, as though the tree itself were trying to communicate. Mia stepped closer, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of its history pressing against her mind, as if the tree was trying to reveal something to her, something important. Suddenly, the whispers stopped, and the forest fell into a complete, unnerving silence. Mia's hand trembled as it hovered above the tree's bark. She knew that touching it would bind her to something far beyond her comprehension, something ancient and wild. This tree, she whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear, is the key to the land's power. It was here before the village was even founded. The keeper, the curse, it was all tied to this place. The land was never meant to be controlled. It was meant to be free. And now that the curse is broken, the land is reclaiming its power. Daniel stepped back, his gaze still fixed on the tree. And what happens now? Does the land stay like this? Will it rebuild? Mia's gaze shifted, her eyes narrowing as she studied the tree more closely. She could see faint symbols carved into its bark, symbols she recognized from the book they had destroyed, symbols that had once been tied to the keeper's curse. The land will rebuild, she said softly, but there was a hint of something else in her voice. But it will need guidance. The power here is too ancient, too wild. If left unchecked, it could consume everything. The tree, the roots, they've been dormant for too long. If they wake again, they could bring the land back into chaos. What are you saying? Daniel asked, his voice cautious. I'm saying, Mia said slowly, her voice filled with uncertainty, that the land isn't finished yet. The curse may be broken, but the power still exists. It needs someone to watch over it, someone to keep it in balance. The weight of her words sank in, and Daniel's eyes widened with understanding. You mean, we can't just leave it here? We need to stay. We need to guard the land. Mia nodded, the gravity of the responsibility settling heavily on her shoulders. We can't just walk away, Daniel. This is where it all began. And if we don't act, the land could fall back into darkness. The land's heart still beats here. It needs a guardian. Together, they stood before the Tree of Origins, its silvery veins pulsing with ancient magic. The land was waking, and it was not done with them yet. The air around the Tree of Origins seemed to hum with an ancient energy, its pulse like the beat of a living heart. Mia could feel it deep within her chest, a rhythmic thrum that connected her to the very soul of the land. Every leaf, every stone, every breath of wind seemed to echo with the power of the earth itself. The Tree of Origins was not merely a source of magic, it was alive, ancient, and sacred. She stepped closer, reaching out toward its bark, her fingers grazing the surface. The moment her skin made contact, a surge of energy rushed through her, sharp and bright like lightning. The world around her seemed to vanish for an instant, replaced by flashes of images, of ancient memories, memories of a time before the village, before the curse. She saw the land in its prime, untouched by corruption, a lush, vibrant place full of life and harmony. She saw beings, humanoid, yes, but connected to the earth in a way that felt almost divine, tending to the land, speaking to the trees, walking among the creatures of the forest. The land had not always been this broken. There had been a time when the power of the Tree of Origins was revered, nurtured by those who had come before. The keepers had not always been protectors of the curse. They had once been guardians of something much greater, something that tied the people of the village, the land, and the creatures together in a fragile balance. But something had gone wrong. The curse. Mia pulled her hand away from the tree, her breath shaky. The visions had faded, but their weight lingered, a deep understanding settling in her mind. The curse had not just been a random act of malevolent magic, it was the land's desperate plea for balance. For centuries, the people who had come to the village had sought to control the land's power, bending it to their will, using it to build their lives, their homes, and their empire. The land had resisted, but in time, it had been corrupted by their attempts to harness its power. The keeper had been chosen, not as a protector but as a prisoner, someone who would bear the weight of the land's suffering, its anger, its hunger for freedom. But now that the curse was broken, what would happen to the land? To the tree? The balance had been shattered, and Mia knew that if they didn't act, it could tear the world apart. We can't leave this place, Mia said quietly, her voice filled with a sense of finality. The land won't heal without help. The tree of origins, this is the heart of everything. If we walk away now, the power will slip through our fingers again and it'll bring chaos. Daniel's gaze was steady, though his brow furrowed with the weight of her words. You're saying we have to stay here. We have to guard it. Guard the land. Yes, Mia said. She turned back toward the tree, her heart heavy. The land is free now, but it's still dangerous. It's a wild thing, untamed. And it's calling to us, asking us to become its guardians. Daniel took a deep breath, stepping closer to her. I don't think we have a choice. Not after everything we've seen. No, Mia said softly, we don't. She paused, her eyes reflecting the weight of her decision. But we don't have to do it alone. We can rebuild this place. We can be the link between the land and the people who once lived here. Maybe there are others who can come, those who can understand what we're trying to do. I don't know if they'll come back, Mia, Daniel said quietly. The people, the village, they were taken by the curse. They're gone. I don't know if anyone remains who would even remember this place. I know, Mia said, but the land doesn't forget. We can be the beginning of something new, a new kind of balance. There was a long silence as they stood before the tree of origins, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the air. But slowly, Mia felt the pulse of the tree resonate with her once more, a sense of acceptance, of purpose, settling within her. This was their path now. The land had chosen them, just as it had chosen the keepers long ago. I think the tree has chosen us, she whispered, more to herself than to Daniel. It's calling us to stay, to be the guardians. Daniel nodded slowly, the reality of their situation sinking in. And what do we do now? Mia looked back at the ancient tree, its bark still shimmering with faint silvery veins, its roots stretching deep into the earth. The land was still healing, but it was fragile. They had to be careful. We learn, she said softly. We learn the old ways. We find the knowledge that's been lost to time. And we protect it. We protect the land. The days that followed were filled with a strange mix of reverence and quiet desperation. Mia and Daniel began to settle into their new roles, walking the land, studying the remnants of the village, and the powerful magic still resonating in the earth. The villagers had left behind what few possessions they had managed to carry with them. Books, journals, relics, tools. All pieces of the puzzle that would help them understand the land's power. They began to piece together the history of the village, the tree of origins, and the mysterious curse that had nearly destroyed everything. Slowly, the truth began to emerge. The village had once been a thriving settlement, a place where people had lived in harmony with the land. They had honored the earth's power, using its magic for healing, for growth, and for prosperity. But over time, their greed and desire for control had corrupted the balance. The land had fought back, first with subtle signs, then with the curse. The keeper, once a guardian, had become a prisoner, shackled to the earth as a living symbol of the land's suffering. And now, Mia and Daniel were the ones tasked with restoring that balance. Mia spent hours studying the ancient books they had found, looking for any signs of the old rituals, the old ways that had once kept the land in balance. The rituals of the keepers, the magic of the earth, the methods of communion between the people and the land. She learned of the connection between the tree of origins and the village, the way the roots of the tree had once stretched beneath the village, binding it to the land's power, ensuring that the balance was maintained. But there was one thing Mia had yet to understand. The tree had been the source of life and power, but it had also been the source of corruption. The land had been warped by the very magic that had once nurtured it. There was still so much to uncover. As the days passed, Mia and Daniel established a routine, learning the old ways, tending to the land, and watching as the village slowly began to show signs of life. The first green sprouts in the soil, the soft glow of fireflies dancing through the air at night. The forest, once a twisted labyrinth of shadows, was now growing again, trees stretching toward the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. But Mia couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper still, a part of the land's past that had yet to reveal itself. A secret buried in the roots of the earth, waiting to be uncovered. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees, casting a fiery glow across the sky, Mia stood before the tree of origins once more. The whispers had returned, faint but insistent. The land was calling to her again, urging her to remember. But what? The wind stirred as Mia stood before the tree of origins, her fingers lightly tracing the rough bark, feeling the ancient pulse beneath the surface. It was as if the land itself was trying to speak to her, urging her to remember something, to uncover the truth that lay hidden deep in the roots of the earth. The whispers were faint at first, like the rustle of leaves in a storm. but now they had grown more distinct, as though the very tree was calling her. She closed her eyes, her breath steady, and listened intently. The air was thick with magic, the energy surrounding her like a physical presence. She could almost feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, the ancient memories of the land seeping into her very bones. The land had seen so much, too much. The curse, the struggle, the endless cycle of death and rebirth. But now, for the first time, there was a chance for peace, a chance for healing. And yet, she knew that something was still missing. Mia's fingers tightened around the tree's bark as she drew a deep breath, the magic filling her lungs, the whispers growing louder in her mind. She could sense the answers just beyond her reach, as if they were hidden beneath the surface of the earth, tangled in the roots of the ancient tree. "Daniel," she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. He was standing a few paces behind her, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He had been quiet for some time now, his face thoughtful, a shadow of worry still lingering in his eyes. He had always been the more cautious one, the one who questioned every move, every decision. But now he too seemed drawn to the tree, to the land, to the power that pulsed beneath their feet. "What is it?" he asked, stepping toward her. "There's something here," Mia said, her voice filled with a quiet urgency. "Something in the roots. The tree, it's hiding something. I can feel it." Daniel glanced at the ground, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "You mean beneath the tree? Are you sure it's safe to?" "I have to," Mia interrupted, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the dark, twisting roots that snaked out from the base of the tree, disappearing into the earth. "It's the only way. The land's memory is tied to the roots. If we're going to understand everything, we need to find out what's buried beneath." He hesitated for a moment longer, then nodded slowly. "All right, but be careful." Mia nodded, taking one last look at the tree's towering form before she sank to her knees, her hands pressing against the cool earth. The roots stretched deep into the soil, their dark, gnarled forms weaving a complex network beneath the surface. She could feel the magic of the land pulse through them, like the veins of the earth itself, and as her fingers brushed against the roots, she felt a sharp, electric jolt. It wasn't painful, but it was intense, a surge of energy, of power, almost overwhelming in its force. The ground beneath her seemed to shift, and for a moment she thought she had imagined it. But then the earth moved again and she felt the pull, a deep, magnetic force drawing her closer, urging her to dig, to uncover what had been buried. She began to pull at the roots, her hands scraping against the dirt, her nails digging into the soft earth. The roots twisted and writhed as she worked, resisting her touch, but Mia was relentless. She knew that whatever was hidden beneath was the key to understanding everything. The land's past, its curse, and the true nature of the power that had shaped it. Minutes passed, then hours, as she worked tirelessly, pushing aside dirt and roots. The air around her grew thick with magic, the whispers in her mind louder now, the energy crackling in the space between them. It was as though the land itself was guiding her, showing her the way. And then, at last, her hands brushed against something cold, something metallic. She gasped and dug her fingers into the earth, her heart racing. With one final pull, she yanked free a small, weathered chest, its surface engraved with ancient symbols, symbols she had seen in the book they had destroyed, symbols tied to the curse, to the keeper. The chest was sealed shut, locked with a heavy clasp, but Mia could feel its power. This was it, the key to the land's past, to the curse that had consumed it, to the magic that had shaped everything. "Mia," Daniel called from behind her, his voice cautious. "What is it? What did you find?" Mia didn't answer right away. She was too absorbed in the chest, too lost in the weight of its presence. She knew that unlocking it would mean uncovering truths that had been buried for centuries. The land had remembered, and now it was ready to reveal its secrets. She carefully opened the chest, the hinges creaking with age. Inside was a collection of ancient scrolls, yellowed with age but still intact, their edges frayed as if they had been handled countless times. And at the center of the scrolls there was something else, something even more significant. A black, crystalline object, glowing faintly with an unnatural light. Mia's breath caught in her throat as she reached for the object. It was small, no larger than the palm of her hand, but its presence was undeniable. She could feel its weight in her fingers, its power, its darkness. It was the source of the curse, the object that had bound the land in eternal suffering. "This is it," Mia whispered, her voice trembling. "This is what started everything." Daniel stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the object in her hand. "What is it?" "I don't know," Mia admitted, "but I think it's the heart of the curse. The land's power, it's corrupted by this. It's what's kept the curse alive. She turned the object over in her hands, examining it carefully. The black crystal seemed to hum with energy, a low, throbbing pulse that matched the rhythm of the land itself. As she studied it, she saw faint markings on its surface. More symbols, the same ones she had seen in the ancient books and the village's ruins. I think, Mia continued slowly, this was the first keeper's mistake. They must have found this crystal and used it to draw power from the land. But instead of nurturing it, they bent it, tried to control it. That's what corrupted the land, the people, everything. Daniel's face darkened as he stepped closer, his eyes narrowed. And now that it's here, what do we do with it? Mia looked up, meeting his gaze. We have to destroy it. He nodded, but his voice was filled with uncertainty. Are you sure? If it's the source of all this power, destroying it could change everything. I know, Mia said softly, but we can't leave it here. It's a prison, Daniel. A prison for the land, for the people, for everything. If we don't destroy it, it will continue to haunt this place. It will keep the curse alive, and we can't allow that. Mia closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as she prepared to act. The land had given them a chance to heal, but this crystal, this dark object, had to be destroyed for any true peace to take root. She could feel the weight of her decision, but she knew it was the only way. The land needed to be free, and so did they. She raised the crystal above her head, ready to break it, when the ground trembled. A deep, rumbling sound filled the air, shaking the earth beneath their feet. Mia's hand froze midair as she felt a pulse of power surge from the crystal, spreading through the earth like a shockwave. The tree groaned, its bark cracking as if it were in pain. And then the whispers returned, louder, more insistent than before, now accompanied by a voice. You cannot destroy me. The ground trembled beneath Mia and Daniel, sending waves of power through their bodies as the earth groaned like a living thing. The roots of the tree of origins twisted and writhed, almost as if they were trying to pull away from the crystal in Mia's hand. She could feel the earth itself resisting, pushing back against the force that surged from the black crystal, like a giant heart fighting to beat against its own destruction. Mia's fingers tightened around the crystal, her grip firm despite the tremors that were shaking her body. But even as she prepared to crush it, the whisper, the voice, grew louder, more distinct. You cannot destroy me. The voice was not just in her head. It was in the air, in the ground beneath her feet, in the very heart of the land itself. It wasn't a man's voice or a woman's voice. It was the land speaking with an ancient, powerful resonance. A voice that had lived for centuries, perhaps even longer. Mia's heart pounded in her chest as she stumbled back, her mind reeling from the force of the voice that seemed to reach deep into her soul. It was as though the entire land, the trees, the roots, and the very stones were alive, speaking to her in a language older than time. Who are you? She gasped, barely able to speak the words. The whispers grew quieter for a moment, as though the land was contemplating her question. The air around them thickened, the magic in the earth curling like smoke around her body, but the voice that followed was softer, yet still charged with power. I am not your enemy. The words felt like a weight, settling heavily in her mind. The land, the voice, was not trying to harm them. It was speaking in a way that felt almost desperate. Mia's confusion deepened, and for the first time since she had discovered the Tree of Origins, she felt a sense of dread that was not born of the curse, but of something far older. I was once the keeper, the protector. Before your kind came. Before the blood was spilled. Before the land was poisoned. Daniel took a step back, his face pale as he looked between Mia and the glowing black crystal in her hand. He could feel it now, too, the weight of the land's sorrow, its pain. The magic in the air seemed to pulse with every word, every syllable, like the thrum of a heartbeat. What do you mean? Daniel asked, his voice strained, his gaze shifting from the tree to the crystal. You misunderstand, the voice continued, its tone heavy with centuries of sorrow. The crystal you hold was once a beacon of life, a channel through which I could communicate with those who cared for the land. The land was not meant to be ruled, but to be shared. Mia's breath caught in her throat. The crystal, a beacon of life? She looked down at it again, but now, the black crystal no longer seemed like a dark force of corruption. Its glow was softer, more muted, like a dying star, and yet its power still pulsed with an undeniable pull. But your kind came looking to bend the land to your will, to control the roots, the trees, the very breath of the earth. You took the power I offered and twisted it, used it to build, to grow, and in doing so, you destroyed the balance. The land fought back, and I was bound to it. Mia lowered the crystal slightly, the weight of its power still pulsing in her hand. She could feel the truth in the land's words, the desperation in the voice. The curse had not come from some malevolent force. It had come from the land's response to being misused, to being broken by greed. The keeper you destroyed was not my enemy. They were my last hope. The voice sighed, and the earth seemed to tremble once more. They were a prisoner just as I was, bound to keep the land from slipping into chaos. They sacrificed everything, their life, their soul, to protect the land, to protect you. Mia's heart sank as the weight of the land's grief settled over her. The keeper had not been a villain. They had been a guardian, a protector, bound to the land by the very power they had sought to control. But in the end, it had been too much. The power had consumed them just as it had consumed the village. The air grew still once more, and Mia felt a new clarity settle over her. The land had not been cursed by evil, nor had it been the fault of any one person. It had been the result of a broken promise. A balance shattered by the greed of those who had tried to control the power of the earth. I never knew, Mia whispered, her voice thick with understanding. The keeper, they weren't the cause. They were the sacrifice. Yes, the voice whispered, a hint of sadness in the words. But now you stand at the crossroads. You have the power to undo what was done, to restore the balance. Or you can destroy it all. Destroy me, destroy the land, and let the curse consume everything once more. Mia looked down at the black crystal again, the light within it flickering like the last breath of a dying star. She could feel the power of the land surging beneath her fingertips, pulling her into its depths. The land was offering her a choice, a chance to heal, to restore what had been broken, or to end it all, to sever the land's power once and for all. She glanced over at Daniel, whose face was filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. He didn't know what to do, what to say. But Mia knew. She understood now. I can't destroy it, she said softly, her voice steady, despite the tremor in her heart. It's not evil. It's just lost. The earth seemed to respond to her words, the pulse of the land softening. The whispers faded into a low murmur, like a sigh of relief. You understand, the voice said, softer now, almost tender. The land needs you, Mia. It needs someone who understands the balance. Someone who can guide it back to harmony. Mia closed her eyes, the weight of the decision pressing heavily upon her. She had been chosen by the land, just as the keeper had been before her. The land was not her enemy, it was her responsibility. She had been brought here to undo the damage that had been done, to restore what had been lost. I'll do it, Mia whispered. I'll help you heal. The air around her seemed to shimmer with a quiet energy, the pulse of magic surrounding her and Daniel like a blanket. The crystal in her hand glowed brighter for a moment, its power resonating with the land's. It was no longer a weapon but a key to healing. Mia turned the crystal in her hands, feeling its weight, its power, but also its fragility. It was a symbol of everything that had been lost and everything that could be restored. The land had spoken, and now it was time to listen. Mia stood before the Tree of Origins, holding the crystal gently in her palm, its faint glow casting shadows across her face. The whispers had quieted, the earth's pulse no longer pounding in her chest. Instead, there was a deep, resonant hum in the air, almost as though the land was holding its breath. The power of the crystal, once corrupted, now felt different. It was not a dark force, nor a malevolent power. It was a living thing, fragile and broken, yet still capable of great healing. I'll help you, Mia whispered again, though now she was speaking to the land itself, as if it were an old friend who had been hurt and forgotten. We'll restore what was lost. Together. Daniel stepped forward, his face still pale, his eyes wide with the realization of what Mia was about to undertake. Are you sure this is the right way? What if the land asks for something we're not ready to give? The power here is still immense. Mia glanced at him, her face calm but determined. It's not about controlling the power, Daniel. It's about understanding it. The land needs to be free just as much as we do. But it also needs guidance. We don't have to wield its magic. We just have to help it find balance again. Daniel opened his mouth to protest, but Mia held up a hand, her gaze soft but firm. I know it's overwhelming, but the keeper wasn't meant to be a prison. They were meant to be a guide, a guardian like we are now. The air around them shifted once more, the land seeming to breathe with them as Mia knelt before the Tree of Origins, cradling the crystal in her hands. The roots of the tree seemed to respond, stretching toward her, as though sensing the magic she was about to release. The connection was instantaneous, deep, and unyielding. The earth beneath her feet seemed to hum, the very stones around her vibrating with energy. Mia closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath, centering herself. She could feel the power of the crystal, ancient and pure, surging through her body like a river breaking through a dam. She didn't try to control it. Instead, she simply let it flow, allowing the power to merge with the magic of the land itself. It was a delicate balance, a dance between the forces of nature and the power of the crystal. She wasn't conquering the land's magic. She was simply offering it a path, a way to heal, a way to return to its true form. Her fingers tingled as the crystal pulsed, the glow intensifying as it connected with the tree's roots. She could feel the land's memories, its joys, its sorrows, rushing through her mind, memories of a time when the village had lived in harmony with the earth. But there were also darker memories, of the curse, of the corruption that had taken root, of the endless cycle of suffering that had trapped the land in a perpetual state of imbalance. Mia could feel the anger of the earth, the frustration of being used, twisted, and corrupted. But there was also a deep sadness, a longing for the peace that had once been. It was a cry for help, for release. She took another deep breath, focusing all of her energy on the crystal, on the land. The tree's roots stretched further, curling around her, drawing her deeper into the magic. She could hear the voice again, softer now, almost a whisper. "This is your choice, Mia. The land's fate is in your hands." "I understand," Mia murmured, her voice barely audible over the wind. "I will not control you. I will guide you. Together, we will find balance again." The crystal in her hands began to crack, the black surface fracturing as the energy from the tree's roots surged through it. Mia's heart raced. This was the moment when everything would change. The tree was awakening, responding to the power she had released. But there was something else, something deeper. The land was reaching back, not just to her, but to something much older. She could sense it, beneath the surface of the earth, the roots, the stones, the air itself. Something was stirring. It was not an enemy, not a force of evil, but an ancient presence, one that had been dormant for centuries. The energy was both familiar and alien, as if it had always been there, waiting for the right moment to return. The tree groaned, its massive branches swaying as if caught in an unseen wind. The air shimmered with raw power, the pulse of the land growing stronger. Mia's vision blurred, her senses overwhelmed by the flood of magic coursing through her. She was no longer just a person standing before the tree. She was a part of it, part of the earth, part of the tree, part of the land's ancient magic. And then, in that moment of connection, she saw it. The keeper. Not the one they had destroyed, but the first, the one who had chosen to become the guardian of the land. They had not been a mere protector. They had been the embodiment of the land's soul, the keeper of its balance. Their spirit was woven into the very fabric of the earth itself, their magic intertwined with the roots of the tree of origins. Mia saw their face not as a human but as a being of light, of earth, an ethereal figure, a spirit of the land. The keeper had never truly left. Their spirit was bound to the land, just as the magic of the tree of origins had always been. The curse had not been a punishment, it had been the land's way of holding on to its last hope, its last remnant of balance. Mia gasped, the vision fading as the roots of the tree tightened around her, grounding her once more to the earth. But now she knew. She knew what had to be done. The crystal in her hands cracked open completely, and as it did, a wave of energy surged outward, radiating through the land, through the tree's roots, and deep into the earth. The earth trembled once more, but this time it was not in pain. It was in release. "The land remembers," the voice whispered softly, its tone one of peace, of acceptance. "The balance has been restored. You have freed me, Mia. You have freed us all." Mia felt the magic ebbing, the land's power slowly settling into harmony once more. The crystal's glow faded to a soft, silvery light, and with a final gentle crack, it shattered into dust, scattering into the wind. The earth beneath her feet seemed to exhale, a great sigh of relief as the land began its healing process. The air around them shifted, and for the first time since they had arrived, Mia and Daniel felt the weight of the world lift. The land was still alive, still powerful, but it was no longer a force of destruction. It was a force of creation, of rebirth. As the last remnants of the magic settled into the earth, Mia slowly stood, her body trembling with the aftermath of the magic. She looked around at the tree, at the roots that had once been twisted and corrupted, now stretching upward, reaching for the sky in a new, vibrant form. "We did it," Daniel whispered, his voice full of awe. "The land, it's healing." Mia nodded slowly, her eyes distant, as though still connected to the magic that had flowed through her. "Yes, but it's not just healing. It's awakening." The land had been freed, and so had they. They were no longer prisoners of the past, bound by the weight of the curse. They had become the guardians not through power but through understanding. Together they had restored the balance, and the land was ready to begin anew. But Mia knew deep in her heart, that the journey wasn't over. The land would need protectors, those who could guide it, who could live in harmony with it, not as conquerors but as stewards. The world would remember, and the story of the Tree of Origins would live on. Its roots buried deep in the soil of the land, but its spirit alive in the hearts of those who understood its true power. Mia stood before the Tree of Origins, her fingers still tingling from the immense power that had surged through her. The air around her was thick with the scent of earth and magic, a fresh breeze carrying the soft whispers of the land, now calm, now at peace. The great tree that had once groaned under the weight of centuries of suffering now stood tall and majestic, its branches reaching toward the sky in a new life. The roots that had once twisted and writhed with dark energy now lay still, grounded in the earth, as if they too had finally found their rest. Daniel stood beside her, his face reflecting a quiet awe, but his eyes were also filled with something else, something deeper. Gratitude. Understanding. The weight of everything they had done settled into him now, as it had settled into Mia. They had freed the land. They had restored the balance, but they had also embraced a responsibility far greater than anything they had ever known. "We've done it," Daniel said softly, his voice thick with emotion. "The curse is gone. The land is free." Mia nodded slowly, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. The land was indeed free, but the journey was far from over. They had restored the balance, yes, but now they had to live with it, to protect it from falling back into darkness, to ensure that it would never again be used, twisted, or corrupted. "The land is free," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it needs more than just freedom. It needs understanding. It needs us." Daniel turned to her, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "The keeper wasn't just a guardian of the land. They were the embodiment of its soul," Mia explained, her voice steady as she gazed at the tree. "They were the bridge between the land's power and the people who lived with it. And now that role has passed to us." "But we're not," Daniel started, but Mia cut him off gently. "I know," she said, her voice calm. "We're not the keeper, but we're something now. We're the stewards of the land. The land has given us the power, and it has also given us the knowledge. We must protect it from those who might seek to use it for their own purposes, and we must help it grow again." Daniel's eyes softened as he took in her words. "But how? We don't even know everything about the land's power. How can we protect something we don't fully understand?" Mia smiled faintly. "We learn. We study. The land will guide us, just as it has guided the keeper before us. It's not about knowing everything, it's about respecting what we don't understand, and being open to the magic that flows through this place." The wind stirred again, and the whispers of the earth seemed to pick up once more. Mia closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her feet, the deep, rhythmic heartbeat of the earth itself. It was calm now, steady and strong, but there was an underlying current of energy, something that had always been there, just waiting to be tapped into. She reached out with her senses, letting herself become attuned to the magic of the land. The roots of the Tree of Origins stretched deep into the earth, pulling up the life force from the very heart of the world. She could feel the land's memories, its ancient past, its rebirth, and its struggle for peace. The keeper had once been a part of this magic, and now so were Mia and Daniel. They were no longer just visitors to this land, they were its guardians. She could feel something else now, a presence, not the voice, but something akin to it, a faint, ethereal whisper that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The voice of the keeper, still lingering in the roots, still connected to the land. They had not vanished. They were still here, a part of the land's magic, guiding them as they took on the mantle of the keeper's legacy. Mia took a deep breath, her heart steadying as she allowed the energy to flow through her. She could feel the keeper's spirit, like a whisper in the wind, like a flicker of light in the deepest shadows. It was there, in the air, in the earth, in the very heart of the tree. "We're not alone," Mia murmured, her voice barely audible. Daniel stepped closer, his gaze searching. "What do you mean?" "The keeper's spirit," Mia said softly. "It's still here, in the land, in the tree. They're still guiding us even now. We just have to listen." Daniel's expression softened as he too felt the change in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to shimmer with the presence of something ancient, something wise. The land had a spirit, and it had always been there, watching, waiting for someone who would understand it, who would care for it. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the tree's massive roots, and Mia knew that the land was now at peace, but not done. The journey had just begun. The days that followed were a mixture of discovery and renewal. Mia and Daniel spent countless hours exploring the land around the Tree of Origins, attuning themselves to its magic, learning its rhythms, its pulses. The forest, once twisted and darkened by the curse, was now alive again, its trees reaching toward the sky, its soil rich and fertile. The wind seemed to whisper constantly, urging them forward, guiding them through the forest as they learned the old ways of the keeper. They found old journals and books, scattered remnants of the keeper's life, scrolls that spoke of the land's history, its magic, and the deep bond between the people and the earth. These were not just records of spells or rituals, they were stories of connection, stories of how the people had once lived in harmony with the land, drawing from its power not to control it but to coexist with it. The keeper had not been an authority, they had been a link, a connection between the earth and its people, a reminder of the balance that must always be maintained. Mia and Daniel began to rebuild, not only the village that had once stood at the edge of the forest but also the relationship between the people and the land. They sent messages to the neighboring villages, speaking of the curse that had been broken, of the new life that was returning to the land. Some came in disbelief, others in awe, but one by one they started to return, those who had once been part of the village and others who had heard of the land's revival. Mia and Daniel became the guardians of the Tree of Origins, not through power or force, but through understanding. They became the new keepers not because they were chosen by fate, but because they had chosen to listen, to respect the land, to learn from it, and to help it grow again. The first season passed and the land began to bloom. Flowers grew in places that had once been barren. The forest began to hum with life, the air thick with the scent of moss and pine. The village slowly came back to life, its people learning the ways of the land once again, the teachings of the keeper passed down from one generation to the next. As the years passed, the bond between Mia, Daniel, and the land deepened. They had not just healed the land, they had become a part of it. Their spirits, like the keepers, were entwined with the earth, and the land's magic flowed through them like blood through veins. And so, the legacy of the keeper was carried forward, not by one but by all. The land was no longer cursed. It was no longer a prison. It was a place of life, of magic, of balance. A place where the past, the present, and the future came together in harmony. And Mia and Daniel, as the new keepers, stood at the heart of it all, guardians of the land, protectors of its magic, and stewards of its future. The seasons shifted with the steady grace of nature's rhythm, bringing with them changes to the land, and to Mia and Daniel. Time had become a quiet companion, slipping through their fingers as they became more attuned to the heartbeat of the earth, more aware of the pulse that thrummed beneath the forest floor. The air was thick with magic now, not the oppressive weight of it that had once smothered the land, but a light, nurturing presence that wrapped around them like the embrace of a long-lost friend. The village, which had once been a quiet shadow in the forest's embrace, had begun to thrive again. The houses, built with care and respect for the land, rose from the earth like the trees themselves. Stone walls were reclaimed from the ruins, and rooftops, made from thick wood and thatched with moss, blended into the landscape as though they had always belonged. It was a harmony born of necessity and love, a delicate balance between human ingenuity and the land's natural beauty. Mia and Daniel worked tirelessly, not as rulers or masters but as caretakers. They wandered the forest daily, their connection with the Tree of Origins deepening with each passing moment. The tree, now fully restored, had become a symbol of hope for all who had once feared the curse. Its vast branches stretched toward the heavens, its roots burrowing deep into the soil like the very spine of the earth. And at its base, Mia and Daniel had built a small home, a simple structure woven into the landscape where they could live and study, working with the land to ensure its continued growth. The forest, once silent and brooding, now sang with the sound of life. Birds returned, their songs filling the air, while small animals scurried through the underbrush, leaving tracks in the damp earth. Even the river that ran nearby had come to life again, its waters flowing freely, crystal clear, reflecting the light of the sun like 1,000 shimmering diamonds. But though the land was healing, Mia and Daniel both knew that the work was far from finished. The land had been freed from the curse, yes, but its scars ran deep. They were not just guardians of the earth, they were teachers, guides for those who returned to the village, teaching them to live in harmony with the land once more. They had to remind the people that the land wasn't a resource to be consumed but a partner to be respected. They walked among the villagers often, speaking with them, listening to their stories. Many had returned, drawn by the whispers of the land's revival, eager to help rebuild, eager to return to a way of life that had once been. Some had been hesitant at first, unsure of the changes that had come, but as they saw the land's transformation, its blossoming beauty, its serenity, they too began to understand the message Mia and Daniel had been sent to convey. Do you think they'll ever truly understand? Daniel asked one evening as they sat outside their home, the fire crackling softly beside them. The sky above was a deep velvet blue, streaked with silver and gold, as the last light of day slowly gave way to night. The air was warm with the lingering heat of the sun, and the forest was alive with the sounds of nightfall. Mia gazed into the fire, her face thoughtful. She could see the faces of the villagers in her mind, their eager eyes, their curiosity, their cautious optimism. It was a delicate thing, this rebirth, and it required patience. They couldn't rush the healing. They couldn't force it. But she believed deeply that the land had shown them the way forward. "They will," Mia replied softly, her voice filled with quiet conviction. "They'll learn. It's not just about what we say. It's about what they see. They're seeing the change in the land, the balance we've restored. That's the first step. It's slow, but it's happening." Daniel nodded, though he still looked uncertain. "It's hard to know who to trust, though. Some of the old ways, they don't just disappear. I can still feel the pull of greed, of control in the air. It's not gone." Mia reached over, placing her hand on his. His fingers were warm, but there was a tension in his grip that spoke volumes. She squeezed his hand gently, offering him the reassurance she herself felt deep inside. "We're not here to fight the pull of greed. We're here to show them that there's another way. That the land doesn't need to be owned, it needs to be cared for. Those who truly understand that will stay. The others," she let out a slow, quiet breath. "They will fade away because the land will not nourish them. It will reject them." Daniel met her eyes, his expression softening. "I hope you're right. I really do." "I know I'm right," Mia said, her voice steady and full of trust in the magic that had been woven into the very fabric of the land. "It's not the people we need to change, Daniel. It's their hearts. And the land has a way of doing that." The weeks that followed were filled with both challenges and victories. The villagers, though eager to rebuild, needed guidance. They needed to learn how to work with the land, not against it. The ancient ways of the keeper, the rituals, the symbiosis between people and earth, had to be relearned. Mia and Daniel became more than just guardians. They became the living bridge between the people and the land, teaching, guiding, showing them how to listen to the whispers in the wind, how to understand the messages in the rustle of the trees, how to read the language of the earth. One morning, as the sun rose over the forest, the land seemed to hum with new energy. Mia and Daniel stood at the edge of the village, watching the first of the crops, fruits, grains, and vegetables, begin to sprout from the rich soil. It was the first sign that the people's hard work, their new way of living, was bearing fruit. The earth was responding to their care, just as it had once responded to the keepers. But there was still work to be done. There were still many who were hesitant, those who clung to the old ways of taking from the land without giving back. Mia and Daniel had to remain vigilant, guiding the people toward a path of coexistence, teaching them that true prosperity came not from exploiting the earth, but from living in balance with it. One evening, as they sat in the glow of the fire, a group of villagers gathered around them, eager to learn more. Among them was a young woman, her face bright with curiosity and a hint of doubt. She had grown up in the village before the curse had taken hold, and her family had been among those who left when the land had grown dark and unyielding. "I don't understand," she said, her voice hesitant, though she was clearly eager to learn. "Why is it that the land is giving so freely now? Was it not always the same land? What changed?" Mia smiled softly, the warmth of the fire reflecting in her eyes. "The land has always been the same, but we weren't. We misunderstood it, took from it without giving anything in return. The curse wasn't the land's fault. It was ours. But we've learned how to listen. And the land?" She paused, glancing up at the Tree of Origins, its towering form just visible against the night sky. "The land has always wanted to heal. It's waiting for us to be ready." The young woman nodded, her brow furrowed in thought. "And you think we can live this way now? We can heal?" Mia nodded, her smile serene. "Yes, we will." As the group began to disperse, the young woman lingered behind, her gaze thoughtful. "Thank you," she said, her voice softer now, more certain. I think I understand now." Mia watched her walk away, her heart swelling with quiet pride. It wasn't the large gestures that made the difference. It was the small steps, the patient guidance, the willingness to listen, to teach, to heal. Slowly but surely the land was changing, not just the soil but the hearts of those who lived on it. In the months that followed, the village began to thrive in ways Mia and Daniel had only dreamed of. The forest flourished, the river ran clear and strong, and the villagers, guided by the teachings of the land, by Mia and Daniel's quiet wisdom, lived in harmony with the earth. The curse had been broken, the land had been healed, and a new era was dawning. But Mia and Daniel knew that their work had only just begun. The land was vast, its magic deep and unfathomable, and the balance was a delicate thing. It was a living, breathing force that could be easily disturbed. They would need to stay vigilant, to continue learning, to continue listening. And so they did, together as guardians of the land, protectors of its magic, and stewards of its future. Mia stood at the edge of the village, watching as the early morning fog curled lazily around the trunks of the trees. The village, now bustling with life, was a quiet hum of activity. Smoke rose from chimneys, and the scent of fresh bread and wood smoke filled the crisp air. People were already awake, beginning their work for the day. The rhythm of life had returned, not just to the land but to the people who lived upon it. But even as the village thrived, Mia could feel something stirring deep within the earth. A faint pulse, a shift in the air. It was subtle, but it was there, something old, something lingering in the background, watching. It was a reminder, a whisper of what had come before, of the curse that had once gripped this land. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath. The land was healing, yes, but Mia knew better than to think that all would remain peaceful forever. There were always remnants, echoes of the past, that could rise again. The curse had not been eradicated overnight. It had taken root deep in the fabric of the land, and though it had been quelled, Mia couldn't help but wonder if there were still cracks, still places where the darkness could creep in unnoticed. The sound of footsteps broke her from her thoughts, and she turned to find Daniel approaching, his silhouette framed by the soft light of the rising sun. His face was weary, but there was a quiet strength in his expression. He had become more than just a companion in this journey. He had become a partner, a fellow guardian of the land, each of them carrying their own burdens and joys as they walked this path together. "You're up early," he said with a half-smile, his voice low. Mia nodded, her gaze distant. "I had to come out here. Something feels different today." Daniel raised an eyebrow, concern flickering across his face. "Different? In what way?" "I don't know," Mia admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "It's hard to explain. It's like the air is thicker, and the earth feels restless, like something is shifting beneath it." Daniel's expression grew serious, and he stepped closer, his hand brushing hers in a silent gesture of reassurance. "We've done everything we can, Mia. The land is healing. The curse is gone. What could possibly be left?" Mia shook her head, her fingers tightening around his. "I don't know. But something is telling me we're not finished yet. The land's rebirth is only part of it. There's still something we need to learn." They both stood in silence, listening to the wind as it rustled the leaves of the trees. The village behind them was alive with the sound of morning activity, but before them, the land stretched out, wide and unbroken, like a vast canvas waiting for something to happen. The days that followed felt heavier. Though the village continued to grow and thrive, Mia could sense a subtle undercurrent of unease. The people were restless, not in their daily activities but in their hearts. There was an unsettled energy in the air, an unspoken tension that hung just out of reach, like a shadow at the edge of their vision. Mia and Daniel spent more time in the forest, walking its length, visiting the Tree of Origins and meditating under its boughs. They listened for any sign, any whisper of a change in the magic. But nothing concrete came to them. The land was alive, it was thriving, and yet, there was something that they couldn't pinpoint. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the village, an old woman approached Mia and Daniel by the Tree of Origins. She was small, bent with age, her back crooked with the weight of many years, but her eyes were sharp, and there was a fire in them that had not dimmed with time. Mia recognized her immediately. She had seen her before, long ago, before the curse had taken hold of the land. The woman had been one of the elders of the village, a healer, a keeper of old wisdom. But she had left, unwilling to stay in a place that had grown dark with the curse's power. Now she had returned. "Mia," the old woman said, her voice raspy but strong. "It is good to see you again. And you too, Daniel." Daniel nodded, his expression cautious. "We're glad to see you're well. But why are you here? What brings you back to the village?" The woman paused for a moment, her eyes scanning the land around them, taking in the vibrant greenery, the growth, the life that had returned. Then, her gaze shifted to Mia, and she spoke with a quiet urgency. "The land is healing, yes, but the healing is fragile. It has been restored, but it has not been finished." Mia's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "The curse is broken. The land is alive again." The old woman nodded slowly, her hands trembling as she placed them on the roots of the Tree of Origins. "The curse is gone, but the fracture remains. The land is healing, but it is not whole. The roots of the tree, though they have grown strong, are still scarred. The magic here, the magic of the land, it is still unbalanced. Daniel stepped forward, concern etched on his face. But we've done everything. We've restored the balance. The people are learning. The woman raised her hand, silencing him gently. The people are learning, yes. But the land is more than just the people. It has a spirit of its own, an ancient one. And that spirit has been wounded. It will not heal completely until the last of its wounds have been addressed. Mia felt a chill run down her spine. She had suspected it, but hearing it confirmed by the woman's words left a knot in her stomach. The land was not fully healed. There was still something they had missed, something they had yet to confront. What do we need to do? Mia asked quietly, her voice steady despite the fear that had begun to rise within her. The old woman's eyes darkened, a shadow crossing her weathered face. There is a place, she said, her voice low, deep in the heart of the forest. It is a place where the land's magic flows thickest, where the roots of the tree of origins reach down into the earth's core. It is there that the final fracture lies. There you will find the truth of the land's suffering. Mia's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel it now, the weight of the responsibility that still rested on her shoulders. The curse had been broken, yes, but there was more to the land's story. The magic that had once been twisted by greed had left scars deeper than they had realized. Daniel placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice soft but firm. We'll go together. We'll fix it, Mia. Mia nodded, turning to face the dense forest that lay ahead. The trees, once dark and foreboding, now stood tall and full of life, but she knew that beyond them lay something unseen, something that had been hidden from them. She had felt it for weeks now, the restless stirring, the subtle pull. It wasn't over. Not yet. The old woman placed a hand on Mia's arm, her touch surprisingly strong for someone so frail. Be careful, child. The heart of the forest is not like the rest of it. There are things there that should not be disturbed. Mia nodded again, her expression resolute. We'll be careful. But we have to go. The old woman nodded, her eyes filled with an ancient knowing. Then go, and may the land spirit guide you. With that, Mia and Daniel turned toward the forest, the path ahead unclear but necessary. The land had been freed, yes, but the final healing was still waiting. And they would find it. The moon was a sliver in the sky as Mia and Daniel made their way deeper into the forest. The air had grown thick with mist, swirling around the trunks of ancient trees like specters from a forgotten age. Every step they took seemed to reverberate through the earth beneath them, the land pulsing with the energy of the magic they had helped restore, but also with something more. Something older. Something unfinished. The forest had always been a place of mystery, but tonight, it felt different. The wind, though gentle, carried an unsettling undertone, as if it whispered secrets that could not be spoken aloud. The leaves above rustled, but not from the natural movement of the air. It was as though something was listening, waiting, watching. Mia glanced at Daniel as they moved through the underbrush, his face set in determination but his eyes darkened with concern. His hand occasionally brushed against hers, a silent assurance that they were in this together. But there was an edge to his presence now, a tension that hadn't been there before. Do you feel it? Mia asked softly, her voice barely rising above the sound of their footsteps. Daniel nodded, his jaw tightening. There. It's thicker here. Like it's holding something back. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like we're being pulled deeper into the forest, not by choice, but by something else. Mia paused, taking in the forest around them. It had always been a place of power, of magic, but now it felt like the very trees themselves were alive with intent. The path they followed was overgrown, as though nature itself was trying to reclaim it, as if the land was reluctant to allow them to tread where they were headed. I felt it too, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. The land's magic is strong, but it's unsettled. Like something is beneath it, something we haven't yet seen. Or maybe something we haven't yet understood. Daniel's eyes darkened as they continued, the path growing steeper, the trees more densely packed together. The deeper they went, the less familiar the forest felt. The sounds of the village were gone now, swallowed by the thick canopy above, leaving only the sound of their own breath and the rustle of leaves. Finally, after what felt like hours of walking, they came upon a clearing. In the center of the space stood a massive rock formation, jagged and weathered, its surface covered in vines and moss. It looked ancient, older than anything they had seen in the forest before. The air here was still, unnervingly so, and the trees surrounding the clearing seemed to lean in as if watching, waiting. This is it, Mia said, her voice a mixture of awe and apprehension. The air around them felt charged, as though the ground beneath them held the weight of 1,000 years of forgotten history. Daniel took a step forward, his eyes scanning the rock formation. "What is this place?" Mia didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stepped closer to the formation, her fingers brushing against the rough surface. She could feel the energy radiating from it, raw, untamed magic that pulsed with the rhythm of the land's heartbeat. This was where the land's fracture had originated, where the balance had been tipped all those centuries ago. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the clearing, vibrating through the ground. Mia and Daniel froze, their hearts skipping a beat as the earth beneath their feet seemed to shift. The vines and moss on the rock formation began to writhe as though coming to life, and the air thickened with an almost palpable force. It was like the forest itself was alive and it was waking up. The rock split with a deafening crack, and from within it, a stream of dark energy poured forth, black tendrils of smoke that seemed to twist and coil in the air, writhing like serpents. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the once still air was now charged with an electric hum. Mia stepped back, her heart racing. "What is this?" she whispered, the words barely escaping her throat. Daniel's eyes were wide with alarm. This isn't natural. The land has healed, but this is something else." The black tendrils of energy began to twist higher, spiraling toward the sky, forming a vortex above the clearing. The air grew colder, the mist swirling more violently around them as though the land itself was reacting to the dark force that had been unearthed. The roots of the Tree of Origins, miles away, seemed to tremble in response, as if the entire forest was connected to the disturbance in the clearing. Mia's mind raced. She knew what she was seeing. This wasn't just a fracture in the land. This was something far older, something that had been buried for a reason. It was a force that predated the curse itself, an echo of the land's earliest wounds. It was a darkness that had been sealed away long ago, and now it had been freed. "They can't know about this," Mia murmured, her hand clenching around the hilt of the dagger she had taken from the keeper's old sanctuary. "No one can know. Not yet." But even as she spoke, the black tendrils grew stronger, twisting faster and faster, until the vortex above them seemed to reach out toward the heavens. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and a massive, gaping chasm formed in the earth, splitting the clearing in two. From the depths of the chasm, something rose, something ancient and terrible. Its shape was indistinct at first, shifting and moving like smoke, but as it rose higher, it began to solidify. A figure formed, tall and imposing, its form dark and ethereal, made of the same shadowy tendrils that had burst forth from the rock. Its eyes were glowing red, burning with a malice that sent a chill through Mia's very bones. "This is no mere curse," the figure said, its voice a low, rasping hiss that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. "This is the ancient root of the land's suffering. You thought you had healed it, but you were wrong." Mia's heart hammered in her chest as she faced the creature. The figure's form seemed to flicker, like a shadow cast by a flame, but its presence was undeniable. This was not just a spirit, not just a manifestation of the land's imbalance. This was something that had been buried for a reason, something that had been sealed away long ago. "We didn't release you," Mia said, her voice steady despite the terror she felt. "The curse is over. The land is healing. You can't stay here." The figure's laughter echoed through the clearing, dark and twisted. "You think you can undo what has already been done? You have touched only the surface, little keeper. The land's true wounds run deeper. I am its first scar, its most ancient reminder." Daniel stepped forward, his hand reaching for the hilt of his own blade, but Mia held him back with a silent gesture. This wasn't something that could be fought with steel. This was something bigger, something that had to be understood. The land had not been fully healed because the root of the darkness had not been addressed. It had been buried, forgotten, but it was not gone. The figure's form flickered again, and for a moment, Mia saw something else. An image of the Tree of Origins, its massive branches twisting and dying, its roots crumbling into dust. It was as if the land itself was showing her the end, the true consequence of what they had failed to see. If this creature was not stopped, if the root of darkness was not sealed once more, the land would crumble. The village, the people, the forest, all of it would return to shadow. Mia turned to Daniel, her eyes wide with the realization. "We can't kill it. Not with force. This is a part of the land's soul, its heart. We have to heal it. We have to make it whole." Daniel's face was pale, his breath shallow. "But how?" "We'll find a way," Mia said, her voice trembling but resolute. "We have to." As the figure's shadow loomed over them, the darkness seeming to swallow the light, Mia knew they had reached the moment that would determine everything. It wasn't just about fighting the curse anymore, it was about understanding it, about restoring what had been broken not just by magic but by time itself. And they would do it together, no matter the cost. The air in the clearing was heavy with tension, thick with the dark energy that swirled around the ancient figure. Mia and Daniel stood at its edge, facing a creature born from the very depths of the land's suffering. The ground beneath their feet trembled, the earth itself groaning as if it felt the presence of this darkness, this thing that had been buried, forgotten, but never fully eradicated. The figure loomed over them, its glowing red eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. It was made of shadow and smoke, but there was a power behind it that pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, and dangerous. It was not just a curse, it was a part of the land itself, a scar that had been left to fester. And now it had returned. "You cannot stop me," the creature hissed, its voice like 1,000 whispers in the wind. "I am the first wound of this land. I am the root of its suffering. You thought you healed it, but you have only opened the door to what was left behind." Mia's heart raced, but she forced herself to remain calm. The creature's words were a challenge, a temptation to give in to despair. But they had come this far. They had faced the darkness before, and they would face it again. This time, however, it was different. This was not a fight of brute strength. This was a battle for the very soul of the land itself. The land had a heart, and Mia and Daniel had been chosen to restore it. "We didn't open anything," Mia said, her voice firm despite the weight of the creature's presence. "The land is healing, but it isn't whole. Not yet. And neither are you." The figure recoiled as if struck by her words. Its tendrils of shadow wavered, flickering like smoke, but it quickly regained its composure. "You cannot heal me," it spat, its voice like a whip cracking in the air. "I was never meant to be healed. I am the land's truth, its oldest truth. The magic that you call life is but a fleeting illusion. The land's true nature is chaos, suffering, and decay." Mia's mind raced. The creature's words carried the weight of ancient pain, but she refused to believe them. Yes, the land had suffered, but it had also endured. There had been life before the curse, and there would be life after it. The cycle of death and rebirth was natural. What had been done was not permanent. It had simply been delayed. And the balance was still there, hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be restored. Daniel moved beside her, his hand brushing hers once more. He didn't speak, but the look in his eyes was all she needed. They had always been a team, but now they were more than that. They were the land's stewards. And the land, despite the darkness that had scarred it, had chosen them to lead it back to the light. "You're wrong," Mia said quietly, stepping forward, her voice unwavering. "You are a part of this land's history, but you are not its future. The land is not chaos. It's not suffering. It's life. It's rebirth. It's balance. And I won't let you take that from it." The figure's red eyes flashed, and the shadows around it thickened, but Mia stood firm. She could feel the energy around her, beneath the surface of the earth, flowing through the trees, the roots of the tree of origins, the river that wound through the forest. The land was alive, pulsing with magic, and she could feel the ancient spirit of the keeper still lingering in the air, guiding her, supporting her. It was time to listen to the land once more. To trust that the magic of the earth was not something to be dominated, but something to be understood. The creature let out a howl of fury, its form shifting violently as it grew larger, its tendrils stretching out like dark lightning. The ground beneath them cracked open, sending tremors through the earth. The energy around them was thick and oppressive, like a storm about to break. "Enough!" the creature shouted, its voice reverberating through the clearing. "You cannot win. You are nothing but a fleeting spark in the endless darkness." But Mia didn't flinch. She closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself. She could feel the land's pulse, its rhythm. The magic was still there, hidden beneath the shadow, buried beneath the scars. It was waiting for someone to restore it to its rightful place. "Mia," Daniel whispered, his voice low but filled with hope, "we can do this. We can't let it win." She nodded, her eyes opening to meet his. "We don't fight it with strength. We fight it with understanding." With a deep breath, Mia raised her hands, feeling the energy of the land flow through her. She felt the trees, the soil, the river, and the wind, all of them intertwined in a delicate balance. She reached out to the land's heart, to the core of its magic, to the spirit of the keeper, and she whispered a prayer, a plea for the land to heal, for the shadow to recede, for the true balance to return. The shadows around the creature wavered, and for a moment, the earth itself seemed to hold its breath. The figure writhed, its form flickering like a flame caught in the wind. Its eyes burned with fury, but there was something else there now, something that Mia could feel beneath the surface. Fear. The creature had always been a part of the land's history, but it was not its true nature. It was a distortion, a wound that had been allowed to fester. And now Mia could feel the land's magic beginning to reject it, to push it back, just as it had pushed back the curse. The roots of the tree of origins trembled, the energy from the earth flowing into them. Mia's heart pounded in her chest as she focused on the magic, guiding it, channeling it into a single unified force. The shadows around the creature began to retreat, dissolving into the air like mist. The figure's form flickered violently, but it could not hold itself together. It was unraveling. "No," the creature hissed, its voice filled with rage and desperation. "You cannot erase me. I am eternal. I am the land's truth." Mia's voice was steady, unwavering. The land's truth is not darkness. It is life. It is balance. With a final, resounding cry, the creature shattered, its shadowy form dissolving into the air, leaving nothing behind but the lingering pulse of magic, the echo of a long-forgotten wound being healed. For a long moment there was silence. The air was still, the ground beneath them steady. The shadows that had once darkened the clearing lifted, and the clearing itself seemed to breathe again, as if the land was exhaling a long-held breath. Mia and Daniel stood together, their hands clasped tightly, the remnants of the darkness fading away. The forest around them, once so thick with tension, now seemed alive with peace. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves shimmering in the soft light of the rising moon. The land had been scarred, yes, but now it was whole again. "We did it," Daniel said, his voice filled with awe. Mia nodded slowly, her heart still racing from the intensity of the moment. The land is healed. The balance is restored. But even as she said the words, she knew that this was only the beginning. The darkness had been pushed back, but the land would always need guardians, always need care. Mia and Daniel had taken up the mantle of the keeper not as rulers, but as stewards, protectors of the land's delicate balance, guardians of its heart. And as they stood there in the heart of the forest, Mia felt the land's pulse once more, steady, strong, and full of life. It was a new beginning, not just for the land but for them.